Chapter 1, I'll give you $1,000,000, choose for yourself. The hotel suite is dark and dim. A floor lamp in the corner emits a warm, muted light. The woman is curled up under the man, her eyes brimming with tears. She is a little shivering, like a poor little cat drenched in rain. Mr. G, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Can you let me off? Shaotunyu's trembling voice was full of tears. The more she cried, the more she aroused the beast in the man. Ji Yunza idly played with the stray hairs on her ear. It's late. He roughly tore open the woman's clothes, ripped off his tie, tied the woman's slender wrists, and let the storm of hot kisses fall. Then, Shaotunyu closed her eyes in despair. The next morning, Shaotunyu was awakened by the sunlight shining through the curtain. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. She struggled to get out of bed, but every movement made her ache all over. At this time, the sound of water stopped, and Ji Yunza walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel. His short hair was still dripping with water, falling off in drops from the side of his head, down to his sharp jawline, and finally onto his perfect abs. Ji Yunza's long, white fingers skillfully operated the phone, and the next second, Shaotunyu received a text message reminder from the bank. 1,000,000 yuan for you, and you can decide what to do next. Thank you, Mr. G. She put away her phone, threw on a jacket, and covered up her open shirt. The calm on the surface could not hide the collapse of her heart. Shaotunyu, what the hell have you done? What's on the agenda today? Ji Yunza's voice was cold. Mr. G, today at 9:30, a meeting with the finance minister, at 12 o'clock, a business lunch with Consul Joshua from the embassy, at 3 p.m., a video conference with the British branch, and in the evening, the master and mistress are calling you back for dinner, but Mr. Han and Mr. Luo have also made an appointment with you, and you haven't decided yet. Ji Yunza nodded indifferently. Come to work at 9 o'clock sharp. I know, 60-degree hot Americano, Emerald Manor squasha coffee beans. Shaotunyu replied respectfully, as if she had returned to her role as a professional secretary. Then I'll leave first, Mr. G. She bowed slightly and turned to leave. Ji Yunza looked at the woman's slender waist and pair of long, white, straight legs, and the inconspicuous red stain on the bedsheet, and thought about it. Back in her apartment, Shaotunyu took off her clothes and plunged into the bathroom, letting the hot water cascade down her body. She scrubbed her body vigorously with a towel, and tears kept flowing down her face. Her whole face was soaked, and it was hard to tell whether it was water or tears. After taking a shower, she glanced at the time. It was almost 8 o'clock. There was no time to be sad. After drying her hair, she sat down in front of the dressing table and started putting on makeup. She had just bought this apartment last year. After her parents died in an accident when she was 11, she was left with a large sum of money. But she didn't use it, instead relying on the savings from the 2 years she worked at G's to pay the down payment on this apartment. After graduating from the top university in the country, Shaotunyu was able to get a job at G's with her excellent grades and resume. In just 1 year, she went from being an ordinary staff member in the administrative department to becoming Ji Yunza's personal secretary. Ji Yunza is a godlike figure in the business world of Daidu. He is handsome, aloof, and unapproachable, and because of his ruthlessness in the business world, he has made all major companies tremble in fear. However, at the age of nearly 30, he is not interested in women. How many women have wanted to climb into his bed, but he has thrown them out? One of them even took off all her clothes, but he kicked her out of the door and she sat naked in the hotel corridor, crying. So Shaotunyu became his personal secretary not because of her beauty, but because she was bold enough? In fact, she didn't know why herself. It was just that one day in the company's underground parking lot, she happened to bump into Ji Yunza, who was waiting for his driver, and she approached him without thinking. Mr. G, I'm Shaotunyu from the administrative department. Ji Yunza glanced at her and turned his head away in disgust, as if he had seen a pile of garbage. I want to be your personal secretary. Ji Yunza didn't say anything else, and his anger was already evident on his face. Please give me a chance. If you don't want to be fired, get out of here. At this time, ordinary people would be scared to death by the malevolent aura on the man's face and flee in a panic. However, Shaotunyu did not. Because she had already made up her mind. Shaotunyu licked her lips and clenched her fists. Please give me a 1-month trial period. If it doesn't work out, I'll leave immediately. At this time, Ji Yunza's Rolls-Royce drove up. The driver got out and opened the door for him, and he got into the car without even looking back. Xiao Tongyu thought that it was all over, but the next day, she was transferred directly to become Ji Yun's personal secretary. During this month, Xiao Tongyu worked diligently. She could recite her daily schedule before going to work every day, and she had memorized every habit of Ji Yun's. She would tidy up the office after he had thrown things in a fit of rage, she would tactfully stop anyone from seeing him when he didn't want to see them, and she would calmly respond with a smile when Ji Yun's friends teased her. Ji Yun's probably thought she was a competent secretary, and he didn't transfer her again. Thinking about this, Xiao Tongyu felt a sharp pain in her, reached out to take it, and the moment his fingers touched Xiao Tongyu, he felt her body tremble slightly. What the hell? She clearly flirted with him earlier, but now she's like a little rabbit in front of a tiger. What the hell is this woman thinking? Ji Yunza looked up and saw the red mark on the woman's open, fair neck. He frowned, button up. Xiao Tongyu quickly lowered her head, blushing slightly, and immediately buttoned up. I'm sorry, Mr. Ji. Perhaps because of her childhood experiences, Xiao Tongyu never liked to button up her shirt all the way, as it made her feel like she couldn't breathe. So before going out, she had specially applied foundation to her neck, but it still didn't cover it all. Mr. Ji, I'll be going now. Yes. Looking at the woman's slender back, Ji Yunza thought of last night, and couldn't help but feel a tightening in his lower abdomen, and his Adam's apple involuntarily began to slide up and down. He prided himself on not being a womanizer, and over the years of working in the business world of the imperial capital, he had had his hands on more than a few women. But those women with a strong scent of makeup just made him feel sick to his stomach. It so happened that Wu Yan, Ji Yun's assistant, was on his honeymoon at the time, and Xiao Tongyu, who didn't know what kind of courage she had, actually came to recommend herself as his personal secretary. Ji Yunza knew that she was also a woman who wanted to climb into his bed, but he was just curious. She was just a little prettier, but who gave her the courage to do it? He wanted to see how long she could last. Sure enough, it didn't take long before this woman would deliberately or unintentionally provoke him, even going so far as to put her hand on his thigh. If it were any other woman, Ji Yunza would have pushed her away and broken her hand. But with this woman, he just couldn't bring himself to do it. Last night, Ji Yunza attended a party and was sent back to his hotel suite by Xiao Tongyu. He suddenly picked her up from the waist and turned her over and pinned her to the bed. He thought she would cooperate, but who knew that this woman would cry like a weeping willow and tremble all over. Don't you want to get into my bed? Are you scared? Mr. G, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Can you let me off? It's too late. Ji Yunza didn't remember how many times he had taken her, only that each time was better than the last, as if this woman had some kind of magic that made him crazy and addicted. In the end, she fainted. He never imagined that it was her first time. What was she thinking? Xiao Tongyu sat on the desk in front of the CEO's office and felt a sharp pain in her lower abdomen. It was still a long way off, so it couldn't be her period. Could it be? Was it because she had too much sex last night? She only remembered that she had been crying and begging for mercy, and finally passed out from the pain. This Ji Yunza is really not a human being. Tonton, are you in pain? Su Ro looked at her and asked with concern. Su Ro is Ji Yunza's assistant secretary. She is a year older than Xiao Tongyu and has worked at Ji's for 3 or 4 years. When others were speculating about how Xiao Tongyu had risen from an ordinary administrative staff member to become the personal secretary of General Manager Ji, Su Ro was very supportive of her. If she can get the approval of Mr. Ji, it means that Xiao Tongyu has her own abilities. People who don't have anything to do with this, please shut up. Xiao Tongyu covered her stomach and lowered her voice. It's nothing, I'll just drink some hot water. At this moment, the sound of high heels clicking came from the door, and the girl at the front desk ran in after the woman. Sorry, Secretary Xiao, Secretary Su, Miss Qin didn't make an appointment, she said she was looking for General Manager Ji. Qin Mengyan gave her a cold stare. Do I need an appointment to see Mr. Ji? Xiao Tongyu stood up. Miss Qin, I'm sorry, but Mr. Ji is in a meeting in his office. After the meeting is over, I'll ask if you can go in. Xiao Tongyu, who gave you the authority to stop me from seeing General Manager Ji? Qin Mengyan looked at her disdainfully, and her anger gradually rose on her face, which was heavily made up and beautiful. It was this face that had made her know the man she once loved best in bed, even if he had turned to dust. No, in addition, there were the years in junior high and high school when Xiao Tongyu was bullied by a few rich and beautiful girls at the noble school. They threw her school bag, stole her homework, pulled her hair, and laughed at her fat and ugly. The leader was Qin Mengyan. But Xiao Tongyu didn't dare to say anything. Because her parents had died, she was all alone in the world, and no one would help her. I'm sorry, Miss Qin, but it's not up to me to decide whether you can see Mr. G. If I let you in without permission, Mr. G will be angry, and you know how he gets. Qin Mengyan glared at her with her eyes wide open. Are you saying that Ji Yunza won't see me and that I should leave? Qin Mengyan, who had been spoiled since childhood and had an arrogant attitude, could not bear to hear such words. She reached out and slapped Xiao Tongyu's face, and the sound of a slap echoed through the sky. Xiao Tongyu. What are you? You were trash in high school. Now you're the secretary of General Ji, and your eyes have grown to the top of your head? Su Ro was so angry that she stood up. Miss Qin, this is the G group. Please behave yourself. Xiao Tongyu covered his left cheek, which was now red from the beating. Miss Qin, I am now working for General Manager G. If I am trash, then you are saying that General Manager G is a garbage collector? Qin Mengyan was instantly enraged. You. She was about to hit Xiao Tongyu again when she was suddenly grabbed by a strong hand. Ji Yunza had come out without knowing when. Which hand did you hit her with? This one? He squeezed Qin Mengyan's wrist tighter and tighter, and she screamed in pain. Mr. G. My father's company is still working with the G family. I asked you if it was this hand? Ji Yunza's face was full of hatred, and he looked so terrifying that he didn't even look human. Like a beast breaking free of its shackles. Xiao Tongyu quickly grabbed Ji Yunza's arm. Mr. G, it's okay. Miss Qin didn't mean it. She was afraid that Qin Mengyan's slender wrist would be broken in the next second. After all, she had seen the strength of this man. Ji Yunza didn't pay any attention to her, and watched as Qin Mengyan's wrist slowly turned purple-red. Mr. G. Xiao Tongyu grabbed his arm even harder, as if making a silent plea. In that moment, Ji Yunza's mind flashed back to last night, when the woman had clutched his clothes and begged him. He let go of her hand and slowly said one word, "Get out." Qin Mengyan rubbed her wrist, her eyes filled with tears from the pain, and her face was full of fear. She had never experienced such humiliation before, and her feet felt like they were filled with lead, so she couldn't move her feet at all. Turning his head, Ji Yunza said to his assistant Wu Yan, "Tell the security guards to drag her away and cancel all cooperation with the Qins." Yes, Mr. G. Chapter 3, When will I collect you again? After Qin Mengyan left, Xiao Tongyu sat back down in his seat. This is really the end. Her face and stomach hurt, and she really had nothing to live for. Tong Tong, do you want to take some painkillers? Su Ro poured a cup of hot water for her. No, it will be fine in a moment. Thank you, Ro Ro. Xiao Tongyu took the cup and took a big sip. The more Su Ro thought about it, the more she couldn't help but feel resentful. Why is this Miss Qin so arrogant? Why else? She is a popular actress and the daughter of the Qin family, so of course she is arrogant. Xiao Tongyu took out a wet tissue and cooled down her cheeks, which were already red from the beating. What popular actress? I think she's already past her prime. Fortunately, Mr. G taught her a lesson today. She really thought she could climb up to Mr. G? Xiao Tongyu answered absent-mindedly. She never thought that the always cold and ruthless Ji Yunza would help her. Could it be that he felt guilty about last night's brutality? Su Ro looked at Xiao Tongyu's red-side face and felt a little distressed. According to Qin Mengyan, Xiao Tongyu was a trash in high school? Then they must have known each other for a long time. But this girl in front of her, with her fair, rosy cheeks, big, sparkling eyes, upturned nose and small, rosy lips, looked like a school beauty queen. How could she be trash? But since Xiao Tongyu didn't say anything, Su Ro naturally didn't ask too many questions. Tong Tong, do you want to eat spicy hot pot for lunch? I'll treat you. No, the spicy soup is too strong. Do you want to be thrown out by Mr. G with the bowl? Su Ro pouted, thinking that Xiao Tongyu's words made a lot of sense. At this moment, the finance minister, who had been in a meeting, came out of the office with his assistant, Wu Yan. Secretary Xiao, Mr. G is looking for you. Okay. Xiao Tongyu stood up. Ji Yunza was sitting at his desk, going over some documents. When he saw Xiao Tongyu come in, he looked up. Come here. Xiao Tongyu slowly walked over and stood respectfully next to Ji Yunze. What does Mr. Ji want? A murderous gleam flashed in Ji Yunze's eyes. What's wrong with this woman? Obviously, before last night, when the two of them were alone, she wasn't like this. Why did she keep provoking her in every way, and suddenly she became a different person? Did she scare her last night? He looked up and saw 5 red fingerprints on Xiao Tonyu's fair little face, and a little blood was dripping from the corner of her mouth. He suddenly felt a burning rage. Have the propaganda department buy a hot search. Okay, Mr. G, what kind of hot search do you want? Qin Mengyan beat someone up. Xiao Tongyu widened his eyes in shock. No need, Mr. G, I'm fine. Did I say it was because of you? Oh. Xiao Tongyu thought it was true. Ji Yunze always had his own reasons for everything he did, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to keep the Ji family in the top position in the capital at such a young age. How could he possibly buy a hot search for her? May I ask if there is anything else you need, Mr. Ji? He didn't even raise his eyelids. Did you take the pill? Xiao Tonyu's heart started to race. Ji Yunze. How could he ask such a question in the office without blushing? Mr. Ji, don't worry, I took it, it won't cause you any trouble. Ji Yunze looked at her playfully. Did you just say I was the garbage collector? When will I collect you again? Xiao Tongyu twisted her high-heeled feet, almost losing her balance and falling. There's a second time? Isn't Ji Yunze a celibate demon who doesn't get close to women? If he is pretending, then with him, what kind of woman can't he get? Why does he keep on her? Seeing Xiao Tonyu's changed expression, Ji Yunze curled his lips. What? Does Secretary Xiao think that 1 million a night is too little, or is she not satisfied with me? Xiao Tongyu was about to collapse. She was so satisfied that she was now experiencing cramps in her lower abdomen and her legs were shaking. She hesitated for a moment, then bit her lip and said with determination, Mr. G, how about I give you back the 1 million and we pretend that nothing happened? A terrifying look of anger flashed in Ji Yunze's eyes. He pinched Xiao Tonyu's face with one hand. My bed is yours to come and go as you please? The slap she had just received was still throbbing, and now she was being pinched by Ji Yunze, and the pain made her eyes well up with tears. Yes. I'm sorry, Mr. G. Seeing Xiao Tonyu's pitiful look, Ji Yunze felt a tightening in his heart, and the next second he let go of her hand. Damn it, what the hell is going on? He suddenly felt a little bit overwhelmed by this woman. Was it because he had been abstaining for too long that the volcano had erupted? No, he needed to calm down. Get out. Ji Yunze said coldly. Yes, Mr. G. After leaving the president's office, Xiao Tongyu turned and went into the bathroom. The tears that she had been holding back since the morning were like pearls that had broken their strings, constantly welling up from her eyes. She admitted that she regretted it all. When she was 11 years old, her parents died in a car accident, and Xiao Tongyu was placed in the Lin family. The Lin family and the Xiao family were old friends in the business world. The Lin family had a son, Lin Sha, who was 2 years older than her. Lin Sha was always the child of another family. He was smart, had good grades, and was good-looking, so the parents of both families jokingly arranged a marriage between the two of them at a very young age. Xiao Tongyu also always thought that she would marry him when she grew up. When she entered high school, Lin Xiao fell in love with the school beauty Qin Mengyan, who also hated Xiao Tongyu because she always followed Lin Xiao around and constantly bullied her. On Lin Xiao's birthday in his 3rd year of high school, Xiao Tongyu had prepared a gift in advance, but saw Lin Xiao kissing Qin Mengyan behind the rockery in the school garden. Xiao Tongyu was so ugly and unsophisticated, who would like her? At that moment, she threw away the gift and ran away. Later, she came home early after the high school graduation ceremony and accidentally ran into Lin Xiao and Qin Mengyan making love on the bed. That day, she moved out of the Lin family. Later, in her senior year, she saw Qin Mengyan, a new celebrity, attending the completion ceremony of a large shopping mall with Ji Yunze. Although Ji Yunze kept his face cold throughout the event, she knew that Qin Mengyan and Lin Xiao had broken up. Qin Mengyan had her eyes on the most unattainable man in the capital, Ji Yunze, the president of the Ji group and the eldest son of the richest family in the Ji family. So, in order to get a little revenge, Xiao Tongyu decided to get close to Ji Yunze. Although she knew in her heart that a man who even Qin Mengyan didn't like would never look at her, she just wanted to try it out, even if it was just to make Qin Mengyan feel bad for a few days. After all, she was too insignificant, and no one would take her seriously. But who knew that the night she succeeded, she regretted it. She was too scared. She didn't want to sell her body like that. She wanted to do it with a man who loved her and who she loved. She cried for mercy, but no one came to save her. There is no medicine for regret in this world. Xiao Tongyu knew she was on the wrong boat and there was no way out. Chapter 4: Find a woman and send her to the presidential suite. After work, Xiao Tongyu was packing up. Tong Tong, do you want to go shopping? Today, Ji Yunze finished work on time for the first time in history, and Su Ro was in a particularly good mood. Xiao Tongyu smiled gently. No, I still have some things to do. Maybe some other day. This morning she received a message from Lin Zhao's mother, Yuan Xing, asking her to come home for dinner. Since moving out, she has returned to that home a pitiful few times, and the Lin family has not treated her very well. They rarely ask how she is doing. She hadn't seen Lin Sha for a long time. Xiao Tongyu hesitated for a moment, but she was still prepared to go back and take a look. After all, the Lin family had raised her since she was 11 years old. But before that, she was going to the hospital. Because she was in so much pain that she couldn't walk. Daido Hospital. After the gynecologist finished examining her, she quickly entered the information into the computer and then handed Xiao Tongyu her medical record book. She prescribed some ointment to be applied morning and night. If the pain gets unbearable, you can take some painkillers. It should be fine in a couple of days. Xiao Tongyu hesitated. Excuse me, doctor, where should I apply the ointment? The doctor glanced at her. Where do you want it applied? Wherever it hurts. But I think it hurts below my belly. The doctor sighed. I'm not saying this to you girls, but can't you be more careful during sex? You need to know how to control yourself, because in the end, it's you who suffers. Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Tongyu interrupted her with a blush. I know, thank you doctor. She walked out of the consultation room, feeling a little down. I can't control it. Should I sue Ji Yunze for rape? Who would believe me? Ji Yunze, this peerless handsome man, can get $1 million for sleeping with you for one night, so it doesn't seem like a bad deal. It just hurts too much. He's a madman in bed. Secretary Xiao? Just as she was thinking, she suddenly heard someone calling her name. Xiao Tongyu turned around and saw Luo Juanji standing behind her. She immediately smiled politely. Hello, Mr. Luo, what a coincidence. Luo Juanji is a good friend of Ji Yunze and the son of the Luo family, the largest pharmaceutical company in the capital. The Luo family has been in the medical profession for generations. Luo Juanji is now the chief physician of the Department of Cardiology at the Capital Hospital, and his grandfather and father are the hospital's president and vice president. In addition, he is also a well-known playboy in the circle of rich second-generation children in the capital. He is tall and handsome, and he is charming to girls. He can be described as a charming presence. At this moment, Luo Juanji took off his white coat and was wearing a well-tailored suit. He looked at Ji Yunze's beautiful secretary with interest, his hands in his pockets. Secretary Xiao, are you here to see someone or to see a doctor? I'm not feeling well, I'm here for a checkup. Xiao Tongyu was a little embarrassed to run into Luo Juanji at the gynecology department. Luo Juanji gave a meaningful smile, which made Xiao Tongyu feel uncomfortable. Well, I'll be going now. Mr. Luo, Mr. Ji is still waiting for you at the Imperial Capital Hotel. Xiao Tongyu bowed slightly and quickly walked away. After seeing her go, Luo Juanji pushed open the door and walked into the gynecology clinic. Dr. Su, what did that beautiful woman come in for? What kind of illness? She had overdone it sexually, her uterus was cramping, and her lower body was torn. Luo Juanji's mouth gaped in surprise. Holy shit, that's intense. The Tax nightclub on the third floor of the Imperial Capital Hotel. The flashing lights, the colorful drinks, the loud music, the crazy dance moves, all of these make up the panorama of the most popular nightclub in the capital for the rich second generation. In the VLP booth, Ji Yunze was wearing a black shirt tucked into his perfectly tailored suit pants, which accentuated his lean and perfect figure. He tapped his long, white fingers against the glass of red wine and glanced at the handsome man next to him. Hanyu, you can make a lot of money here in one night, right? Hanyu snorted and lightly clinked glasses with Ji Yunze. That's not even comparable to you. The Han Group, the leader of the hotel industry in the capital, not only owns the most luxurious hotel in the capital, but also has a hand in everything related to the hotel industry. At this time, Luo Juanji walked over with his long, slender legs. Han Yu gave him a cold look. Why are you so late? Were you in the pleasure quarters? Luo Juanji lit a cigarette and looked at Ji Yunzi with a mysterious look. There is no soft place, but I met a beautiful woman in the hospital. Ji Yunzi ignored him and drank his wine. Han Yu said disdainfully, if you have something to say, say it. Why are you looking at Ji Yunzi? When did he ever have an interest in women? Luo Juanji leaned forward. Ji Yunzi, guess who I saw? Ji Yunzi, get to the point. Luo Juanji glared at the boring man. Okay. If you're so capable, don't ask me to say it later. He paused, revealing a very smug expression. I saw Xiao Tongyu. Ji Yunzi's hand holding the wineglass stopped in midair. What was she doing at the hospital? Luo Juanji crossed his legs and leaned back on the sofa with his arms open, his expression as if to say, Ji Yunzi, you have to beg me. Say it. Ji Yunzi's face gradually grew angry. The shop's on Zhang Street. Luo Juanji dangled his legs. Okay, say it. Hearing Ji Yunzi's quick and easy agreement, Luo Juanji put down his legs and leaned closer to the two men next to him, looking very curious. Xiao Tongyu was at the gynecologist. I asked the doctor in charge, and you know what? She was so aggressive that her uterus spasmed and her lower body was torn, so she came to see the doctor in pain. Han Yu showed a surprised expression. He glanced sideways at Ji Yunzi and noticed the anger on his face, and suddenly felt that something was not quite right. Luo Juanji took a puff of smoke, exhaled slowly, and continued, Ji Yunzi, you seem like such a pure and beautiful secretary, but I didn't expect you to be so open-minded. Not to mention, your two secretaries, Xiao Tongyu and Su Rou, are both top-notch, each with their own merits. How can you be so discerning? Han Yu kept giving Luo Juanji a wink, but he didn't notice it at all. Hey, which man is so fierce and so unconcerned with women? It can't be you, Ji Yunzi. Ha ha ha. Before he finished speaking, he heard a loud crash as Ji Yunzi slammed the bottle of Merlot on the ground. In an instant, the red liquid spilled out, staining the high-end wool carpet on the floor. Han Yu complained in his heart, this 2 million red wine. Luo Juanji suddenly realized, and he jumped up in an instant, holy shit. Is Ji Yunzi really you? Ji Yunzi's brows were tightly locked, and his eyes were deep and dark. All day long, he felt something was wrong. He had been watching Xiao Tongyu's every move, whether he meant to or not. When he heard that she had gone to the hospital, he felt a sudden tightening in his heart. This woman seemed to have a kind of magic power, not only climbing into his bed, but also into his heart. It's not a good feeling to be controlled by someone. She's just a woman, what is she? Ji Yunzi stood up and turned to Han Yu and said, find a woman and send her to the presidential suite upstairs. Ji Yunzi, are you a pervert? You want a woman? Luo Juanji seemed to see the yellow river flowing backwards. Han Yu's expression was indifferent, are you sure? Ji Yunzi didn't say anything, and turned and walked out of the door of the tax. Luo Juanji looked at Han Yu blankly, is he terminally ill? Does he want to taste the fragrance of a woman before he dies? Han Yu, stop talking, or you'll be the first to die. Chapter 5, Back to the Lin family. When she was brought into the house by Wang's wife, Lin Zhao's mother Yuan Qing immediately came up to greet her. Tong Tong. You're finally back. She enthusiastically took Xiao Tongyu's hand. It's been a long time. Yuan Qing seemed to have aged a lot. At this time, she was not wearing any makeup, and her originally fair skin was slightly yellow, and her eye sockets were also a bit sunken. Well, Auntie Yuan, I've been very busy lately. Xiao Tongyu smiled. She knew that Yuan Qing didn't like her. During the many years she had spent in the Lin family, she had heard Lin Sha complain to Yuan Qing countless times, Mom, what century is this? Why do I have to marry that weird orphan? Mom knows, and she doesn't like her either. My son is so handsome, he must find a suitable match. The car accident that year took Xiao Tongyu's parents away, but left her alone in this world. The Xiao family was wealthy at the time. When Xiao Ming, the father, was dying in bed, he asked lawyer Wang to sell all the Xiao family's shares, half of which were left to Xiao Tongyu and half to the Lin family, in the hope that they would treat their daughter well and give her a home when she grew up. With the help of the Xiao family's capital, Lin Zhao's father, Lin Tianhao, made the Lin family's business bigger and bigger, and he also looked down on Xiao Tongyu, an orphan with no one to rely on and no background. The Lin family had fulfilled their responsibility to raise Xiao Tongyu, and that was enough. Xiao Tongyu did not ask for more. It was only that the Lin family, who had never paid any attention to her, suddenly called her home for dinner several times, which should have been for some reason. It is said that the Lin Group's financial situation has been bad recently. Repeated investment decisions have been wrong, and the financial crisis has pushed Lin to the brink of collapse. Xiao Tongyu walked into the dining room and Lin Tianhao stood up. Tong Tong, it's been a long time. Uncle Lin. Xiao Tongyu called out, glancing at Lin Shao sitting on the side. He was playing with his phone and nodded slightly when he saw her, as if to say hello. Several people sat down at the table, and Mrs. Wang served a variety of delicious dishes, all of which Xiao Tongyu loved. She hadn't felt this warm and cozy at home for a long time. Because Lin Shao hated her, she had been eating with Wang's wife in the kitchen since high school, and Lin Tianhao and Yuan Qing had not said much about it. So Xiao Tongyu knew that the warmth at the moment was all an illusion. The four of them ate in silence, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Suddenly, Yuan Chang spoke up, Tong Tong, do you have a boyfriend now? Auntie, I don't. Yuan Qing immediately smiled like a flower. That's good, Lin Shao doesn't have a girlfriend either, I think you two are a good match. Yuan Chang knew that Xiao Tongyu had liked Lin Shao since she was a child. When her parents were still alive and the two families got together, she always followed Lin Shao around, but Lin Shao never liked her. Xiao Tongyu glanced at Lin Shao, and for the first time, he didn't refute. Presumably, the recent financial difficulties of the Lin family were so great that he had to bow to her, the person he once hated the most. After all, he was a man who had struggled in the business world, and Lin Tianhao looked at Yuan Qing reproachfully, probably thinking that she had spoken too directly. He gave Xiao Tongyu a piece of braised pork. Tong Tong, eat more. I see you're so thin. Are you too tired working at G's? Thank you, uncle. When it came to G's, Xiao Tongyu immediately understood. In addition to wanting the money from the remaining shares in Xiao Tongyu's hands, the Lin family may also want to use her to get in touch with Ji Yunze. Thinking of Ji Yunze, she suddenly felt a wave of pain, and she felt that she couldn't sit still. At this moment, Lin Shao put down his chopsticks and said, Tong Tong, can I have a word with you? Xiao Tongyu stood up with a suspicious look on her face and followed Lin Shao to the stairs in the corner of the living room. Lin Shao looked down at the little girl who used to run after him. Her delicate and petite face was flushed with a light pink, her eyes were watery, and her cheeks were still round and chubby, looking pure and innocent. Who would have thought that she, who was so unremarkable as a child, would grow up to be so beautiful that any man would be tempted? Lin Shao, what's the matter? Xiao Tongyu's tone of voice was calm and without a hint of emotion. You can tell why my parents asked you to come home for dinner, right? Lin Shao stared at her face, unable to take his eyes off her. So are you considering it? Lin Shao moved closer to her. The two of us can try it. Xiao Tongyu was about to burst out laughing. What did the Lin family think of her? After her parents died, she had really thought of Uncle Lin and Auntie Yuan as her own family, but reality had dealt her a blow after blow. When she was bullied at school, when her school bag and homework were torn, when her hair was messed up, they didn't care. When she had stomach flu and her stomach hurt so much that she rolled around, they just gave her some medicine to make it go away. The Lin family rarely gave her any pocket money, and even when it came to buying Lin Shao a birthday present, she had to secretly go and work to save up the money herself. If it weren't for the kind-hearted lawyer Wang, who had been keeping her share of the property until she reached the age of majority, it would have been eaten up by the Lin family long ago. Are you crazy, Lin Shao? Go beg Qin Mengyan. You two have old feelings, so why come to me? I'm not even worth a dog in your eyes. I know I was wrong. Tong Tong, it was my fault. I was blinded by my own desires and met the wrong person. Can you give me a chance? Lin Zhao's voice was a little choked, and he reached out to grab Xiao Tongyu. She instinctively stepped back, showing a look of extreme disgust. She was too stupid. She had given the Lin family countless opportunities, but her true feelings had been trampled on time and time again. Xiao Tongyu is not an idiot. She can tell the difference between sincerity and insincerity. The money she received from the Xiao family for their half of the shares was more than enough to repay the Lin family for raising her. You're thinking too much. Lin Shao, my relationship with your family is over. Lin Shao looked at her blankly, his body trembling slightly. He had always thought of himself as Xiao Tongyu's male god, who could call her whenever he wanted and dismiss her whenever he wanted. He didn't care about her at all. But when Xiao Tongyu turned her back on him and refused him flatly, he found that he couldn't accept it. Seeing that Lin Sha didn't react, Xiao Tongyu turned and walked to the dining room. At this moment, her phone rang. She glanced down at the screen and saw it was Ji Yunza. "I'm sorry, Uncle Lin and Auntie Yuan, but I just remembered that I have something to do. I'll come visit you again when I have the chance." After that, she picked up her bag and walked towards the door. She would never return to this family. Lin Tianhao and Yuan Cheng stared at Xiao Tongyu's departing back, and a wave of unease arose in their hearts. "Tianhao, does this girl from the Xiao family know what happened back then?" Lin Tianhao clenched his fists, and his fingertips began to turn white. How could that be? She wouldn't know. Chapter 6, Another Million? The presidential suite of the Imperial Capital Hotel. The woman had already stripped naked and stood in front of Ji Yunza. She is a famous socialite in the circle of the rich and powerful in the capital, the pampered darling of many men, the kind of woman that money can't buy. She has always only accompanied him for drinks, never for a night. Tonight, Han Yu found her and asked if she would be willing to spend the night with Ji Yunza, and she agreed without thinking. That was Ji Yunza, the man standing at the top of the entire Daidu pyramid. It was said that he never got close to women. Did he have feelings for her? At this moment, Ji Yunza was sitting on the sofa smoking. He glanced at the woman's naked body, and his heart was completely calm. The woman hesitated for a moment, then approached him and sat on his lap. This face, which could be called perfect, would make any woman's heart flutter. She wrapped her arms around Ji Yunza's neck and cooed, "Mr. Ji." Ji Yunza frowned and stubbed out the cigarette in his hand. The next second, he grabbed the woman's wrist and threw her to the ground. "Get out," he said in a calm voice. "Mr. Ji?" The woman looked at him in shock, not knowing what she had done. Wrong. He had called the people here, and now he was telling her to leave. "Get out." Ji Yunza didn't want to say another word. "Mr. Ji. I'm not leaving." As the most famous courtesan in the capital, she couldn't bear the humiliation of being stripped naked and kicked out. Ji Yunza stood up, grabbed the woman's arm and dragged her all the way to the door. The strength was so great that she felt her wrist dislocate. "Put on your clothes and leave, or I'll throw you out like this." Seeing Ji Yunza's face full of anger, the woman cried and put on her clothes, rushing out of the door. After the woman left, Ji Yunza felt uncomfortable in the room. He felt that he was about to explode with impatience. It seems that not every woman is available to him. He dialed Xiao Tongyu's phone. "Mr. Ji, what can I do for you?" Her sweet voice came over the phone. "Half an hour, come to the presidential suite at the Imperial Hotel." After that, Ji Yunza hung up the phone. When Xiao Tongyu ran to the door of the suite, she was about to fall apart. She gritted her teeth and knocked on the door. Ji Yunza opened the door, his face as black as if he could drip ink. "Secretary Xiao, you're 3 minutes late." "I'm sorry, Mr. Ji. I was a little far away, but I drove here as soon as I got your call." Ji Yunza didn't say anything. He took out his phone and skillfully operated it. The next second, a ding sound came from the text message, and Xiao Tongyu looked down and saw that. "Another million?" Mr. Ji, thinking about last night's experience, she was a little scared and her legs were shaking. "What? Not enough?" "No, Mr. Ji, I don't need money." Xiao Tongyu was really about to collapse. "You, Ji Yunza, can get any woman you want, why are you still after her?" Ji Yunza walked up and grabbed her small face. "Don't want to do it? Why seduce me?" His strength was too great, and Xiao Tongyu was pinched a little and wanted to cry. She grabbed Ji Yunza's arm with a hint of pleading. "Mr. Ji, I'm in pain, really in pain. Can it wait a couple of days?" Seeing the light in her eyes and her fluttering eyelashes, she looked like a cute little wet cat. Ji Yunza was suddenly moved, and he let go of her hand. Xiao Tongyu was so scared that she quickly took a few steps back. She felt that if she stayed by his side any longer, she would sooner or later be killed. At this moment, Ji Yunza glanced at Xiao Tongyu's open backpack and saw a plastic bag with the logo of the Imperial Capital Hospital. "Go take a shower," he said. "Ah? Take a bath? Didn't you let her go? Why do you need to take a bath? Don't want to?" "No, Mr. Ji, I'll go wash up right now." Xiao Tongyu quickly turned around and hid in the bathroom. This is the great devil Ji Yunze. If you don't listen to what he says, you might not even find your corpse after you die. It's all the same to die, so just die. If it hurts, it hurts. The worst that can happen is that I'll take some painkillers from the hospital and then die. After taking a shower, Xiao Tongyu walked to the bed wearing a hotel bathrobe. Ji Yunze had already finished showering in the other bathroom of the suite and was lying in bed. He glanced at her. At this time, Xiao Tongyu had removed her makeup, revealing her fair and soft face full of collagen. Her waist-length black hair was put to the side, and water droplets hung from her slender swan neck. Ji Yunze couldn't help but feel a tightening in his lower abdomen, and his whole body began to stir. It was really a ghost. The woman who had just been driven away couldn't make him feel anything, only a sense of disgust. Ji Yunze lazily patted the seat next to him. Come here and take off your robe. Is it really going to happen again? Xiao Tongyu suddenly felt like her whole body was being torn in half. She crawled onto the bed, feeling that she had nothing to live for, and took off her bathrobe. Suddenly, she felt a cold, icy touch on her lower body. She half raised her body and saw Ji Yunze lying between her legs, carefully applying some. Medicine. Cream. Xiao Tongyu jumped up in surprise. Mr. Ji. I can do it myself. Can you see? I'll try. How come Secretary Xiao has this skill, and isn't she in a circus? Ji Yunze stared at her, and the smile on his lips gradually faded. Having been by his side for so long, Xiao Tongyu immediately understood that this was an order that could not be disobeyed. She blushed and lay back down, allowing Ji Yunze to do whatever he wanted. She was so ashamed that she wanted to bury her head in the mattress and suffocate herself. After about 5 minutes, Ji Yunze looked up. He held the small tube of ointment in front of Xiao Tongyu and waved it around. Leave this with me. His meaning was clear: if you want to apply the ointment, come to me. Xiao Tongyu nodded and quickly put on her bathrobe and stood back at the edge of the bed. So, is there anything else, Mr. Ji? She asked, gathering her courage, afraid that Ji Yunze, who had just decided to let her off, would change his mind the next second. Ji Yunze pointed to the side of the bed. Sleep here tonight. Xiao Tongyu felt dizzy. What did he mean? Just sleeping together? Simply covering up under the same blanket and chatting? Did General Ji have this kind of hobby? Ji Yunze looked at the innocent and sweet little face. Without makeup, Xiao Tongyu looked like a student who had just entered college. He simply didn't want to let her go. He couldn't touch her today, she was in pain. Damn it, Ji Yunze, would actually feel sorry for a woman. After a moment of frowning, Xiao Tongyu smiled and her eyes met Ji Yunze's dark eyes. Okay, Mr. Ji, I'll come right after I finish this. She walked into the living room, picked up the suit and trousers that Ji Yunze had changed into, and put them in a laundry bag for the hotel. Then she called room service to have someone pick up the clothes and also ordered breakfast to be delivered to the room the next morning. Because Ji Yunze doesn't like to eat in the cafeteria with a lot of people. Xiao Tongyu had long memorized his tastes. American coffee must be 60 degrees, eggs must be fried on one side to make them runny and soft-boiled, toast must be thick-cut with dream power, and butter must be French bordier. Ji Yunze lay half in bed, watching Xiao Tongyu's smooth and flowing operation, and thoughtfully. After everything was done, Xiao Tongyu walked over to the bed, carefully lifted the quilt, and lay down next to Ji Yunze. She lay on her side with her back to him. The 2-meter-long bed was so big that she was only occupying a small corner. Last night, she fainted from the pain, and tonight, she was too scared to sleep. Xiao Tongyu felt that if things continued like this, her dark circles would probably grow to the size of her cheeks. Suddenly, she felt a strong force grab the back of her robe and drag her over. The next second, her waist was tightly encircled. Turn off the lights, Ji Yunze said. Chapter 7, Fire from Wood. Xiao Tongyu's hand reached the bedside, and after a moment of fumbling, it snapped. The entire room quickly plunged into darkness. Ji Yunze glanced at Xiao Tongyu's inconvenient robe with some disgust. How could it be made of such rough material? He would definitely remind Hanyu to change it all tomorrow. He roughly ripped off the robe and then rested his head on her shoulder. The smooth, soft, and delicate touch of her skin made him feel comfortable. Xiao Tongyu couldn't help but shiver, her eyes tightly shut, but she was not sleepy at all. Why are you seducing me? Ji Yun's cold voice came from her nape. What woman wouldn't be tempted by a man like Mr. G? Xiaotongyou still had her back turned to him, afraid that if she turned around, he would see through her. Tell me the truth, Ji Yunza said, slowly reaching into Xiaotongyou's leg. This woman, she looks thin, but she has breasts and a butt, and her waist is so thin that it seems like you could pinch it with one hand. I'm telling you the truth, Mr. G. Xiaotongyou replied sweetly. Ji Yun's hand stroked back and forth on the inside of her thigh, and the next second, he pinched a piece of soft flesh on her leg. This is your last chance. It hurts. Xiaotongyou couldn't help but cry out in pain. Say it. At this moment, she knew that if she didn't tell the truth, she would die right away. Since she was going to die anyway, she might as well try. Thinking this, Xiaotongyou rolled over and faced Ji Yunza, reaching out to wrap her arms around his neck. The next second, she kissed his lips. She had never had a first kiss before, and her kiss was awkward and even clumsy. Suddenly, she tasted Xiaotongyou's moist and sweet lips again. Ji Yun's strong hand clasped her head tightly, and he returned with a more fierce and reckless kiss. He rolled over and pinned her down. It was another perfect night. When she woke up the next morning, Xiaotongyou felt that it didn't hurt as much as it had the day before. Was it the ointment that was working, or was it Ji Yun's intentional gentleness, or was she already used to this state? Thinking about this, Xiaotongyou shook her head. She would rather believe in the skill of the doctors at the Imperial Capital Hospital. It was probably still too early, and Ji Yunza was still sleeping next to her. Xiaotongyou leaned closer to him and looked at him carefully. She felt that all of this was so incredible. How many women in the capital would like to climb into the bed of a man with such an impeccable handsome face, but in the end, it was the unremarkable herself who lay next to him. Why? Is it because she is obedient and sleeps well? When would Ji Yunza let her go? Xiaotongyou felt uncomfortable when she thought about the extra 1 million yuan in her bank account yesterday. She felt that this was a trade, and that she had sold herself. If she ever met a man she loved and who truly loved her, would she have the courage to tell him about this? No, she wants to return the money. But, which fool would not want to keep the money? Yes, she, Xiaotongyou, is that fool. Thinking of this, she picked up the cell phone on the bedside table and transferred the 2 million back to Ji Yunza intact. Ding! The sound of the text message alert woke Ji Yunza. After taking a look at the phone, he sat up. The quilt slipped off his body, revealing his broad shoulders, narrow waist, and well-proportioned abdominal muscles. Secretary Shao, you're transferring money to me at this time? Am I a prostitute? Seeing Ji Yun's gloomy expression, Xiaotongyou suddenly regretted it. No, Mr. Ji, you've given me too much. I don't deserve it. Ji Yunza stared at her face, as if he wanted to see through her. This woman, is she not after money, but after sex? Or is she playing hard to get, preparing to reel in the big fish with a long-term plan, and finally marrying into the Ji family as the young wife? He smiled. Interesting, I'll play along with you. Seeing Ji Yunza actually smile, with a hint of a rascal in that smile, Xiaotongyou, who had been by his side for so long, immediately realized that something was wrong. Ji Yunza stared at Xiaotongyou's face. Her bare face looked even more rosy, as if she could be squeezed to make water. That small face, the size of a palm, had been moaning softly under him last night, and this fine morning, he was suddenly overcome with animalistic lust. How could he let her go? Since Secretary Shao has already given me the money, I can't take it for free. Xiaotongyou's body tightened, and she instinctively took 2 steps back holding the quilt. Then you give it back to me, I'm not giving it. Ji Yunza got up and leaned closer to her, and the quilt on his body completely slipped off. Although she had seen it many times, seeing him naked in broad daylight still made Xiaotongyou's face flush to the roots of her ears. Ji Yunza pressed down on her body and gently pinched her soft little face. Be good. After washing up and waiting for Ji Yunza to have breakfast, Xiaotongyou planned to go home. After all, she hadn't changed her clothes from the previous day, and she hadn't brought any makeup, so it would be inappropriate to go to work like that. Mr. Ji, can I take an hour off this morning? I want to go home and change my clothes. Having not slept at home for 2 consecutive days, Xiaotongyou really wanted to take a day off and sleep soundly. It would be best if she woke up and realized that everything was a dream. Ji Yunza was sitting on the sofa watching the tablet. He nodded. He had already changed into a clean suit and combed his bangs back with hairspray. Ji Yunza had once again become the president of G's. Xiao Tongyu reached for the door, and as soon as he stepped out of the room, he saw Han Yu and Luo Juanji sitting on the sofa in the lounge at the entrance to the presidential suite. Secretary Xiao? Both of them were taken aback when they saw Xiao Tongyu. She was a little embarrassed. She had just left Ji Yunza's suite early in the morning, saying that nothing had happened, but she didn't believe it herself. Luo Juanji whispered to Han Yu, "Where is the woman from yesterday?" "Han Yu, do you need to ask?" Early this morning, they both came to the Imperial Capital Hotel, waiting at the door of the suite, wanting to see what tricks Ji Yunza, who took the initiative to ask for a woman for the first time, had played. Well, Ji Yunza really played a big game, directly staging a miracle. Luo Juanji looked at Xiao Tongyu's face. She was not wearing any makeup, her long hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and the big eyes under her bangs were flashing a seductive light. She was not wearing any makeup, but she was more sweet and charming than those women with heavy makeup. No wonder Ji Yunza couldn't help himself. "Mr. Han, Mr. Luo, what a coincidence. Mr. Ji is in his room. I'll take you in." Xiao Tongyu gave a professional smile. "Hey, that's okay. We're just curious. We can ask you." Luo Juanji's eyes revealed a cunning look. "How many times did Ji Yunza last night?" Xiao Tongyu felt her head explode. She just wanted to find a crack to crawl through. Han Yu gently pushed Luo Juanji. "Secretary Xiao, don't pay any attention to him. It's nothing. We're leaving first." At this moment, the door opened and Ji Yunza leaned against the door with his hands in his pockets. He said in a low voice, "5 times, including this morning, a total of 7 times. Xiao Tongyu instantly turned to stone. She only remembered that Ji Yunza kept asking for it, and in the end she was so tired that she completely lost her memory. Luo Juanji opened his mouth wide. "I swear to God, Ji Yunza, what are you doing? And the night before last, do you want to hear it?" Xiao Tongyu felt that she was too embarrassed to listen to their conversation any longer. "Mr. Ji, Mr. Han, Mr. Luo, you guys chat, I'm leaving first." She then rushed into the elevator like she was escaping. Chapter 8 My best friend, Zhuang Shufei. After working all morning, Xiao Tongyu didn't even have time to drink a sip of water. Because she had once been on a crazy diet, her stomach was never very good, and since she had not had time to eat breakfast today, she now had some vague pain in her upper abdomen. Yes, in the morning at the Imperial Capital Hotel, when Ji Yunza was having breakfast, she was standing next to him watching. He didn't ask her to sit down and eat with him. After all, Xiao Tongyu was only his object of desire, and she was not qualified to eat with Ji Yunza. Seeing that her face was not looking too good, Su Ro asked her, "Tong Tong, what's wrong with you?" "Nothing, probably just hungry, my stomach hurts a little." Xiao Tongyu replied nonchalantly, still organizing Ji Yunza's business trip for the next 2 days. She was busy as a dog during the day, had to sleep with him at night, and didn't get overtime pay. She was exhausted from sleeping with him, but it wasn't considered an occupational injury. Was she an idiot for giving the 2 million back to Ji Yunza? Su Ro quietly handed Xiao Tongyu a pack of biscuits from under the table. "Do you want to eat it? This is super delicious, caramel flavored." Xiao Tongyu smiled sweetly at her. "Eat." She reached for a cookie and was about to put it in her mouth when suddenly, knock, knock, knock. A lone, white hand knocked on the table. "Xiao Tongyu, I caught you eating snacks at work, didn't I?" Xiao Tongyu looked up and saw a beautiful woman with seaweed-like chestnut curls standing in front of her desk. Her small face was covered with sunglasses and delicate makeup, and her bright red lips seemed to be bleeding. Xiao Tongyu looked at her with disdain. "What's it to you?" The woman angrily took off her sunglasses. "Oh, you've got some nerve, Xiao Tongyu." At that moment, Su Ro, who was standing nearby, recognized the visitor and was so shocked that she covered her mouth in surprise. "Zhuang Shufei?" Yes, the person who came was the most popular young actress, Zhuang Shufei. Xiao Tongyu smiled and made a gesture to her to keep her voice down. "When did you come back? What are you doing at my company?" Zhuang Shufei tapped her cheek with her sunglasses. "I just got off the plane after flying for more than 10 hours. I came here especially to see my little beauty." Xiao Tongyu introduced her to Su Ro, "My best friend, Zhuang Shufei." Su Ro was surprised. "Your girlfriend is a big star? So, does she know that you were beaten up by Qin Mengyan yesterday?" She can avenge you. Zhuang Shufei glared at her and shouted, "What did you say? Qin Mengyan, that bitch, beat up my woman?" It was almost time for lunch break, so Xiao Tongyu quickly pulled Zhuang Shufei out of the office. "Keep your voice down. Aren't you afraid of General Ji? I'm not his employee, why should I be afraid of him?" The two arrived at a Western restaurant near the company. Zhuang Shufei's latest TV series is currently a hit, with high ratings. In case someone recognizes her and causes unnecessary trouble, they chose a corner table in the restaurant. After ordering, Zhuang Shufei asked with concern, "Tong Tong, what did your colleague mean when she said that Qin Mengyan, that bitch, hit you?" Xiao Tongyu said lightly, "It's nothing. She came to see General Ji, and I said that General Ji was in a meeting. She thought I was deliberately stopping her, so she slapped me. This bitch. It seems that I haven't taken enough resources." Zhuang Shufei took out her phone and said, "I'll call Wang Xia." Wang Jia is Zhuang Shufei's agent and has worked by her side for several years. She is always dedicated to her and is always willing to help. Xiao Tongyu quickly stopped her. "Forget it, I don't want to fight with her anymore." Zhuang Shufei gave her a big wide eye, her face full of expressions that said, "How could you just let it go?" Zhuang Shufei had lived abroad since she was a child, and only transferred to the noble school where Xiao Tongyu was after she returned to China in her second year of high school. At that time, Lin Sha and Qin Mengyan had already graduated, but because Xiao Tongyu had been bullied before, she had almost no friends at school. For some reason, the beautiful and famous Zhuang Shufei, the daughter of the famous Zhuang group, became friends with the unknown Xiao Tongyu. Perhaps she had seen too many martial arts movies, and was particularly loyal and righteous, or perhaps she saw Xiao Tongyu, who always ate alone in the corner, and felt compassion for her. One day at noon, she took the initiative to talk to Xiao Tongyu in the cafeteria. "Classmate, today is Valentine's Day. Let me buy you some chocolates." Thanks to Zhuang Shufei, Xiao Tongyu's life became happier after that. At least, she made a good friend. This good friend has been with her for many years. The food was served, and Zhuang Shufei began to wolf it down like a hungry wolf. Xiao Tongyu thought it was funny. "Fei, how hungry have you been for the past few days?" With her mouth full of food, Zhuang Shufei said indistinctly, "I've been hungry for 2 months for this movie. Now that it's finally finished, I have to eat a lot. If you get photographed like this, you might be trending again. Let them take pictures. My dad can take them down for me." At this point, Zhuang Shufei suddenly thought of something, and she swallowed all the food. "Tong Tong, guess who came to see my dad the other day?" "Who?" "Your Uncle Lin and that dog man Lin Sha." Xiao Tongyu was curious. What did they want with Uncle Zhuang? What else? To borrow money. Xiao Tongyu was a little surprised. She knew that the Lin family's financial situation had been bad recently, but she didn't expect it to have reached the point where they had to borrow money from other companies. Although Lin Shao and Qin Mengyan had graduated by the time Zhuang Shufei transferred to the school, she knew exactly what they had done and how the Lin family had treated Xiao Tongyu. She even hoped that they would fall on hard times and be sent to the frontier. Did Uncle Zhuang borrow the money? No way. The Lin family is a bottomless pit. If my dad dares to borrow money, I'll never marry and he'll die of anger. This Zhuang Shufei, she just likes to blurt things out, and she doesn't choose her words carefully. But Xiao Tongyu likes her just the way she is. You know what, Fei Fei? The Lin family asked me to come back a few days ago. Zhuang Shufei suddenly looked up. They want your father's inheritance? Xiao Tongyu nodded. Lin Shao also asked me to stay with him. Is he crazy? What a dream. Tong Tong, did you agree? How could I? Am I an idiot? At the time, others treated me like a dog, and now I'm still going to their house? Seeing Xiao Tongyu so determined, Zhuang Shufei let out a long sigh. But on second thought, Xiao Tongyu is so smart and talented, and he doesn't seem like the type to be in love. Okay, you eat quickly, and then go back to sleep. You haven't adjusted to the time difference yet, have you? Xiao Tongyu said, reaching out to tie up her long hair. It was probably too hot in the corner, but in this cool autumn weather, she felt slightly sweaty. It was not good to tie her hair. When she did, the red marks on the sides of her neck and jawline were very obvious, especially on her fair skin. Pop Zhuang Shufei's fork fell on the table. Tong Tong, your neck. Xiao Tongyu suddenly realized that something was wrong. She quickly let go of her hair and blushed. You, with whom? Xiao Tongyu felt that she couldn't hide it anymore, so she took the cutlery and food from Zhuang Shufei's hand in a very foresight manner. Then she whispered, "Fifi, I'm going to tell you something. Don't be surprised and don't shout." "What is it?" "Ji Yunze slept with me." With a loud crash, Zhuang Shufei lost her balance and fell off the table. Chapter 9, You Want to Run? Dreaming. The sudden loud noise made everyone look back at Zhuang Shufei. Xiao Tongyu quickly got up and helped her up, afraid that she would be recognized and cause a commotion. After sitting down again, Zhuang Shufei still couldn't calm down. She gulped down the juice in front of her and looked at Xiao Tongyu seriously. "What's going on?" Xiao Tongyu hesitated for a moment, and told her everything that had happened. After hearing this, Zhuang Shufei was shocked. "Xiao Tongyu, are you an idiot? Ji Yunze is such a scary man, do you think you can just walk away from him? Why do you have to do this for Qin Mengyan? Even if you don't do anything, Ji Yunze won't even pay attention to her." Xiao Tongyu regretted, "I didn't know he would really take the bait. I've worked by his side for a year, and he's never looked for a woman." Zhuang Shufei's eyes widened. How could he not be hooked? Isn't this being hooked? How many times have you slept with him? Just this morning, yesterday, and the night before, about a dozen times. Zhuang Shufei suddenly felt dizzy. Damn it. This season, Yunze really doesn't treat you like a human being. No wonder you went to the doctor in pain. In that case, you should quit your job and come work for my dad's company. Or, haven't you always wanted to open your own design studio? You can use the money your dad left you, or if it's not enough, I can give you some. Xiao Tongyu bit her lips and didn't say anything. She had thought about quitting, but the question was, would Ji Yunze let her quit? "I'll think about it." "Stop thinking. If you keep thinking, you won't know how you'll die. If he keeps this up, you'll be poisoned to death by the birth control pills." Poisoned by birth control pills. That's a new way to die. Zhuang Shufei hit the nail on the head. If he really cared about you, he would wear a condom instead of letting you take the pill. Xiao Tongyu nodded. "I know, he doesn't treat me as a human being. And I'm not saying this about you, but why the hell did you give him back the 2 million? Who doesn't like money?" Zhuang Shufei was really about to explode with anger at her own best friend. Looking at Xiao Tongyu's soft and tender little face, even her cold brother was moved. How could this fool not have this awareness? If my brother knew about this, he would probably explode right there. "Right, Tong Ton, my brother is coming back to China." Xiao Tongyu's eyes, which had been dull, suddenly lit up. "Brother Shu Jie is coming back." Zhuang Shufei's brother, Zhuang Shujie, was sent by his father, Zhuang Yang, to develop the branch of the Zhuang Group abroad. After going abroad for nearly 2 years, the branch business is now progressing smoothly, and a reliable manager has also been found. Recently, he is finally coming back. Zhuang Shujie has liked Xiao Tongyu for a long time, but Xiao Tongyu, who has a negative emotional quotient, seems to have completely failed to notice. He also forbade Zhuang Shufei from saying anything, and just kept on dragging it out. Zhuang Shufei advised, "So you should quit your job and come back to be my brother's secretary or open your own design studio. It's better than dying in Ji Yunze's bed. Ji Yunze is a man who can cover the sky with one hand. Even if you die in his bed, he will find a way to make you disappear without a trace, and even your corpse will not be found." Hearing Zhuang Shufei say this, Xiao Tongyu was so scared that she shivered all over. She felt cold sweat starting to form on her forehead. Okay. She made up her mind. After the lunch break, Xiao Tongyu returned to the office and asked Su Ro in a low voice, "Is Mr. Ji in the office?" "Yes, he had lunch in the office and has not come out." "Is he alone?" Su Ro nodded. "Yes, what's wrong, Tong Tong?" "I'm going to quit." "What?" Xiao Tongyu knocked on the door and entered. Ji Yunze was lying on the sofa in the office's inner lounge, resting his eyes. She walked over to the coffee table next to the sofa and put away all of Ji Yunze's lunch utensils. Since she became Ji Yunze's personal secretary, she has ordered his lunch every day. Xiao Tongyu knows his favorite restaurants and types of food, and she also selects the freshest ingredients of the season according to the different seasons. So in the past year, Ji Yunze has never once thrown his food on the ground in dissatisfaction. She deliberately slowed down the pace of tidying up, but Ji Yunze didn't seem to be waking up. "Forget it, we'll talk about it later." Xiao Tongyu picked up the dishes and was about to leave when her wrist was suddenly grabbed by Ji Yunze. What's the matter? Ji Yunza opened his eyes. Mr. Ji, it's nothing. Speak. Mr. Ji, there really is nothing. Secretary Xiao is deliberately taking her time tidying up and keeps glancing at me. Isn't there something going on? It turns out that Ji Yunza was not asleep. He had a full view of her every move. Xiao Tongyu put down the cutlery in her hand and deliberately moved back a little. That. Mr. Ji, I want to resign. A flash of anger flashed across Ji Yunza's eyes. Why? I studied architectural design in college, and I've always wanted to open my own design studio. Now I have the opportunity. Ji Yunza said coldly, who gave you the opportunity? Huh? I asked you who gave you the opportunity? I found an office with a good location and a reasonable price. The address, I bought the building. Xiao Tongyu was speechless. This kind of thing, Ji Yunza is not incapable of doing. Secretary Xiao, do you think I wouldn't allow you to open a studio in the capital? Xiao Tongyu felt like a thunder had exploded above her head, and her whole body was blown to pieces. Ji Yunza, why do you keep holding on to her? If you have nothing to do, go out and send me your business trip itinerary for the next 2 days. After finally making up her mind, she was sent away like this. Xiao Tongyu was really unwilling. Mr. Ji, can't you let me go? I've been injured at work. Ji Yunza stared at her, a wicked smile curling the corner of his mouth. From what Xiao Tongyu knew about him, every time Ji Yunza smiled like that, it was all over. Oh? Let me see where Secretary Xiao was injured. Before she could react, she was pulled into Ji Yunza's arms, and she was firmly pressed under him as he rolled over. A strong force tightly gripped her wrist. Xiao Tongyu struggled desperately, but the man on her body did not move an inch. Mr. Ji, this is the office. Why didn't you think this was an office when Xiao Tongyu put her hand on my leg? In the meantime, Xiao Tonyu's short skirt was pushed up to her waist, and her 2 long, white legs were completely exposed. Ji Yunza's Adam's apple kept rolling up and down uncontrollably. He had only wanted to scare the woman in front of him, but who knew that he would arouse his own desires? He felt like his whole body was on fire. Xiao Tongyu bit her lip in anger, and a mist gradually covered her eyes. In front of Ji Yunza, she really didn't have the qualifications to be a good person. Mr. Ji, aren't you afraid that I won't take birth control pills and get pregnant with your child? Huh, this woman has got some nerve, threatening me, Ji Yunza? He looked at her playfully. Secretary Xiao, do you think you can keep something that I don't want? At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Mr. Ji, it's time to go to the consulate. Wu Yan said outside the door. Ji Yunza got up, and Xiao Tongyu quickly pulled down her short skirt and tidied her messy hair. Come in. Wu Yan walked in. Xiao Tongyu quickly picked up the neatly arranged tableware on the table, nodded to him and said hello, and walked quickly towards the door. As she turned sideways, Wu Yan clearly saw the red mark on her fair neck and the tears that had not yet dried in the corner of her eyes. Did you see it? Ji Yunza tugged at his tie. Wu Yan asked, what did you see, Mr. Ji? Nothing, you just saw it. Wu Yan was a little surprised. Is Mr. Ji directly admitting his relationship with Xiao Tongyu? And judging from the way Xiao Tongyu is acting, she is being forced? Ji Yunza has been the president of the Ji family for 7 years, from the age of 22 to 29. Wu Yan has never seen him find a woman, and he has actually lost his virginity? Wu Yan, Mr. Ji, don't worry, I will keep it a secret. Ji Yunza lit a cigarette and looked out the window with a complex expression. Xiao Tongyu, you want to run? Dream on. Chapter 10, Is Your Thing Hurt? After work, Xiao Tongyu received a WeChat message from Zhuang Shufei. How's it going, Tong Tong? Did you quit your job? No, I'll try again. Zhuang Shufei, I knew it. How could Ji Yunza let you off so easily? Xiao Tongyu put down her phone and lowered her head on her desk. For some reason, she was tired and wanted to cry. I miss my parents. Maybe I should go to the cemetery to see them this weekend. Xiao Tongyu was also in the car accident that year. If her mother hadn't held her tightly, she would have died with them. She was 11 years old at the time, and she still remembers vividly the suffocating feeling of being held tightly in her mother's arms. Her mother died on the spot, and her father was in the hospital for a few days, but he also passed away with her mother. That's why she never liked to wear her collar buttoned up, because it would make her suffocate with thoughts of the car accident and her parents. If only she could have gone with them that day. She wouldn't have had to live under someone else's roof, suffer the stares, be bullied at school, or be used as a sex object by Ji Yunza. Her life would have been much less painful, and she would have only had the joy of childhood. At this moment, a sound of fingers tapping on the table came to her ears. Secretary Shao. Xiao Tongyu looked up and saw Ji Yunza standing in front of his desk. Seeing Xiao Tongyu's eyes red and her face covered in tears, Ji Yunza was suddenly stunned. He felt his heart being pulled hard. Xiao Tongyu, why is she crying? Because she was in pain? Because she didn't want to have a relationship with him? Or because he wouldn't let her quit her job? Mr. G. Xiao Tongyu wiped her face. What about the business trip? Ji Yunza stared at her face, and every time he looked at her for a second, he felt like his heart skipped a beat. I'm sorry, Mr. G, because the information on the hotel reservation has changed. I just made a new one and sent it to you. Xiao Tongyu said, picking up the folder on the table. I printed out another copy for you. Yes. Ji Yunza took the folder. If there's nothing else, I'll be off. Xiao Tongyu bowed slightly to him. As she was about to turn around, Ji Yunza asked her something he had never said to a woman in his 29 years of life. Let's have dinner together. As soon as the words left his mouth, even he was shocked. He, Ji Yunza, subconsciously, was actually inviting a woman to dinner? Xiao Tongyu frowned in confusion. She suspected that she had heard it wrong. I'm sorry, Mr. Ji, could you repeat that? Nothing. Ji Yunza took the folder and turned into his office. Ji Yunza sat in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce, and Wu Yan drove him to Ji's house. The whole way, Ji Yunza didn't say a word. He crossed his legs and rhythmically tapped his fingers on the armrest of the back seat, his expression as cold as ever. For the first time, he didn't look at the documents in the car, but at the window instead. His heart felt like it was being churned by something, and he felt an indescribable sense of discomfort. After spending 2 nights with Xiao Tongyu, had he become addicted? The black Rolls-Royce pulled into a private villa halfway up the mountain. The villa is built into the mountainside. It takes 10 minutes to drive from the Golden Relief Gate to the main entrance of the villa. The road is lined with green lawns, towering poplars, and all kinds of flowers in full bloom. It takes a lot of manpower and resources to take care of these flowers and plants. There is no other villa like this in the capital, where land is at a premium. Ji Yunza usually lives in a villa in the center of the capital city. His grandfather and parents live in the Ji residence. He is usually very busy at work and only comes back once in a while. He got out of the car, pushed open the door to the villa hall, and walked in with long strides. His mother, Xiansu, was sitting in the living room on a standard-sized mahogany sofa, drinking tea. She was wearing a black silk dress, her hair pulled up in a high bun, and she looked elegant and dignified. She gently blew on the English black tea in the cup and didn't look at Ji Yunza. You're back? She said without a hint of emotion. Xiansu had a small face and fair skin, and was a natural beauty. Ji Yunza looked a lot like her. Mom! Ji Yunza casually said hello and sat on the sofa with his legs crossed. Xiansu glanced at him. From that glance, she could tell that her son was in a bad mood today. She whispered an order, put your legs down. Xiansu was the famous daughter of the Qian family in Jiangcheng and married into the Ji family with a dowry. She had the bearing of a lady of the upper class and had been strict with Ji Yunza since he was a child. If there is one woman in the world who can make Ji Yunza obedient, it is probably Qiansu. He reluctantly lowered his legs and looked around. Where is Dad? He went to D City to participate in a golf tournament. Where's Grandpa? He's gone to find you a marriage partner. Ji Yunza's face fell. Since Mr. Ji retired from his position as president of the Ji family more than 10 years ago, he has had no particular hobbies, except for practicing calligraphy, growing flowers, and entertaining birds. He never tires of it. At this time, the door opened and the housekeeper's son ushered in the old man. Grandpa Ji had a youthful appearance and was in good health. When he saw Ji Yunza coming home, he immediately smiled like a flower, and the wrinkles around his eyes deepened even more. Ji Yunza stood up. Grandpa. You're back, Yunza? How is the girl from the Qin family I introduced to you last time? When he mentioned Qin Mengyan, Ji Yun's mind immediately conjured up Xiao Tongyu's little face, which was beaten red. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Damn it, what is he doing now? Ji Yunza immediately said seriously, Grandpa, did you ask her to come to the company to find me? Yes. No wonder, Ji Yunza was still wondering at the time who had given her the courage to come straight to his office. I kicked her out, she hit my secretary, I bought a search, and I fixed her. Grandpa Ji almost lost his balance with his walking stick. Jiansu laughed lightly, Dad, don't make trouble. This kid has no intention of finding a girlfriend. Mr. Ji's face flushed with anger, and his voice rose, no girlfriend? Our Ji family is such a big business, and it's going to die out here? Jiansu was not at all anxious, he has no interest in women, and there is nothing you can do if you put a knife to his neck. Ji Yunza thought, no interest in women? It seems that it is not. Grandpa Ji was so angry that he had a headache, and he turned and went upstairs, call me when dinner is ready. After the old man left, Ji Yunza sat back down on the sofa and picked up the orange on the table and began to peel it. His long, slender fingers moved across the orange peel, as if he were creating a work of art. Xiansu stared at his son in disbelief. He was usually so meticulous, and yet he was peeling an orange with his bare hands. It seems that his mood is not a little bad. The orange juice stained Ji Yunza's clean fingernails yellow. He took out a handkerchief from his pocket with disgust. Bang! With a soft sound, something was taken out of his pocket along with his handkerchief. Xiansu bent down to pick it up and looked at it, casting a meaningful glance at Ji Yunza. Is your thing hurt? Ji Yunza turned his head, and Xiansu was holding in her hand the ointment that Xiao Tongyu had given him. He had casually stuffed it into his pocket when he left the hotel suite that morning, and then completely forgotten about it. The 4 large red characters on the ointment, which were intended for gynecological use, were very eye-catching. Ji Yunza extended his hand to Xiansu, Mom, give it back to me. Xiansu put the ointment on his hand, not only is your thing injured, but you've also changed sex? Ji Yunza ignored her and stuffed the ointment into his pocket. At this point, Butler's son came over and said, Madam, young master, it's time to eat. Xiansu stood up and turned to Ji Yunza and said, Don't get carried away. I got it. Chapter 11, Sooner or later, I will die at the hands of Ji Yunza. Ji's group president's office. It was almost time to go home. Luo Juanji put his hands in his pockets and walked with a carefree stride to the door of Ji Yunza's office. There was a charity dinner at the Imperial Capital Hotel today, and Luo Juanji and Ji Yunza were both invited. Since he finished work at the hospital early, he came early to wait for Ji Yunza to go together. Luo Juanji was wearing a white slim-fit suit, which perfectly outlined his lean figure. He rested one hand on the secretary's desk at the door, and with the other hand, he supported his chin, looking up and down at Su Ro without restraint. Secretary Su still looks so good. Su Ro glanced at him and smiled politely, Mr. Luo, you're joking. If it comes to looks, I'm no match for Secretary Xiao. Luo Juanji smiled to himself. I know Xiao Tongyu is good-looking, but I can't afford him either. Suddenly mentioned by Su Ro, Xiao Tongyu frowned and kicked her lightly. Mr. Luo, General Ji is still busy and should be done in a while. Do you want to go to the lounge and wait? Do you want tea or coffee? Luo Juanji waved his hand. No, I'll just stand here for a while and chat with Secretary Su. Xiao Tongyu couldn't take it anymore. She gave Su Ro a look of good luck and continued to work. Luo Juanji looked at Su Ro and gave her a look of infatuation. Miss Su, I heard you are 25 this year? Do you have a boyfriend? Thank you for your concern, Mr. Luo. I have a boyfriend. When are you planning to get married? From a medical perspective, the best age for childbirth is between 25 and 30. After a woman turns 25, time flies by. Su Ro has always hated this kind of spoiled rich boy, and Luo Juanji is simply a collection of all the things she hates. As soon as he opens his mouth, she feels uncomfortable. Su Ro's tone became increasingly bad, and she looked at Luo Juanji with disgust. Mr. Luo, I don't want to have children. At this moment, Ji Yunza's internal call came in. Secretary Xiao, come in for a moment. Xiao Tongyu didn't want to avoid Ji Yunza, she just wanted to help Su Ro get rid of Luo Juanji, the dog's plaster. So she gave Su Ro a wink. Su Ro immediately understood what she meant and nodded repeatedly. Then Xiao Tongyu said into the phone, Mr. Ji, I just have something on my hands. Can Su help you? No, I want you to come in. After that, Ji Yunza hung up the phone. Luo Juanji on the side almost laughed out loud. With Xiao Tongyu there, how could Ji Yunza want another woman to come in? Xiao Tongyu stood up helplessly and walked into the office. Ji Yunza was standing in front of the window with his back to the door, wearing a freshly ironed white shirt that had just been delivered from the boutique. His posture was tall and slender, with broad shoulders and smooth lines. The shirt was tucked into the suit pants, hugging the perfect waistline. Just such a back view could make many women swoon. Except for Xiao Tongyu. Because she had seen the beastly appearance beneath this handsome exterior. The phrase "a beast in human clothing" was tailor-made for Ji Yunza. When he heard Xiao Tongyu enter, Ji Yunza turned his head. He pointed to the suit hanging on the hanger next to him. "Help me put it on." Xiao Tongyu was speechless. Did Ji Yunza have Parkinson's or a stroke? Could it be that he couldn't even dress himself? Seeing that she stood straight and didn't move, Ji Yunza raised his eyebrows and said, "What? Secretary Xiao doesn't want to?" "No, I was just stunned by Mr. Ji's charisma." Xiao Tongyu smiled and took the black suit off the hanger, helping Ji Yunza put it on. Ji Yunza's eyes were cold. This woman, she's talking nonsense again. When will she finally tell him the truth? Xiao Tongyu helped Ji Yunza adjust the collar of his suit. Her long, white fingers gently pressed against the high-quality flannel fabric. Even through his clothes, Ji Yunza could feel his heart racing and his blood slowly boiling. He looked down at Xiao Tongyu's face. At such a close distance, he couldn't see a single pore on her soft face, and the small hairs on her skin were clearly visible. After a while, Xiao Tongyu looked up and gave Ji Yunza a sweet smile. "Okay, Mr. Ji." At this moment, Ji Yunza couldn't control himself. He wrapped his arms around Xiao Tongyu's waist and pressed her body tightly against his chest. After a moment of confusion, Xiao Tongyu's mouth curled up. "What's wrong, Mr. Ji?" "Secretary Xiao, when will you tell me the truth?" Xiao Tongyu's constant pretense of being someone else made Ji Yunza feel uncomfortable. He missed the look of panic she would sometimes let slip, and he knew that was the real her. Xiao Tongyu tilted her head. "What truth does Mr. Ji want to hear?" Ji Yunza's hands slowly reached into her clothes. "Are you afraid of me?" Xiao Tongyu thought it was funny. Which woman wouldn't be afraid of your cold face, which looks like it's just been taken out of the refrigerator? She nodded, yes. Ji Yunza extended his hand and gently stroked her face. "But what to do, Secretary Xiao? I think I'm falling for you." Ji Yunza's evil eyes and his unyielding face made Xiao Tongyu lose her voice in an instant. The phrase, "I think I'm in love with you," sounded to her like, "I want to eat you up." Seeing the panic on Xiao Tongyu's face, Ji Yunza smiled with satisfaction. He then ordered, "Come to the dinner party with me tonight." "Why?" Xiao Tongyu looked up in surprise. "What, Secretary Xiao doesn't want to go? If you need a female companion, there are certainly many more suitable candidates than me. If you need one, I'll go help you find one," Xiao Tongyu said, and she gently pushed Ji Yunza's arm with her hands, "Meaning that you can take your hands out of my clothes?" Ji Yunza's face turned black as if ink was dripping out. "Have you ever seen me bring a female companion?" Xiao Tongyu was about to burst out laughing. "You never bring a date, so why did you bring me? Am I not even a woman in your eyes?" She was thinking about how to answer when suddenly, click! Ji Yunza unbuttoned Xiao Tongyu's bra, and the bra slid down her shoulders. "Secretary Xiao doesn't have to go, I'll take care of this for you today," Ji Yunza said, grabbed her underwear, and began to slowly pull it down. This series of actions left Xiao Tongyu dumbfounded. Who said that Ji Yunza was an abstinent man who didn't like women? He was so familiar with the process, he was practically a repeat offender. She quickly covered her chest and pulled in the opposite direction. "Mr. Ji, please respect yourself." Ji Yunza smirked. What is self-respect? After a tussle, Xiao Tongyu conceded defeat. She knew she could never win against this dog of a man. No, not even a man like a dog. "Okay, I'll go. Mr. Ji, let go of me." Hearing her say this, Ji Yunza let go of her hand with satisfaction. Xiao Tongyu quickly reached for the clasp of her bra, but she couldn't seem to get it on, no matter how hard she tried. "Let me help you." Ji Yunza held Xiao Tongyu's hand, which was clasped behind her back, and gently adjusted it, so that the underwear was once again perfectly fitted to her body. However, it seemed that he had no intention of letting go. He looked at Xiao Tongyu with a mischievous smile, and met her moist eyes, like a frightened little rabbit. The next second, Ji Yunze lowered his head and kissed Xiao Tongyu's lips deeply. His kiss was domineering and passionate. Xiao Tongyu felt as if her brain was running out of oxygen. Just as she was about to suffocate, Ji Yunze let go of her. "We'll leave work at 6 o'clock and go together." After saying that, Ji Yunze threw a gift box to Xiao Tongyu. "Put this on." Xiao Tongyu took the gift box, blushed and nodded. "Thank you, Mr. Ji, then I'll go out first." She wiped the traces of saliva from the corner of her mouth, tidied her hair and clothes, and quickly walked out of the office with the gift box. Every day, she was busy at work and busy after work. Fei Fei was right. She would die at the hands of Ji Yunze sooner or later. Chapter 12, Seeing Lin Sha Again. The banquet hall on the second floor of the Imperial Capital Hotel. The walls were covered with gorgeous silk, embellished with exquisite gold thread decorations, like a brilliant picture scroll. Luxurious crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, and the bright light shone through the crystal, like the stars twinkling in the night sky. The ceiling was intricately carved, and the huge floor-to-ceiling windows overlooked the night view of the city. The entire banquet hall was filled with a luxurious and romantic atmosphere that made Xiao Tongyu feel a little dizzy. She stood next to Ji Yunze, smiling and nodding to everyone who came to say hello. Her smile was so wide that it was starting to hurt. "Mr. Ji, who is this?" After the man in front of him greeted Ji Yunze, he looked at Xiao Tongyu curiously. "Hello, Mr. Li, I am Mr. Ji's secretary, Miss Xiao." "So you are Mr. Ji's secretary, Xiao?" Mr. Li handed over a glass of champagne. Xiao Tongyu hesitated for a moment, and then she suddenly heard Ji Yunze's cold voice in her ear. "She doesn't drink." "Go." He said this word in a low voice, indicating that she should follow him. Xiao Tongyu apologized to Mr. Li with a bow and followed Ji Yunze's footsteps. Luo Juinji observed all this with interest. Ji Yunze, who never brought a female companion to various occasions, had brought a woman with him for the first time, which had caused quite a stir. This woman looked pure and desirable, and had a unique temperament that was different from ordinary beauties, which was even more attractive. Luo Juinji whispered to Xiao Tongyu, "How is it, Secretary Xiao? Are you still getting used to it?" Xiao Tongyu managed to force a smile. "Thank you, Mr. Luo, for your concern. I can still handle it for the time being." In fact, she was already feeling dizzy. She hadn't slept well for several days, and her body was still aching from the stress of working hard during the day and being targeted by Ji Yunze. On the other side of the ballroom, Lin Sha, who was holding a champagne glass in silence, noticed Xiao Tongyu. The Lin Group was also invited to the dinner today. However, the Lin Group's financial crisis has recently become known to everyone, causing major companies to avoid them for fear of being dragged into the mess. Lin Xiao stared at Xiao Tongyu. She was wearing a pearl-white halter dress with a skirt that was about halfway down her thighs, revealing her long, white arms and sexy collarbone. The breasts that were about to burst out and the slender waist made people feel excited and unable to control themselves. Lin Xiao felt a wave of remorse in his heart. Xiao Tongyu, when did she become so beautiful? What had blinded him in the past, making him turn a blind eye to the lovely girl who had always chased after him, and even hate her? Was it because he hated the feeling of being bound by a marriage of convenience? Lin Xiao wanted to talk to her, but Xiao Tongyu was standing next to Ji Yunze, so he didn't dare to go up to her. At this moment, Xiao Tongyu already felt like she was about to fall over, and the heels of her high heels were starting to hurt. She whispered to Ji Yunze, "Sorry, Mr. Ji, I need to go to the bathroom." Ji Yunze nodded without saying a word, and she walked quickly to the bathroom. After pushing the door open, Xiao Tongyu quickly took off her high heels and discovered that her heels were all bloody from being worn down. Xiao Tongyu is relatively tall, and she doesn't usually wear high heels except when she goes to work. But she doesn't stand for so long in high heels at work. Now she has pain in her heels, lower body, and head, and she feels pain all over her body. She didn't know if Ji Yunze had deliberately given her this strapless dress, but the red marks on her chest were especially conspicuous on her fair skin. She could only use foundation to cover them up for half a day before they were barely visible. Xiao Tongyu looked at herself in the mirror. She felt so tired that she wanted to go back and sleep. The experiences of these years have made her extremely optimistic, otherwise she would have long since been unable to survive. Well, just a little more and she can go home and sleep. Thinking of this, she applied some more foundation to the red marks, put on her high heels, and pushed open the door and walked out. As soon as she stepped out of the women's restroom, her wrist was suddenly grabbed. Xiao Tongyu looked up in horror and saw Lin Xiao's scarlet eyes. Lin Xiao? What are you doing? Let go of me. Tong Tong, let's talk. Lin Xiao held her wrist tightly and wouldn't let go. Xiao Tongyu looked at him coldly. We have nothing to talk about. Tong Tong, haven't you always liked me? How can you just let go? Xiao Tongyu felt both amused and sad. It turned out that this was the same humble look she had when she desperately chased after Lin Xiao. No wonder he despises her. Lin Xiao, wake up. You don't like me. You just want me to help the Lin family. But that's all in the past. I've already repaid the Lin family for raising me. I have no obligation to help you anymore. Lin Xiao grabbed her wrist and squeezed it tighter and tighter, as if he wanted to rub it into the palm of his hand. Tong Tong, you don't have to help us. I have a way to make the company better. As long as you stay with me, I like you. Lin Xiao, have you forgotten how you treated me back then? You said I was ugly and that I made you sick. Where were you when Qin Mengyan and her group of girls beat me up, grabbed my hair, and threw my school bag? When I was sick and crying and asking you to go buy me medicine, what did you say? You said I was dead. Lin Zhao's eyes became moist with these words, and his voice began to choke. I'm sorry, Tong Tong, it's all my fault. Give me another chance, I really like you. Xiao Tongyu pulled her wrist hard in her direction, but I don't like you. Let go. As she tugged, Xiao Tongyu's long black hair, which was draped over her chest, was thrown to the side, revealing 2 red marks on the back of her ear. Lin Xiao froze for a moment, staring at Xiao Tongyu's neck, unable to look away. Gee, Secretary Xiao and I are old friends. It's been a long time since we last saw each other, so we had a brief chat. Ji Yunze narrowed his eyes. A few words? He clearly saw Lin Xiao clutching Xiao Tongyu's wrist tightly. If there were knives in his eyes, Lin Xiao would have been killed by Ji Yunze at this moment. He ignored Lin Xiao and ordered Xiao Tongyu, let's go, Xiao. Xiao Tongyu rubbed his wrist and quickly followed him. Ji Yunze did not return to the banquet hall, but instead took Xiao Tongyu to the presidential suite on the top floor. Xiao Tongyu suddenly felt dizzy. Mr. Ji, since the dinner is over, I'll be going first. Stop. Xiao Tongyu turned around and stood awkwardly by the sofa in the living room of the suite. Ji Yunze, is he going to ask for it again? She had just been allowed to go back to rest for a day, and this day was really unbearable. Ji Yunze leaned back on the sofa, his legs naturally crossed. He lit a cigarette, and the scarlet bud looked particularly eye-catching between his white, slender fingers. Exhaling a puff of smoke, he looked up at Xiao Tongyu. I'm going to get rid of the Lin family. Xiao Tongyu shuddered, and her already painful heel almost made her lose her balance. Why, Mr. Ji? Because their son is dating my secretary. Actually, that's not the only reason. Ji Yunze had already arrived in the corridor, and Xiao Tongyu and Lin Xiao's conversation was heard by him in its entirety. Lin Xiao said that Xiao Tongyu used to like him. How dare she like another man? Is she tired of living? When Ji Yunze said this, Xiao Tongyu was a little anxious. Even if the Lin family treated her badly, she was raised by them. One should not be ungrateful. Mr. Ji, there was a misunderstanding between Lin Xiao and me, but it's all in the past. Please don't mind it, Mr. Ji. We won't have any contact with him in the future. Ji Yunze stared at the woman in front of him. Her eyes were wet, her long eyelashes fluttering up and down, and her small, moist mouth slightly open, making him feel a little excited. Ji Yunze stubbed out the cigarette in his hand. Are you begging me? Xiao Tongyu's lips moved slightly, emitting a hint of hoarseness, and her whole body could not help but tremble. She knew that Ji Yunze was threatening her again. Has your mother ever taught you how to beg? Mr. Ji, my parents died a long time ago, and they never had time to teach me. Xiao Tongyu's voice trembled slightly, like a thin thread swaying in the wind. Ji Yunze frowned, and a feeling of compassion welled up in his heart. If you want to know how to beg, you can tell me. Xiao Tongyu's hands were clenched into fists, and her fingernails dug deep into her flesh. She almost managed to hold back her tears. If she had someone to rely on in this world, someone to love her, how could she have ended up in such a situation? Ji Yunze said softly, go take a bath. Yes, Mr. Ji. After Xiao Tongyu entered the bathroom, Ji Yunze dialed Wu Yan's phone. Check out Xiao Tongyu's background. Yes, Mr. G. Also, buy a set of women's pajamas, underwear, and a set of comfortable clothes to be delivered to the presidential suite. Yes, Mr. G. Is there anything else? Deliver it within half an hour. Yes, Mr. G. In the bathroom. Xiao Tongyu turned on the shower and let the hot water wash over her body. Suddenly, the door opened. Ji Yunze walked in. Xiao Tongyu almost screamed, but met Ji Yunze's evil eyes. Secretary Xiao, I'll teach you how to beg. Xiao Tongyu was so scared that she retreated to the corner of the shower room. Mr. Ji, can we change the place? No. Soon after, Xiao Tongyu was so sore that she could no longer stand up, and Ji Yunze carried her horizontally to the bed. At some point, a set of women's pajamas and underwear had been placed on the bed. Xiao Tongyu was in so much pain that she couldn't move. She reached out to grab the pajamas, but found that Ji Yunze had already bent down and was helping her apply ointment. To be honest, Xiao Tongyu would rather be slept on a few times by him than be so ashamed of having him apply ointment to her. She couldn't help but close her eyes. After applying the ointment, Ji Yunze unfolded the pajamas that Wu Yan had quietly put in earlier and looked at them. This taciturn and sultry man has been observing Xiao Tongyu all along, hasn't he? How did he even know the right size of her underwear? Xiao Tongyu struggled to sit up, but because she was in so much pain, she fell back on the bed. Seeing her cute and pitiful appearance, Ji Yunze smiled lovingly. So, for the first time in his life, he began to help a woman get dressed. If Han Yu and Luo Juanji knew about this, they would laugh at him for the rest of their lives. Xiao Tongyu was so scared that she almost fell off the bed. Mr. G. I can do it myself. Ji Yunze growled impatiently, don't move. His fingers with their clearly defined joints helped Xiao Tongyu button her blouse one by one, and his body reacted in a way that he couldn't control. Damn it, in front of this woman, his desire is like a volcano erupting, and it can't be stopped. Xiao Tongyu deliberately turned her head away. She felt like she had just escaped from the gates of hell in the bathroom, and she didn't want to die again. After helping Xiao Tongyu get dressed, Ji Yunze pointed to another set of casual clothes on the bedside table. Secretary Xiao, you are allowed to take a day off tomorrow. The dress is not convenient, so you can wear that to go home. Xiao Tongyu was stunned. Suddenly, for no reason, she felt a hint of consideration from Ji Yunze. Was it her imagination? Ji Yunze was actually considering the feelings of his sexual partner? Thank you, Mr. G. Xiao Tongyu turned her head to face Ji Yunze and raised her rosy little face, her big eyes shining like a deer's. Ji Yunze grabbed her face with one hand. Secretary Xiao, you said you never liked Lin Sha. What? Say it. His face was full of hostility. I've never liked Lin Sha. Ji Yunze's mouth curled into a smile. He lowered his head and kissed Xiao Tongyu's lips. Go to sleep before I change my mind. Chapter 14. When will it end? In the middle of the night, Ji Yunze sat on the bed, working on the files on his laptop, while Xiao Tongyu, lying next to him, emitted even breathing sounds. She was so tired that she didn't even care if she had to wait for the president to fall asleep before she could sleep. Ji Yunze turned his head and stared at the woman next to him. Her cheeks were rosy, and her side face was resting on the pillow. Her long eyelashes were resting on her eyelids, her lips were slightly open, and she was pouting, looking inexplicably cute. Ji Yunze was actually a little bit fascinated by it. He couldn't help but reach out and help her tidy up a strand of long hair that was covering her eyes. Perhaps she was a little tickled by him, because Xiao Tongyu frowned and placed her hand on the inside of Ji Yunze's thigh, holding on to his bathrobe. Secretary Xiao, let go. Xiao Tongyu slept soundly, not moving an inch. Ji Yunze frowned and bent down to kiss her. He left after sucking her lips wantonly. Xiao Tongyu licked her lips and let out a soft moan, her eyebrows and eyes relaxing and her shallow breathing resuming. This woman, how can she be so seductive? Ji Yunze recalled the words Xiao Tongyu had spoken to Lin Sha in the hallway, almost in despair. You said I was ugly and clumsy, and you wanted to throw up when you saw me. Where were you when Qin Mengyan and her group of girls beat me up, grabbed my hair, and threw my school bag? When I was sick and crying and asking you to go buy me medicine, what did you say? You said I was dead. Xiao Tongyu, what had she gone through? The next morning, Xiao Tongyu woke up and glanced at her phone. It was 10 o'clock. She jumped up in fright. Then she thought of how Ji Yunze had promised to give her a day off yesterday. and she finally calmed down. Ji Yunza had already left, and she was alone in the large suite. She suddenly felt extremely comfortable. She went into the bathroom and took a shower, then changed into the new clothes she had bought. The loose hoodie and skinny jeans, coupled with her bare face, made her look like a college freshman. Just as she was about to leave, she received a call from Su Ro. "Tonton, please come and save me. Mr. G has already broken his ninth coffee cup." "What happened?" "He said the coffee was not the right temperature." Su Ro's voice was full of tears. Xiao Tongyu was puzzled. 60-degree hot Americano, Guisha coffee beans, how could it be wrong? The coffee machine has a temperature setting. Yes, I don't know what's wrong either. Mr. G said it's just not right. In fact, Su Ro knew very well that it wasn't the coffee temperature that was wrong, it was the person making the coffee. She could see clearly the way Mr. G looked at Xiao Tongyu. Since becoming Ji Yun's personal secretary, Xiao Tongyu has not taken a single day off in the past year. Today is Xiao Tongyu's first day off, and Ji Yunza is like a wild animal with its fur on fire. In less than 2 hours at work, he has broken 9 coffee cups, smashed a phone, a laptop, and kicked a chair. Everyone in and out of the office has been scolded by him, including Wu Yan. If this continues, the entire executive floor will be destroyed today. Xiao Tongyu bit her lip. She knew that Su Ro meant for her to go to work today. But she had finally earned a day off, and it seemed like a gift from Ji Yunza, so it would be too hard on herself to give it up. "I'm sorry, Ro, I'm not feeling well today. I really can't come in. You'll just have to bear with it. The worst that can happen is that I won't have to make coffee for Mr. G. You can tell him that I'll make 10 cups for him in the morning." Xiao Tongyu did not say anything out of the blue. She really wasn't feeling well. She hadn't eaten anything since noon yesterday, and she had been tossed around by Ji Yunza at night. She felt like her stomach was churning. Hearing Xiao Tongyu say she was not feeling well, Su Ro quickly said, "It's okay, Tong. You just rest. I and Assistant Wu are here with General Manager Ji. It's okay if he scolds us a little. We won't die." "Thank you, Ro." After hanging up the phone, Xiao Tongyu decided to go eat something first, and then go to Lawyer Wang's office. Xiao Tongyu bought some fruit and nutrition products and knocked on the door of Wang's office. "Uncle Wang." Wang Kejin looked up and saw Xiao Tongyu. He took off his glasses and revealed a bright smile, and the wrinkles around his eyes deepened a lot. Wang Kejin had worked for Xiao Tongyu's father Xiao Ming's Xiao Group a long time ago. After Xiao Ming and his wife Li Xiaoyu had an accident, the company was sold, and he opened his own law firm. 13 years have passed in the blink of an eye. "Tonton, how did you come here?" Wang Kejin knew that in the past year, Xiao Tongyu had become the secretary to the president of the Jishur Group, the largest company in the capital, and was so busy that she was rarely seen. She used to visit him every month, but now it had been a long time since she had seen him. "I just happened to have a day off today, so I came to see Uncle Wang." Xiao Tongyu put down the thing she had bought and sat across from Wang Kejin's desk. Wang Kejin looked at Xiao Ming, his daughter who had grown up to be so beautiful. This little girl had had a hard time growing up, and he really felt for her. "Tonton, have you eaten yet? I happen to have some business on hand right now. Shall I ask my secretary to order you some food?" Xiao Tongyu waved her hand. "I've already eaten. Uncle Wang, I just came to see you. I'll be leaving soon." Wang Kejin put down his pen and leaned forward. "Right, Tonton, I've been investigating the brake failure in the car accident that killed your parents. I go to the police station every now and then to ask questions. But you know, the police station is constantly getting new cases, and no one is putting pressure on them. We are not very influential, and it's not going too well." Xiao Tongyu nodded and smiled sweetly. "I understand, Uncle Wang. Thank you for still thinking about my parents' case after all these years. I didn't come here today to ask about this. It's just that I haven't seen you in a long time, and I miss you and Auntie Sue a little." Wang Kejin and his wife Suzhan have always liked Xiao Tongyu. They have a daughter who has long since married abroad. If Xiao Ming had not entrusted her to the Lin family, they would have even wanted to adopt her. He knew that the Lin family was not treating her well, and if Xiao Tongyu had become their daughter, she would have been much happier than she was now. Thinking about this, Wang Kejin asked with concern, "Tonton, you're 24 years old now. Do you have a boyfriend?" Xiao Tongyu blushed. "Uncle Wang, I'm so busy, I don't have time to find a boyfriend. Okay, Uncle Wang won't ask again. Next time, tell me in advance that you're coming over. I'll ask your aunt to make some of your favorite dishes. Okay, Uncle Wang. After a few more idle chit-chats, Xiao Tongyu left Wang Kejin's office. It was the afternoon, and the autumn afternoon sun shone on her porcelain-white face, warm and gentle, bringing her a long-lost warmth and comfort. Xiao Tongyu sighed softly. A boyfriend? She also wanted to find a man she could rely on. But now she was Ji Yunza's plaything, so which man would dare to want her? Does she really have to wait until Ji Yunza gets tired of her and throws her away? When will this kind of life end? Chapter 15, Who Let Qin Mengyan Bully My Best Friend? Backstage at the Didu TV station. Qin Mengyan is sitting in the VLP lounge waiting for the recording of a variety show. Assistant Xiao Xin is helping her fix her hair. Oh. Qin Mengyan's eyes widened in anger, and her voice was full of anger. What the hell are you doing? Don't you have eyes? You're pulling my hair. Is your mother disabled? Did she give birth to a brain-damaged child? Xiaoxian bit her lip and didn't dare to speak. She had been working with Qin Mengyan for so long that she had become accustomed to it, but being scolded like this day after day was unbearable for anyone. Her agent, Zhao Silan, whispered to her, "Mengyan, keep your voice down. There are so many people at the TV station, and it was hard to get you off the G's hot search. Do you want to be on the hot search again?" Qin Mengyan rolled her eyes. Thinking about this hot search, she was so angry. Xiao Tongyu, that lowly piece of trash, why should she let Ji Yunza buy her a hot search? Ji's also specially retrieved the surveillance video, clearly filming her hitting people, causing her to be scolded online again. In recent years, Qin Mengyan's reputation in the entertainment industry has not been very good because she is arrogant and self-willed, and she does not take the staff into account, so she has offended many people. At the same time, because of those rising stars in the entertainment industry like Zhuang Shufei, who have both a background in beauty, acting skills, and a sense of intimacy, Qin Mengyan now has fewer and fewer advertising endorsements, and almost no one is looking for her to film. But it doesn't matter, as long as she is with Ji Yunza, what else does she need to act in? The Qins can rest assured. It's just that this Ji Yunza, whom she has been desperately chasing for 3 years, is simply out of reach. It was only after much difficulty that she was able to get in touch with him indirectly through his father, and when she went to see him in his father's name, she was thrown out by Ji Yunza's security guards. This man at the top of the altar, with her appearance, Qin Mengyan, she doesn't believe she can't get him. On the other side, Zhuang Shufei followed her agent, Wang Xinrong, into the rest area and heard the constant stream of insults coming from one of the VLP restrooms. "Sister Wang, who's in there? So fierce? Does she still treat her assistant as a human being?" Wang Xinrong frowned. Who else could it be? Qin Mengyan. Which entertainer hasn't been scolded by her? The assistant Tian Tian also spoke up. "Shufei, this Qin Mengyan is really hateful. Every day, someone in our assistant group is scolding her. Once she asked someone to pour her water, but she said it was too hot, so she poured it directly on the person's head." Zhuang Shufei is a person who is most characterized by her willingness to help others when she sees injustice. That's how she saved Xiao Tongyu from the depths of suffering. After hearing Wang Xinrong and Tian Tian say this, she thought of the other day when her best friend had just been slapped in the face, and she was suddenly filled with rage. Zhuang Shufei frowned. "Sister Wang, did the TV station arrange this lounge or did you choose it yourself?" "I chose it myself. You are the chief female guest, so this lounge should be yours today." But Qin Mengyan is such a person, she would definitely choose the biggest and best one. Zhuang Shufei was not a person who was fussy about trifles, but since Qin Mengyan had bumped into her, she had no need to be humble. "Sister Wang, this lounge is mine, Zhuang Shufei's." After saying that, she pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing Zhuang Shufei walk in with her agent and assistant, Qin Mengyan's agent, Zhao Silan, quickly stood up to greet her. "Miss Zhuang." Zhuang Shufei is a popular young actress and the daughter of the Zhuang group. Even if Zhao Silan had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare offend her. Qin Mengyan looked at Zhuang Shufei with suspicion. The two of them had never been friends, so why was she here? Zhuang Shufei said to her assistant, "Tian Tian, the sofa is good, let's sit here and wait." "Okay, Shufei." Qin Mengyan shouted in anger, "Hey, what do you mean? Can't you see that there are already people here?" Zhuang Shufei hugged her arms and looked around. "There are 2 people standing, but I don't see a single person sitting." "You? Hearing Zhuang Shufei say this, Qin Mengyan's assistant Xiaoshan couldn't help but clap her hands in approval. Then, Zhuang Shufei said to Tian, give the agent and assistant a cup of coffee each. After all, everyone here has a share, and as for those who are not human, I can't help it. Tian took the coffee from the paper bag and handed it to Zhao Silin and Xiaoshan. Our sister Shufei invites you to have coffee. Ah, no need. Xiaoshan waved his hand to decline. Take it. It's fine. Qin Mengyan couldn't stand it anymore. She slammed her hand on the table and stood up. Zhuang Shufei. Do you have any shame? You think you're great because you're popular? You look down on people? Her eyes were wide with anger, and she was turning red and white from anger at Zhuang Shufei. Zhuang Shufei said calmly, oh, something is standing up, trying to be a human being? Do you want to drink coffee? You bitch. Qin Mengyan shouted and raised her hand to slap Zhuang Shufei, but Zhuang Shufei grabbed her hand. Qin Mengyan, is that all you can do? What are you showing off in front of me? She shook off Qin Mengyan's hand with disgust. You were still playing Little Red Riding Hood when I was playing Sudaji. Qin Mengyan was speechless by Zhuang Shufei's retort. She glared at her, her eyes burning with two clusters of anger. Zhuang Shufei, you have guts. You just wait. Oh? Until when? Until you become the young mistress of the Ji family? Zhuang Shufei looked at her sideways. You're thinking too much. Can Ji Yunze look at you? Don't even look in the mirror. Qin Mengyan suddenly realized that Zhuang Shufei had come to pick a fight because she had also fallen for Ji Yunze. Is she declaring war? Seeing the look on Qin Mengyan's face, Zhuang Shufei reminded her in passing, by the way, don't get it wrong, I'm not interested in Ji Yunze. A man like him doesn't deserve to be in my eyes. Thinking that Xiao Tongyu had to see a doctor because he was bullied by him, Zhuang Shufei wanted to castrate the dog man. Qin Mengyan was so angry that she didn't know what she had done to offend Zhuang Shufei. Zhuang Shufei is younger than her, prettier than her, and more popular than her. The Zhuang family is also more competitive than the Qin family. Qin Mengyan simply has no way to outshine Zhuang Shufei. Seeing Qin Mengyan not speaking, Zhuang Shufei continued to disdainfully say, I'm sorry, I'm the chief female guest on this variety show today, and this is my lounge. If you don't want the director to cut you out of the shot, the door is over there. Zhao Silin saw this and quickly said, I'm sorry, Miss Zhuang, we made a mistake. We'll change the lounge. Qin Mengyan was still standing there like a log, refusing to move, and was dragged away by Zhao Silin and Xiaoshan. After they left, Tian couldn't help but praise Zhuang Shufei. Shufei, you are amazing. I thought you were so easygoing, but I didn't expect you to be so fierce when you scold people. Look at Qin Mengyan's expression, it was really awesome. I should have filmed it. Wang Xinrong cast a reproachful look at Zhuang Shufei, this is the only time, and it won't happen again. Zhuang Shufei smiled and said, I know, Sister Wang. Who let Qin Mengyan bully my best friend? Chapter 16, Approaching his goal. Ji's group president's office. Ji Yunze had to admit that Wu Yan was efficient. The task he gave him last night was completed today. He looked at the pile of investigation reports on Xiao Tongyu on the desk and frowned. So this is Xiao Tongyu's past. He picked up her graduation photo. In the photo, Xiao Tongyu was wearing a graduation gown, with long, flowing hair, a pair of big, moist eyes like a pair of fawns under her bangs, porcelain white skin, and a red lip without any lipstick. She was not wearing any makeup, but she was still as beautiful as if she were wearing makeup. The outstanding student of the year in the Department of Architecture at the Imperial Capital University, the first prize scholarship winner, and the outstanding graduate of the Imperial Capital in the year of graduation. So, when Xiao Tongyu said she wanted to open a design studio, she wasn't just saying it to tease him. After her parents died unexpectedly, she inherited a large sum of money from the company they sold. So when she said she didn't need money, and returned the 2 million to him, it wasn't intentional. She received an invitation from the top architectural firm in the capital and an acceptance letter from the Royal College of Architecture in London, but she didn't go. In the end, she turned around and joined Ji's company as an ordinary administrator. Her life, which had originally had no intersection with Ji Yunze, was forcibly connected by her. After her success, she seemed to be avoiding him everywhere. After working in the business world for so long, Ji Yunza, who has always been cautious and careful, has to admit that this woman's background seems very clean, so clean that it doesn't seem like she was deliberately approaching him at the behest of someone else. But what was she thinking? In the evening, Xiao Tongyu went to the supermarket near her home to buy some meat and vegetables to prepare for a home-cooked meal of noodles. When she returned to the building, a familiar car suddenly made her shiver. It was Ji Yunza's Rolls-Royce. Today she was off work, so why was Ji Yunza at her house? Seeing Xiao Tongyu approaching, Wu Yan opened the driver's door and got out of the car. Secretary Xiao, Mr. Ji is looking for you. Please get in the car. Xiao Tongyu hesitated for a moment. She knew she couldn't escape. But the way he was acting, it looked like a scene from an American or European movie where a gangster was about to kidnap someone and kill and dismember them. Thinking about this, she handed the dishes in her hand to Wu Yan. Assistant Wu, if I don't get out of the car alive, don't waste the food. Wu Yan. Xiao Tongyu opened the car door and sat in the back seat. Ji Yunza still had a cold expression, and his facial expression was not dark or gloomy. He stared at Xiao Tongyu. She was wearing a short sweater and loose jeans, and her long waist-length hair was tied into a high ponytail, looking pure and seductive. When she lifted her hand, her slender waist was faintly visible. This was almost killing Ji Yunza. Struggling to suppress the most primitive desire in his heart, he grabbed Xiao Tongyu by the neck. That powerful hand tightly gripped her snow-white, slender neck, as if it could be snapped in half. Xiao Tongyu felt like she was suffocating, and tears were about to well up in her eyes. She didn't know what she had done wrong. Why did you come near me? Ji Yunza said in a calm voice, as if the owner of the voice and the big hands were not the same person. Mr. Ji, I'm sorry. Can you let go first? Ji Yunza still had a firm grip on her neck and didn't let go. Say it, or you won't live for more than an hour. Then strangle me to death, I don't want to live either. Xiao Tongyu closed her eyes. What did you say? No one cares if I live or die. Just strangle me, Mr. Ji. Hearing that the woman wanted to die, Ji Yunza didn't know why, and his mind went blank for a moment. The next moment, he let go of her. Xiao Tongyu felt her brain, which had been deprived of oxygen, suddenly come back to life. She covered her neck and coughed a few times, and tears flowed out of her eyes, unable to tell whether they were tears squeezed out by Ji Yunza or tears of sadness. She lifted her reddened eyes. Mr. Ji, I admit that I did have a purpose in approaching you. But now, even I find this purpose very ridiculous. If you suspect that I have ulterior motives, you can fire me now, or expel me from the capital, or kill me, whatever you want. My life is already in a mess, and maybe it would be better if I died. Xiao Tongyu's eyes were filled with tears and she was shaking all over. Ji Yunza said in a low voice, Tell me. What? Tell me, what is your purpose? Xiao Tongyu bit her lips, clenched her hands and shook her head. Mr. Ji, you won't believe it. Say it. She hesitated for a moment, then made up her mind. Since Mr. Ji suddenly came to see me today, he must have investigated me. Mr. Ji must know that after my parents died, I was fostered in the Lin family and I really like Lin Sha. Hearing the word like, Ji Yunza's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and his face turned ashen as he said, Continue. But he hates me, and his girlfriend, Qin Mengyan, also bullied me at school. I was miserable at that time. In my senior year, I saw Qin Mengyan chasing after you, and I knew she had a crush on you. I thought, if I could successfully get close to you, could. What? I could make her angry. The air in the car was deathly silent. After finally saying this reason, Xiao Tongyu felt like the biggest idiot in the world. Ji Yunza looked up and gave a disgusted look like he had seen a brain-damaged person, and then he said 4 words. You're boring. Xiao Tongyu. Ji Yunza was right. She was really bored, so bored that she had gambled away her life for some inexplicable person. At this point, Ji Yunza threw a bunch of photos at Xiao Tongyu. She looked down and nearly dropped her eyes out of their sockets in shock. They were pictures of her and Ji Yunza making love on the bed, and pictures of her sleeping naked. Although she had done it many times, seeing it so directly from a third-person perspective was extremely embarrassing for Xiao Tongyu. She turned her head away subconsciously. Mr. Ji. I didn't take these photos. I know, I took it. Xiao Tongyu? Aren't you going to take revenge? Give it to Qin Mengyan. Ji Yunza was deeply suspicious of Xiao Tongyu's motives for approaching him. Before he would do anything to her, he would have someone carefully check every corner of the room and keep an eye out to see if Xiaotongyu was carrying any filming equipment. When he found that she had nothing, just stupidly came to sleep with him, Ji Yunze actually had an evil thought in his heart. He wanted to record this moment. Whether he would enjoy it himself or use it to threaten her, he was not prepared to let her go. Xiaotongyu was so scared that she quickly waved her hands. No need, Mr. Ji, this is also on you, it's not appropriate. Ji Yunze thought to himself, is this woman out of her mind? She wanted revenge, she got it, and she had the tools to get it, but she still didn't want it. Are you sure you don't want it? No, Mr. Ji, you should take it back. Xiaotongyu knew in her heart that she was just a plaything for Ji Yunze, a target for his sexual desires. Even if Qin Mengyan knew, how angry could she be? Her goal was to marry Ji Yunze and become the young wife of the Ji family. She didn't care how many women Ji Yunze slept with outside. So from beginning to end, she, Xiaotongyu, was wrong. She was a complete fool. Ji Yunze took back the photo, then I'll keep it. Secretary Xiao, if you want to get away from me one day, come talk to me. Xiaotongyu looked at him in shock. Mr. Ji, what do you mean? Secretary Xiao, I'll be honest with you, I'm attracted to you. Ji Yunze reached out and lifted her chin. Before I get tired of you, if you're ready to leave, I'll make these photos public. Xiaotongyu suddenly felt dizzy and thunderstruck. Ji Yunze is truly a terrifying man. He is so despicable and low down, and yet he is so successful. What's the difference between him and a thug? She hadn't thought of how to answer, but in the blink of an eye, Ji Yunze had already crossed the partition armrest in the back seat, and his whole body was pressed against hers. The 185 centimeters tall man and Xiaotongyu were crammed into the same seat, making the originally spacious space suddenly feel incredibly small. Mr. Ji, I'm on vacation today. Ji Yunze's lips curled. Who gave you the day off? You. Looking at Xiaotongyu's pink little face, Ji Yunze couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her. I don't know how long it took, but the kiss finally ended. Ji Yunze whispered in Xiaotongyu's ear, I'll give you the day off. Xiaotongyu's whole body trembled at the deep, magnetic voice. She couldn't take her eyes off of Ji Yunze's face. Feeling her gaze, Ji Yunze said, What? Secretary Xiao wants it? Xiaotongyu shook her head like a rattle. No, Mr. Ji. Can you get up? I can't breathe because I'm being pressed down. Come to work on time tomorrow. Yes. Ji Yunze lifted his head, and Xiaotongyu quickly opened the car door. Goodbye, Mr. Ji. As she ran away from the car, Wu Yan shouted from behind, Secretary Xiao, your food. No, I'll give it to you. Assistant Wu. Wu Yan. Wu Yan got into the car and saw Ji Yunze's smile in the rearview mirror. Seeing Xiaotongyu's fleeing back, Ji Yunze was in a good mood. Having confirmed her purpose of approaching him, Ji Yunze was even less prepared to let her go. She must be tied to him. Chapter 17, Being Followed. G Group. The day was filled with a variety of trivial matters, and Xiaotongyu felt that she had no time to catch her breath. It was almost time to go home, and she was sitting in her seat, finally able to take a sip of water. Su Ro was holding her cell phone, looking at something, and her face was a little bit happy. Xiaotongyu smiled at her. Good, Ro, I've been busy all day, and you're actually here slacking off. Su Ro pouted and said coquettishly, It's almost time to go home, and I'm choosing curtains. Xiaotongyu whispered in surprise, Ruru. Are you getting married? Xiaotongyu knew that Su Ro and her boyfriend had bought an apartment together, and it had just been delivered recently. Since Su Ro was now starting to decorate the apartment, it must be a good thing coming up. Su Ro nodded shyly. I'll invite you to the wedding banquet. Of course I will. I'm sure I will come. Xiaotongyu teased her. You're getting married, Luo Xiao might cry. Su Ro gave her a dirty look. That's not as bad as when you got married, and General Ji cried a lot. Xiaotongyu quickly covered her mouth. Shoo. Don't say anything. I know. Hearing Su Ro say this, Xiaotongyu suddenly felt a layer of gloom in her heart. Ji Yunze, a pig and a dog, forced her to go to bed and took pictures of her to threaten her. How can I make him tired of me? I want to get married too, Xiaotongyu thought. After work, Ji Yunze got into the passenger seat of Han Yu's Lamborghini. Today they had a date to play billiards at Han Yu's private club. As soon as he got in the car, Ji Yunza said coldly, "The color is too flashy." When buying the car, Han Yu lost a bet with Luo Juanji and had to listen to him and order a Lamborghini in tennis color. This bright lemon green color, combined with the roar of the sports car, attracts countless eyes every time it is driven on the road, which is not quite in line with Han Yu's low-key personality. "Han Yu, this color matches your recent temperament, which is too flashy." Ji Yunza glanced at him and said nothing. The sports car slowly drove out of the main road in front of the G group. Han Yu specially adjusted the driving mode to make the roar sound less loud. At this time, an Augusta motorcycle in front of them caught their attention. The all-black body and the rider's all-black gear, coupled with a roar louder than a Lamborghini, really don't let others go unnoticed. "Ji Yunza, it seems that this motorcycle is following the car in front." Han Yu held the steering wheel and looked straight ahead. Ji Yunza put his hand on the window, pursed his lips, and stared at the motorcycle. When the light turned red, the motorcycle rider brazenly stopped behind a white Audi and took a picture of the car with his cell phone. After starting up, he kept up with them, like a piece of dogskin plaster, which could not be shaken off. Ji Yunza opened his mouth and said, "Keep up." Han Yu looked at him in surprise. When did Ji Yunza become so nosy? Does he know the rider? Seeing Han Yu's puzzled look, Ji Yunza said again, "Xiao Tongyu's car, a white Audi." At this moment, Xiao Tongyu also noticed a black motorcycle following her. She wasn't scared. She drove while searching her mind to find out who was following her. Is it Ji Yunza? No. The person who is following her must not know her current address, and Ji Yunza obviously knows it. Besides, if he were to do such a thing, he would never choose someone so high profile, someone who is just waiting to announce to the world that he is following someone. Is it Qin Mengyan? Or the Lin family? Xiao Tongyu frowned and drove her Audi slowly on the road, leaving a long distance between her and the car in front. Just as the traffic light was about to change from yellow to red, she slammed on the gas pedal. The white Audi, like a fierce beast, rushed through the road, leaving a high-speed track on the street. Han Yu was unable to react immediately, and was blocked by the car in front of him, and was forced to stop at the red light. The motorcycle, however, ran through the red light and sped away behind Xiao Tongyu's car. Han Yu sighed in low voice, "Secretary Xiao is so fierce." Ji Yunza's face flashed with a terrifying look of anger. "Keep up, I know where she lives." Xiao Tongyu deliberately drove the car onto a secluded road. She wouldn't be so stupid as to expose where she actually lived. Seeing that there were no people around in the dark, Xiao Tongyu quickly turned the steering wheel. The Audi made a sharp turn in the piercing sound of the tires, and came to a stop in front of the motorcycle. The motorcycle rider was caught off guard by this maneuver, and one didn't brake the car and fell to the ground. Xiao Tongyu opened the door and got out of the car, looking at the man in front of her with her arms folded. "May I ask what business you have with me, sir?" The rider stood up, spat on the ground in disgust, took off his helmet, and revealed a very ugly face. "This beautiful lady, I have been entrusted to take good care of you." Xiao Tongyu chuckled, "Sir, you may have made a mistake. My lowly status is not such that someone would pay to have you love me." At this moment, she was not afraid at all, but was just wondering who she had offended that they had to specially hire someone to do her in. There was only one person, and Xiao Tongyu knew that with her own skills, she should have no problem dealing with him. At this time, Han Yu's car had already circled Xiao Tongyu's neighborhood several times, and there was no trace of Xiao Tongyu. "Ji Yunza, let's take a look around." She wouldn't be stupid enough to lead someone to her front door. Han Yu smiled, "We're on the same page." As they drove along, they were drawn to a scene of a man and a woman standing face to face on a quiet side street. Han Yu stopped the car and turned off the engine. "Go help?" "Take a look." "Take a look?" Han Yu stared at Ji Yunza with wide eyes. Xiao Tongyu is at least his secretary and has slept with him a few times. This cold-blooded man wouldn't just stand by and watch someone die, would he? Ji Yunza knew in his heart that with Xiao Tongyu's intelligence, she wouldn't lead a man to an empty road without any guarantee, and then get out of the car and confront him in broad daylight. It would have been safer to drive straight to the police station while she was still in the car. At this moment, the man had already creepily approached Xiao Tongyu. He grabbed her wrist and pulled her into his arms. "Such a beautiful woman, let me enjoy her today." Xiao Tongyu's wrist was in pain from being pulled, and she frowned. The next second, she performed a roundhouse kick, kicking the man in the chest, kicking him hard. The man was stunned by the kick, subconsciously let go of her hand, and covered his chest, stepping back a few steps. Mr. Whoever it was who called you, please tell him that I, Shaanu, have always done my duty. If I have offended him in any way, please let him forgive me. Being kicked by such a seemingly weak woman, the man felt extremely insulted. He glared at her and rushed at her. Shaanu, who had wanted to stop there, saw that the man was still so stubborn. She hooked her left and right fists and hit the man's face full of horizontal muscles. Then she quickly kicked out, and the man felt a pain in his leg and his knees went weak. He heard a thud, and he was already kneeling on the ground, his knees throbbing with pain. Shaanu slapped her hands in disgust. You can't beat my husband, I've been practicing martial arts for many years. The man was beaten up, his nose was bleeding, his whole body was in pain, and he couldn't even stand up. Shaanu looked at him with disgust. By the way, sir, I didn't call the police because I guessed who called you, and I wanted to give him a final face. Please go back and tell him that Shaanu is not the same as before. After saying that, Shaanu turned around and got into the car. He stepped on the accelerator and the Audi sped away. Hanyu was dumbfounded by this smooth operation. Ji Yunza lightly curled his lips, and he knew that this woman was no ordinary woman. Hanyu turned his head. Ji Yunza, if Secretary Shao beats you in bed, can you still sleep with her? Ji Yunza. Chapter 18. Ji Yunza said that Shaanu was his man. After Shaotongyu's white Audi drove away, Ji Yunza and Hanyu got out of the car. The man was still lying on the ground, unable to get up, and was in a terrible state, cursing and swearing. Having met such a fierce woman, he was determined to ask his employer for more money. Just as he was about to get up, a shoe was placed on his head. He fell again, feeling a piercing pain in his skull, as if it was about to burst. Gee, I didn't want to touch you, but you're ruining my shoes. Hanyu frowned. The man struggled, kicking his legs, when suddenly a knife plunged into his flesh, causing blood to gush. Ah! The man cried out in a miserable voice, which echoed through the sky. Ji Yunza pulled out his Swiss Army knife. Who told you to come? The man was shocked. He didn't expect this fierce woman to have helpers. After being stabbed like this, his leg will probably be crippled. Ji Yunza said coldly, say it. As soon as the words fell, the Swiss Army knife stabbed the man's thigh again. Ah! Master! I'll tell you. It's Lin Tianhao, Mr. Lin. He only said he had this woman. Which Lin? Ji Yunza held the Swiss Army knife and kept stirring it in the man's leg, causing the man to scream in pain. It's the president of the Lin family. The Lin family is the family that adopted Shaotonyu. Lin Sha, who grabbed Shaotonyu's hand that day, is their son. From the way Shaotonyu talked, the Lin family didn't treat her well. They were not good people to treat their adopted daughter so harshly. Ji Yunza stood up and told the Lin family that Shaotonyu was his. The man's eyes widened in horror. Ji Yunza? Ji Yunza ignored him and turned to Hanyu and said, let's go. Hanyu took his foot off the man's head. Don't you want the knife? He asked. Ji Yunza, what about the shoes? Do you still want them? Hanyu looked disgusted. I'll throw it away later. When he got home, Shaotonyu felt sore all over. It's been a long time since I've done manual labor, and it feels like my whole body is rusted. It seems like it's time to practice again. Since she was bullied by a group of girls led by Qin Mengyan in high school, Shaotonyu knew that no one in the world would help her, and she could only rely on herself. So after entering university, she resolutely decided to learn martial arts. Even though she was beaten up after every training session, she still insisted on getting up because she knew that one day she would need this skill. Sure enough, she used it right away. After taking a shower, Shaotonyu sat in front of the dressing table and blew her hair. She already knew that the man who came today must be from the Lin family. For the money her father left her, and for her to marry into the Lin family, they really went to any lengths. Could it be that this man would defile her, and that she would have no choice but to seek help from the Lin family and take refuge in their home? They underestimated her. She has been defiled before. She has long been unclean. Lin residence. Lin Tianhao's hand holding the phone was shaking slightly, and the man on the other end of the line was yelling angrily. Give me another $1,000,000. Otherwise, I'll go to the police and we'll be through. Lin Tianhao panted, and slowly squeezed out a word from between his teeth, okay. Seeing that Lin Tianhao had agreed, the voice on the other end of the phone softened. By the way, Mr. Lin, I advise you not to get any ideas about that woman. The man who stabbed me in the leg today said that this woman is Ji Yunza's. He then hung up. Lin Tianhao's hand holding the phone stopped in mid-air, and he didn't react for a long time. Tianhao, how did it go? Yuan Cheng asked with concern. Lin Tianhao shook his head, it didn't work. Yuan Cheng slumped in her chair. I told you not to do this kind of thing anymore. Xiao Tongyu is not simple now. You think scaring her will make her come back to our family? It's all because of your useless son. He had already fallen for Xiao Tongyu, and everything would have been fine. But he had to go and provoke Qin Mengyan. Do you think the Qin family's daughter is so easy to marry? She's arrogant and proud. At this moment, the front door of the living room opened and the maid ushered Lin Sha in. Yuan Qing quickly shut her mouth. They must not let their son know what they had done to Xiao Tongyu. Is the son back? Have you eaten? She immediately put on a gentle face. I've already eaten. Dad, Mom, I'm going to my room. Lin Tianhao looked at his son's back as he walked upstairs and couldn't help but ask Yuan Qing, does Lin Xiao really like Xiao Tongyu? I think so. He looks at Xiao Tongyu differently. This good-for-nothing brat can't even get a woman? Yuan Qing suddenly thought of something, and she lowered her voice. Tianhao, what do you think about the incident back then? Lin Tianhao roared, don't mention that year. This roar scared Yuan Qing into shutting her mouth. Lin Xiao went upstairs, but instead of going to his own room, he turned and went into the bedroom where Xiao Tongyu had lived. He sat on her single bed, and on the bedside table was a cute little bear alarm clock that Xiao Tongyu had saved up to buy. Every day before going to school, Xiao Tongyu would walk to the door of Lin Xiao's room with her school bag, and carefully asked, Lin Xiao, can I go to school with you today? When Lin Xiao had a fever, she stayed up all night to fold a full bottle of paper cranes for him. Lin Xiao, I read in a book that if you make a wish on 1,000 paper cranes, you will get better right away. Every year on Lin Xiao's birthday, she would shyly take out the gift she had saved up to buy. Lin Xiao, happy birthday. I hope we can celebrate your birthday together again next year. But Lin Xiao never celebrated her birthday for her. Even the Lin family didn't know when Xiao Tongyu's birthday was. On the day she graduated from high school, Xiao Tongyu moved out of the Lin family. She just sent a message to everyone in the family to say hello, and no one asked where she could live after she turned 18. Not long after, Lin Xiao broke up with Qin Mengyan and started dating a lot of different girls. But none of them could really get into his heart. Until he saw Xiao Tongyu again, who was now with Ji Yunza. Lin Xiao didn't know if he liked Xiao Tongyu because she had become prettier, or if she had already entered his heart, but he had never noticed it. No matter which conclusion he came to, Lin Xiao had to admit that he was a complete bastard. Even if he didn't like her, he shouldn't have hurt her so much. He didn't help her when she was being bullied, he threw her birthday present in the trash when she was smiling and giving it to him, and when she was sick, he said she was dead. Xiao Tongyu was right to treat him this way. He deserved it. What else can he do to get Xiao Tongyu back? Chapter 19 Ji Yunza's Villa. Early the next morning, Xiao Tongyu walked into Ji Yunza's office with a cup of coffee. Mr. Ji, your coffee. Ji Yunza looked up and saw the slight redness on Xiao Tongyu's wrists and back of her hands, which should have been pinched by the man yesterday. He asked deliberately, Secretary Xiao, what happened to your hand? Xiao Tongyu was stunned for a moment, then she smiled as usual. Thank you, Mr. Ji, for your concern. I accidentally bumped into it while doing housework yesterday. Oh, you're quite a tough cookie. Ji Yunza smiled to himself and took a sip of his coffee. It really is coffee made by Xiao Tongyu. On the day she was on vacation, Ji Yunza felt that the coffee tasted wrong, the temperature was wrong, the smell was wrong, everything was wrong, and in the end he was so angry that he was furious. Mr. Ji, if there's nothing else, I'll be going. Xiao Tongyu was about to turn around when her hand was grabbed by Ji Yunza. She gently pulled her hand back, but Ji Yunza pulled her hand tighter and tighter. She could only smile and ask, Mr. Ji, is there anything else you need? Ji Yunza stared at Xiao Tongyu's face with a half smile. This sweet, pure, and lustful little face had nothing to do with the heroic woman who beat people up yesterday. She's so strong, how come she can't even pull her hand out? Thinking of this, Ji Yunza stood up and reached out to embrace Xiao Tongyu in his arms, her breasts and slender waist pressed tightly against his body. Xiao Tongyu frowned. This Ji Yunza is like a male dog in heat, ready to attack at any time and urinating everywhere. Ji Yunza lowered his head and buried it in Xiao Tongyu's neck. The scent of shampoo left on her hair made him a little addicted. Secretary Xiao, come to my place tonight. Xiao Tongyu was stunned. What did General Ji mean? To my villa. Ji Yunza gently stroked Xiao Tongyu's hair. Her hair was fine and soft, as smooth as silk. Xiao Tonyu's eyes widened in surprise. Ji Yunza actually asked her to go to his house? Ji Yunza's villa has always been his alone, and probably only Wu Yan has ever been inside. Xiao Tongyu has only met him at the gate a few times, and has never crossed the large iron gate. Mr. Ji said, let me spend the night at your villa? Yes. Ji Yunza pressed his nose against Xiao Tonyu's fair, soft skin. This is really killing me. If this continues, will he be able to work properly? Mr. Ji, I don't think this is appropriate. Xiao Tongyu said in a tactful way. Ji Yunza straightened up, and a wave of anger rose to his face. Secretary Xiao, I'm the boss. He threw a set of keys at Xiao Tongyu, the keys to the iron gate. I'll send you the code for the main gate. Go there after work. Seeing Ji Yunza's expression, Xiao Tongyu immediately understood that this was an order that could not be disobeyed. Okay, Mr. Ji, I'll be going out first. Xiao Tongyu sighed, took the key and turned around and left the office. After work, Xiao Tongyu went home to get some clean clothes and drove directly to Ji Yunza's villa. The villa is located in a prime location in the center of the Imperial City, like Central Park in New York. It is located in the downtown area, but once you enter this villa area, it suddenly becomes quiet, giving you a sense of a paradise on earth. Ji Yunza's villa occupies the position of the king of the building in the community. A 3-story single-family house with a hollow-carved black iron gate, beige walls combined with light red tile houses. Xiao Tongyu thought, such a large house, usually only Ji Yunza lives alone, and the maid comes to clean once a week, and he is not afraid. She drove her car into the iron gate and stopped in front of the lawn in front of the villa. She entered the living room by entering the code, which was spacious and bright, with a large fireplace and huge floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a view of the garden behind. It was indeed large and luxurious, but it gave a feeling of being cold and lonely, with no life. Xiao Tongyu put down her bag and walked into the kitchen. After opening the refrigerator, she almost fainted. The refrigerator was neatly lined with rows of Ji Yunza's exclusive Swiss mineral water, and there was nothing else in it. Ji Yunza. Is he living on a breath of fairy essence? Xiao Tongyu hesitated for a minute, but then opened the grocery shopping app on her phone and bought a large amount of meat, vegetables, fruits, various spices, juice, and ice cream. She bought everything she wanted to eat. Even if Ji Yunza doesn't eat, she doesn't want to starve to death in this place. If he wants to scold someone, let him scold, and it's best to throw her out directly. Soon the delivery man arrived with the food. Xiao Tongyu changed into a comfortable short-sleeved sweater and loose-fitting sweatpants, tied her long hair into a high ponytail, and began to get busy in the kitchen. Since she started living alone at the age of 18, Xiao Tongyu's cooking skills are unparalleled among ordinary people. The food she makes Zhuang Shufei feel like she's in love after eating it. But today, Xiao Tongyu decided to only cook her own portion because Ji Yunza only eats food from star-rated hotels or his own chef, and he thinks other people's food is dirty. At worst, she can help him clean up after he finishes eating. It was not even 8 o'clock, and Xiao Tongyu had already finished cooking 3 dishes and a soup. Braised pork ribs, home-style tofu, stir-fried vegetables with mushrooms, and a pot of tomato and egg soup. She was so hungry that she made a little extra. Just as she was about to sit down and eat, Xiao Tongyu received a call from Zhuang Shufei. Tong, where are you? I'm not at home, I'm outside. Zhuang Shufei's excited voice came over the phone. My brother is back in China and just got off the plane. He wants to know when you want to have dinner together? As soon as she heard that Zhuang Shujie had returned, Xiao Tongyu's eyes lit up and her heart warmed. As long as everything is fine on the G side, I can go anytime. Then now. Where are you? We'll come to you. Xiao Tongyu quickly refused, not now. Zhuang Shufei was puzzled, and her tone carried a hint of speculation. Tong, where are you exactly? You're not with Ji Yunza, are you? There was a gasp on the other end of the line. Oh my god, Tong. You're not falling for Ji Yunza, are you? Fifi. Don't say that. Of course not. It's Ji Yunza who is threatening me. Tong, who is Ji Yunza? If you follow him, you will only be played with and then dumped. Xiao Tongyu whispered, if he can dump me now, that would be great. Zhuang Shufei was really anxious and about to explode. But the other party was Ji Yunze, so no matter how anxious she was, she could do nothing. She whispered, "Take it easy. Tell me if you have any problems. And, whatever you do, don't let my brother know about this." "Yes." Xiao Tongyu put down the phone and felt a little powerless. It was like being stuck in a quagmire, trying to climb out, but then being hit by a heavy hammer, falling down again, and sinking deeper and deeper. She sat at the table and looked at the table full of delicious food and suddenly lost her appetite. She, Xiao Tongyu, could not sit idly by and wait for death. She must find a way to get rid of Ji Yunze. At this moment, the doorbell rang. The combination lock opened. Xiao Tongyu thought it was Ji Yunze who had returned, so she stood up, but saw a dignified and elegant middle-aged woman standing at the door. She was wearing a high-end flannel suit, her hair was up in a bun, she had light makeup on, and her skin was fair and rosy, making her look noble and somewhat unapproachable at first glance. When she saw Xiao Tongyu, the woman frowned slightly. "Who are you?" Chapter 20, just for fun, throw it away when you get tired of it. In an instant, Xiao Tongyu's face immediately returned to its calm state. This woman, who looked extraordinary at first glance, was dressed in a way that revealed an indescribable air of nobility. She had the key to the iron gate and knew the code to Ji Yunze's villa, so she must be Mrs. Ji. Hello. Xiao Tongyu quickly bowed to pay her respects. "I am Mr. Ji's secretary. My name is Xiao Tongyu." Xiansu looked at the woman in front of him without saying a word. She had fair skin and a beautiful figure, and she looked sweet and charming, so pure that people couldn't take their eyes off her. She was wearing comfortable home clothes and there were several steaming hot meals on the table. It didn't look like the relationship between an ordinary secretary and her boss. Xiansu thought of the gynecological ointment that had fallen out of Ji Yunze's pocket before. Could it be that this Xiao Tongyu was the owner of the ointment? Seeing Xiansu's expression of appraisal, Xiao Tongyu hurriedly explained, "I came to help Mr. Ji make some meals. He will be back soon. Since Mrs. Ji is here, I'll leave first." On the surface, she appeared calm, but in her heart, Xiao Tongyu was beating like a drum. It is said that Mrs. Ji is the daughter of a wealthy family in Zhangcheng. She can give birth to a man as terrifying as Ji Yunze, so she must not be a nice person. While Ji Yunze was not back, he quickly fled. With Mrs. Ji as an excuse, he should be able to rest for a while. Xiao Tongyu picked up her bag and was about to walk out the door when the voice of Ji Yunze came from behind Xiansu. "Secretary Xiao, where are you going?" Xiao Tongyu was shocked. Did Mrs. Ji come, and did Ji Yunze not intend to let her go? He inexplicably brought a woman to the house, and he was not afraid of being scolded by Mrs. Ji? Before Xiao Tongyu could answer, Ji Yunze stepped into the living room and slammed the door shut. The meaning is clear. "Xiao Tongyu, you are not allowed to leave." When Ji Yunze's car drove into the gate, he saw Xiao Tongyu's car and Xiansu's car parked in front of the villa at the same time, and he knew that they had met. Ji Yunze frowned at Xiansu. "Mom, why are you here?" Xiansu put her hands on her chest and smiled, casting a meaningful glance at Ji Yunze. "I came to see you, in case you starved to death." Then she glanced at the table of food that Xiao Tongyu had made. "It seems that you won't starve to death." Ji Yunze also saw the food that Xiao Tongyu had made, and his face instantly turned angry. He is always the most clean freak, and this woman is treating this place like her own home? Making a mess in his kitchen? "Secretary Xiao, throw the food away." Ji Yunze turned and went upstairs, not allowing it to be thrown in the kitchen trash can. Xiansu laughed and followed Ji Yunze upstairs. Turning to Xiao Tongyu, she added, "Secretary Xiao, please make 2 cups of tea and bring them to the study." "Thank you." Xiao Tongyu froze in place. The food that had finally been cooked was about to be thrown away, but it couldn't be thrown in the kitchen trash can. Should it be thrown on the lawn of the villa or on the road? Besides, where would he find tea leaves at Ji Yunze's house? Where would he make tea? The study on the 2nd floor. Ji Yunze sat at his desk, took off his suit, and tore off his tie, throwing it onto the sofa in a dashing manner. He rolled up his white shirt to his elbows, revealing his white, muscular arms. Xiansu sat down and gave her son a dirty look. "Come on, Xiao is not here, there's no need to show off in front of your mother." Ji Yunze didn't say anything. He crossed his legs and lit a cigarette. "What, after almost 30 years of living, you finally want a woman?" "Yes." Ji Yunze didn't deny it, and slowly exhaled a ring of smoke. Have you checked him out? I have. His background is clean, and so is he. It's the first time. Qian Su snorted. She didn't think her son had a crush on a girl. Then should I go back and tell your grandfather the good news? Ji Yunze flicked the ashes from his long fingers into the ashtray. No need, it's just for fun. Throw it away when you're tired of it. Take it easy, and be careful. Don't kill anyone. She reminded him. It doesn't matter. If something happens, she can just get rid of it. Ji Yunze's tone was devoid of emotion, as if he was discussing what to eat tonight with Qian Su, not ending a life. On the other side, Xiao Tongyu rummaged through the kitchen but couldn't find a single tea leaf. She had no choice but to take out the packaged black tea she had just bought on the app and make 2 cups of tea to take to the study on the second floor. She didn't know if Ji Yunze, who never drank packaged tea, would just smash the teacups on the ground. Just as she was about to knock on the door, Xiao Tongyu heard Ji Yunze's indifferent voice coming from the half-open door. It's not necessary. I'm just playing around. Throw it away when you're tired of it. It doesn't matter. If something happens, she can just get rid of it. Even though she already knew what kind of position she was in, hearing Ji Yunze say it made Xiao Tongyu feel a sharp pain in her heart. Sure enough, she was not a person in Ji Yunze's heart at all. He had no mercy for her. Don't worry, she would never let a man like that get her pregnant. Thinking of this, Xiao Tongyu adjusted her breathing and knocked on the door, smiling. Mrs. G, Mr. G, here's the tea. After Mrs. G left, Ji Yunze saw a table of food still in its original position, and his blood pressure soared. Secretary Xiao, are you deaf? Seeing Ji Yunze's murderous eyes, Xiao Tongyu immediately understood what he meant. Mr. G, I plan to throw these dishes into my own stomach. Give me 10 minutes and I promise they will all disappear. Ji Yunze's face turned cold, and the air around him seemed to freeze. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Xiao Tongyu tacitly agreed with him, sat down and began to eat. After all, Ji Yunze didn't treat her as a human being. In a short while, she would be going to the gates of hell, and she might not even be able to return to the world of the living. Xiao Tongyu took a big piece of braised pork ribs into her mouth, then gulped down 2 more mouthfuls of rice, and stuffed 2 more pieces of homemade tofu into her mouth. Ji Yunze looked at the way this woman ate, and she was nothing like the ladies he had seen before, who put each grain of rice into their mouths. Her cheeks were puffed out and her rosy face looked a little chubby, pure, and seductive. The pair of big eyes stared at the food, making Ji Yunze unable to tell whether it was the food that had an appetite or the woman that made him have an appetite. He had already eaten dinner, but suddenly he felt a wave of hunger. He walked over to the table. Xiao, stand up. Xiao Tongyu stared at him with wide eyes in disbelief. Stand up. She immediately put down her chopsticks and stood up, her mouth still chewing slightly on the food. Ji Yunze sat down, picked up Xiao Tongyu's chopsticks, and began to look for the bowl of braised ribs. Finally, he picked a piece that was pleasing to the eye, shape, and size, and after holding it in front of his eyes for 2 minutes, he didn't know if he was looking for garbage or if he was afraid that Xiao Tongyu was poisoning him. Finally, he sniffed the smell. A Maillard reaction produced by pork after high-temperature cooking accompanied by the fragrance of green onions rushed into his nostrils. He couldn't help but take a bite. Xiao Tongyu? He couldn't stop after taking a bite, and a large piece of pork ribs was finished by Ji Yunze in 3 or 5 seconds. Xiao Tongyu. Doesn't Ji Yunze only eat food from 5-star hotels and his own chef? What does it mean to eat her food? Mr. G, I've already eaten the chopsticks and rice. Xiao Tongyu whispered a reminder, but Ji Yunze completely ignored her. In no time at all, the 3 dishes, 1 soup and a bowl of rice were all in Ji Yunze's stomach. Well, now there's no need to worry about where to throw the leftovers. Chapter 21, General G, give me a time limit. Xiao Tongyu looked at the table with the food that had been swept away and was speechless. She had only taken a few bites when Ji Yunze had taken it all away. Is this man still human? He even snatched someone else's food? After eating, Ji Yunze stood up. Clean up, take a shower, and come upstairs to the master bedroom to find me. After saying that, he turned expressionlessly and went upstairs. Xiao Tongyu realized that Ji Yunze was going to eat her up completely, leaving her with no chance of survival. With no choice, Xiao Tongyu picked up the bananas and oranges she had just bought on the grocery app and ate them in silence. She was a little down. Although she had been on the receiving end of Ji Yun's attention since she was a child, she had never been in such a bad mood. She, Xiao Tongyu, could have become a designer at the most famous architectural design company in the country, or gone to the UK to continue her studies. She had even passed the IELTS. Unfortunately, for some inexplicable sense of revenge, she had ruined a good hand. If she had chosen a different path, she would probably have a boyfriend by now, and maybe she would be getting married soon, just like Su Ro. What is she now? She is about to be ruined by Ji Yunza. Thinking about this, Xiao Tongyu stood up. She couldn't just sit there and wait to be destroyed. After taking a shower, Xiao Tongyu knocked on the door of the master bedroom. Ji Yunza had already changed into a pair of dark gray silk pajamas and was sitting on the bed. He had never looked at his documents or computer, but instead stared at the door, waiting for Xiao Tongyu to come in. This woman has some kind of magic that he can't wait to see. Xiao Tongyu had specially brought a conservative set of pajamas. Long-sleeved and long-trousered, she covered herself up tightly. The pink lace and cute cartoon bunny on the pajamas made her look even more pure and innocent after taking a bath, and aroused Ji Yun's desire to completely possess her. Xiao Tongyu didn't go straight to bed. She walked over to Ji Yunza, biting her lip as if she had made a big decision. "Mr. Ji, I want to talk to you. Let's talk after we do it." "No, let's talk now." Ji Yunza looked coldly at her. "Secretary Xiao, who gave you the courage to talk to me?" He then grabbed Xiao Tongyu's hand. Xiao Tongyu felt dizzy and her whole body was pressed down by Ji Yunza. Their eyes met. The fire of desire burning in Ji Yunza's dark eyes fell unashamedly on Xiao Tongyu's face. Ji Yunza pinched her little face with one hand and turned it towards him. "Are you afraid of me? Secretary Xiao is very good at martial arts, right? Why don't you fight back?" Xiao Tongyu was shocked. How did he know that she was good at martial arts? Did he even investigate this? She didn't dare to hit him, for fear of going to jail. Ji Yunza revealed an increasingly vicious smile. "I gave you a chance, but you gave it up yourself." The next second, he roughly sealed her lips. She instinctively struggled desperately under him, but it was useless. "Secretary Xiao, you don't need to wear clothes when you come into my room in the future." From 10 o'clock to 1 o'clock in the morning, Xiao Tongyu felt like she was dying in this bed. Finally, she grabbed Ji Yunza's arm and begged for mercy, and he let her go. Xiao Tongyu sat on the bed with a quilt in her arms. Her rosy lips were swollen, her bangs were wet with sweat, and her already rosy face had turned even more rosy. Her neck and collarbone were a deep purple red as far as the eye could see. Ji Yunza stared at her, unable to take his eyes off her. He still wanted to have her again, but she looked a little pitiful. Xiao Tongyu weakly opened her mouth. "Mr. Ji, can you talk to me now?" Ji Yunza frowned. He was in a good mood after 3 hours of lovemaking with Xiao Tongyu, but who knew that this woman still wanted to talk to him? What did she want to talk about? Did she want money? Say it. Xiao Tongyu licked her lips, and her small mouth took on a seductive sheen. "Mr. Ji, I want you to give me a time limit." "What do you mean? When will Mr. Ji get tired of me and give me a deadline?" Xiao Tongyu's eyes were misty, and I wanted to see a ray of light in the dark days. In an instant, Ji Yunza's face turned pale, and his forehead bulged with veins. There have only ever been women who are eager to climb into his bed, but Xiao Tongyu was so eager to get rid of him? "Secretary Xiao, do you think you are qualified to talk to me about this?" Xiao Tongyu instinctively moved back, her whole body pressed against the edge of the bed. Seeing Ji Yunza's face burning with anger, she knew that this was just her own wishful thinking. "I thought that after investigating me, Mr. Ji would have a little bit of compassion for me, and that he would treat me as a person. I just realized how difficult it is to be a person. I'm sorry, Mr. Ji, I've overstepped my bounds. I'm not qualified to talk to you about this." Xiao Tongyu said lightly, then turned around and lay down. With her back to Ji Yunza, her shoulders trembled uncontrollably, and tears flowed from her eyes. Since she gave up Lin Sha and moved out of the Lin family, she thought her tears had already dried up. In fact, it wasn't. The ups and downs of life had never been the most painful for Xiao Tongyu, only more painful. Ji Yunza looked at her back, inexplicably irritated, mixed with a hint of inexplicable heartache, all surging to his mind. He knew she was crying. He didn't want to let her go, and he wasn't going to let her go. He didn't know what would happen in the future, but at least for the moment, he would rather keep Xiao Tongyu by his side for the rest of his life. For some reason, Ji Yunza moved closer to her. He pressed his back against hers, and the contact between their skin made Xiao Tongyu tremble. She thought that Ji Yunza was going to make a comeback. Who knew that Ji Yunza leaned down and gently kissed away the tears on Xiao Tongyu's face? The sudden tenderness made Xiao Tongyu panic. She turned around and looked at Ji Yunza in surprise, her big eyes full of confusion. Ji Yunza reached out and wiped away the tears from her eyes, whispering, "Then 1 year." Seeing that he had loosened his grip, Xiao Tongyu blinked her eyes, revealing a look of innocence and innocence. Mr. Ji can't lie. Ji Yunza couldn't help but give this lovely woman a hot and lingering kiss. Then 1 year, maybe by then he would be tired of her and no longer be attracted to her. However, Ji Yunza always had a strong premonition in his heart that the possibility of a lifetime was greater than 1 year. If Xiao Tongyu has to leave after 1 year, will he let her go? Of course not. He is the most unruly person in the world, and he wants to get what he wants, and nothing will escape him. Chapter 22, Secretary Xiao looks so beautiful even when she's crying. Early on a weekend morning, Xiao Tongya's white Audi was driving on a winding mountain road. The winding road was like a dragon circling the mountains, tightly connecting the earth and the sky. Xiao Tongyu was holding the steering wheel, and on the passenger seat were yellow and white chrysanthemums, calla lilies, and her favorite gypsophila that she had just bought. Although it was still half a year before Qingming, she wanted to visit her parents in the cemetery today. She missed them. The car stopped at the cemetery parking lot. Xiao Tongyu took the flowers and walked up the mountain steps one by one. Her grandparents had passed away long ago, and her mother was an orphan, so she had no relatives left in this world. Since the accidental death of her parents, the only people who come here every year on Qingming Festival are Xiao Tongyu, Uncle Wang and Auntie Sue. The Lin family, who were friends with her parents when they were alive, have never come here once. When she arrived at her parents' graves, Xiao Tongyu placed the flowers down, took out a handkerchief from her pocket, and polished the black granite tombstone until it was shiny. Over and over again, tirelessly. On the tombstone, there are photos of her parents on the left and right, and below it is written "Beloved daughter Xiao Tongyu," and the date is 13 years ago. At that time, she was only 11 years old, and now she is 24 years old. Seeing the photos of her parents, Xiao Tongyu couldn't hold back any longer. She knelt in front of the tomb, tears falling one by one, dripping on the clean, shiny tombstone. She wiped it with her sleeve, as if she couldn't bear to see her parents' tombstone soaked in tears. But the tears just kept coming, like pearls that had broken their strings. Finally, she gave up. The crying changed from a whimper to a loud wail. The tears flowed down her cheeks without restraint. "I'm sorry, Mom and Dad. I haven't found the person who hurt you, and I haven't grown up to be the person you hoped I would be. The Lin family doesn't like me, and Lin Sha hates me. Why? Why does no one in this world cherish me? Why didn't you take me with you? Why did you leave me here alone?" After crying for an unknown period of time, Xia Tongyu was tired. She sat in front of the grave, staring blankly at the ground. After venting, life still has to go on. She dried her tears and stood up. On the other side, today is the anniversary of Grandpa's death. Luo Juinji accompanied his mother Sun Shuping to pay their respects to him. It wasn't Qingming, so there weren't many people at the cemetery, and the whole mountain was quiet. Suddenly, a young girl's heart-wrenching cries came from the other end of the hill, like a wounded wolf howling in the middle of the night, with endless pain mixed in with the misery. Sun Shuping couldn't help but smack her lips. Which girl has lost a loved one again? Luo Juinji always felt that the voice was familiar. He turned to Sun Shuping and said, "Mom, I'm going to take a look. You and the driver wait for me in the parking lot." Sun Shuping glanced at her son. "What's wrong? Is it your old girlfriend?" She knew that her son liked to fool around, but he knew how to keep things in check and never caused a fuss at home or in the hospital, so she turned a blind eye. Luo Juinji impatiently said, "Oh, it's not Mom, I'm just curious. I haven't had a girlfriend recently." "Okay, go. If it's someone you know, go comfort him. He's pitiful." Sun Shuping said, "By the way, when are you going to find me a daughter-in-law to bring home?" As soon as Sun Shuping mentioned this again, Luo Juinji pretended to be dumb and ran away as if he were escaping. When Xiao Tongyu turned around, she saw Luo Juinji standing behind her. She was so scared that she almost fell to the ground. "Mr. Luo, what a coincidence. How come you don't make a sound when you walk?" Luo Juanji saw that Xiao Tongyu's porcelain white face still had tears hanging on it, and her eyes were red. He was moved for a moment. He had just taken a photo of her without her noticing, and it was still in his phone. He had to show it to Ji Yunze. He glanced at the words on the tombstone behind Xiao Tongyu, "Come to see your parents? Is today their Memorial Day?" Xiao Tongyu shook her head, "No, I just miss them." "Where is Mr. Luo?" "Oh, I'm here to see my grandfather. I'm just leaving. Want to come with me?" Seeing that Xiao Tongyu looked so sad, Luo Juanji put away his usual playful attitude and became serious. "Okay, I'm going to the parking lot too." The two chatted on and off. When they arrived at the parking lot and were about to say goodbye, suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind Xiao Tongyu. "Tong Tong." Xiao Tongyu was taken aback. What day was it today? Why did she need so many acquaintances while sweeping the grave? She looked back and saw Su Ro running towards her with a man. Luo Juanji's eyes lit up. It was Su Ro. The man next to her was her boyfriend? As she approached them, Su Ro noticed Luo Juanji and suddenly regretted not waiting for him to leave before calling Xiao Tongyu. "Ruru, is this your boyfriend?" Xiao Tongyu asked with a smile. Su Ro affectionately pulled the man next to her. "Yes, my boyfriend, Jin Su." Jin Su is tall, wears glasses, and is quite refined and clean looking. He is said to be a college classmate of Su Ro. Xiao Tongyu nodded and said, "Hello, I'm a colleague of Su Ro." "Hello." Su Ro completely ignored Luo Juanji's presence. Luo Juanji, had always been a mythical charmer among women, and suddenly he was being ignored, which hurt his young heart a little. At this moment, Jin Su's eyes kept staring at Xiao Tongyu's face without moving. A very pretty face, pure and lustful. His body was white and thin, but he had no problem putting on weight where it was needed. Jin Su's direct gaze certainly did not escape Luo Juanji's eyes. He sneered. It seems that Su Ro's boyfriend is not very good either." Su Ro saw Xiao Tongyu's slightly swollen eyes and thought of what she had said about her parents dying when she was very young, and couldn't help but feel a little sad. So she turned to Jin Su and said, "I think I have something to do with Tong Tong. Why don't you go back first?" Jin Su nodded and said goodbye. When he turned around, he didn't forget to take a second look at Xiao Tongyu. Luo Juanji thought that if he took a picture of this guy's wretched appearance and sent it to Ji Yunze, he might not have to wait until the next day for his eyeballs to be gouged out. After Jin Su left, Luo Juanji asked Su Ro with a smile, "Secretary Su, didn't you see me?" Su Ro could only look at Luo Juanji symbolically. "Luo Xiao, I'm sorry, I have something to do with Ro. Let's make an appointment next time." Hearing Su Ro say this, Luo Juanji immediately became interested. "Oh? When is the next time?" Su Ro was speechless. She had only said it casually out of politeness, but who knew that Luo Juanji would take it seriously? Xiao Tongyu quickly came to her rescue. "Mr. Luo, don't tease Ro, she's shy." After that, she took Su Ro to her car and said, "We're leaving now. Goodbye, Mr. Luo." Luo Juanji looked at the two girls' backs as they left, picked up his phone, and sent the side profile of Xiao Tongyu that he had taken at the tomb to Ji Yunze. "Gee, Secretary Xiao looks so good even when she's crying." The next second, he received a reply from Ji Yunze, 9 p.m, Han Yu's Club, "I'll fuck you to death." Fuck me to death? I'm not gay. Luo Juanji smiled and put the phone back in his pocket. Chapter 23, A Man Without Common Sense. In the car, Xiao Tongyu held the steering wheel tightly as the white Audi sped down the mountain road. Su Ro couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, Tong Tong, this is the first time I've been in your car, and you're a great driver." Xiao Tongyu smiled and said, "It's okay. How come you're here at the cemetery today?" "I came with Jin Su to see his mother, who passed away a few years ago." "I see." Xiao Tongyu thought to himself, Su Ro and her boyfriend were getting married soon, so it was natural for her to come and see her deceased mother. "Tong Tong, are you here to see your parents? How did you run into Luo Xiao? Why is he everywhere?" Su Ro pouted. Su Ro is pretty and well behaved, and she looks like a woman who makes men want to protect her. "Yes, I haven't been doing well lately, so I've been thinking about my parents a bit." Xiao Tongyu said lightly, "Why do you hate Luo Xiao so much?" "I think he's pretty good." Su Ro turned her face away. "I don't like men who are smooth talkers. In comparison, a man like General Ji, who is so economical with words, is better." When Su Ro mentioned Ji Yunze, Xiao Tongyu couldn't help but shiver. Ji Yunze, when he puts on his clothes, he is an ascetic boss, but when he takes off his clothes, he is worse than a pig or a dog. So she quickly changed the subject. Right, Ro, what do you want to talk to me about? Do you have lunch? I want to find you to eat hot pot together. Of course. The two of them arrived at a hot pot restaurant in the city center that had become popular on the internet. It took a long time to drive back from the cemetery on the top of the Imperial Mountain, and it was already past the mealtime, so there were not many diners in the restaurant. The two girls sat down face to face, and Su Ro ordered a full table of dishes. Xiao Tongyu looked at the various meatballs and vegetable desserts and couldn't help but laugh. She knew that Su Ro had always had a big appetite and small eyes, so how could the two of them possibly finish all that food? The steaming hot pot was emitting a tempting steam, and the meat slices had absorbed the rich soup base, making every bite a full experience of happiness. Xiao Tongyu suddenly felt that it was good to be alive, at least she could eat her favorite food. The steam from the hot pot made her break out in a sweat, so she lifted her long hair and tried to tie it into a ponytail with the rubber band on her wrist. Suddenly, she felt Su Ro's meaningful gaze across the table, and quickly let her hair down again. Tong, tie your hair up when it's hot. I've seen you do it for a long time. Su Ro said to her with a smile. Xiao Tongyu's face flushed to the roots of her ears, and the chopstick she had just picked up almost slipped out of her hand. You know everything? Su Ro nodded. General Ji always calls you into the office, and you're always in there for a long time. You always come out in a panic, and I'm not blind. Xiao Tongyu didn't know what to say. She bit her lip and felt like a fool. She thought that she and Ji Yunze could hide their relationship from everyone, but in fact everyone knew about it, they were just pretending to be stupid. Seeing Xiao Tongyu's blushing face, Su Ro comforted her with a smile. It's okay, Tong, I won't tell anyone. It's just that General Manager Ji is too harsh, always making you red all over. Every time I sit next to you, I feel sad when I see it. Finally, she found someone in the company to talk to. Xiao Tongyu picked up the ice-cold Coke on the table and gulped it down. She wiped her mouth and slapped the table. I'm telling you, Ro, this dog Ji Yunze is really not human. He slept with me a few times, and I almost died in bed a few times. Su Ro was shocked and her eyes widened. Is that true? Isn't Mr. Ji an abstinent man? I've worked in the CEO's office for 3 years and I've never seen him with a woman. I've also heard that he never gets close to women. You're the first. Xiao Tongyu's eyes rolled back in her head. Not interested in women? She had also been fooled by this rumor. Ji Yunze is simply the best. He sleeps in the land of the gentle every moment. By the way, Tong, Su Ro asked, has General Ji been coveting you for a long time? In fact, I felt that he looks at you differently from the way he looks at others. Anyway, 2 weeks ago, after the party, I took him back to his room, and he suddenly became a beast. I begged him, but it was useless. Xiao Tongyu felt a little uncomfortable thinking about it. She didn't plan to tell Su Ro that she had actually deliberately or unintentionally seduced Ji Yunze first. Because her goal was really stupid. Su Ro hesitated and asked, so, is this your first time? Yes. There was a moment of silence at the dinner table. Seeing Xiao Tongyu's sad expression, Su Ro felt a little sorry for her. So she comforted her. But Tong, don't you think you're pretty cool? You got to sleep with General Ji. General Ji has a good face and a good body, and he's a man at the top of the pyramid. You're not doing too badly. Xiao Tongyu almost laughed out loud. Ro, you have a very special theory. Even if you are forced to sleep with a man you don't love, you won't feel cool even if he is the king of heaven and earth. Su Ro nodded. That makes sense. So what are you going to do? Xiao Tongyu felt irritated at the thought of this. I don't know. When General Ji gets over it and falls for another woman, he should be able to let me go. Okay, no wonder you wanted to quit your job that day. Xiao Tongyu scratched his head. Roro, let's not talk about this, it's upsetting. Let's eat some dry rice, it's the happiest. Okay. At 9 p.m., Han Yu Ju Club. This club is owned by Han Yu himself, and has nothing to do with the Han family, but because of the Han family's influence in the imperial capital, it attracts wealthy young masters from that circle to linger. In the VLP private room, Ji Yunze had already drunk his 5th glass of red wine. Seeing that the newly opened bottle of red wine was already half empty, Han Yu couldn't help but ask, what? No women, so you're drinking to forget your troubles? Ji Yunze gave him a look. If Hanyu weren't his childhood friend, he would have smashed the bottle of red wine over his head by now. Luo Juanji, with a cigarette in his mouth, leaned back on the sofa cushion with a carefree air. Hanyu, get him 2 women. He's cold and not used to doing things himself. He can't sleep without rubbing 2 sticks together. Ji Yun's face darkened and he turned to Luo Juanji. Why don't you help me? Hanyu felt a burst of pain in his eyes at the thought of that scene. You two need to help each other, not me. There's a public toilet on the left when you go out. Ah, pooh. Luo Juanji stubbed out his cigarette. Why should I do it myself? I'm not picky. Who's like Ji Yunze, who can't do without Xiao Tongyu, otherwise he can't get hard. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Yunze kicked Luo Juanji in the leg, and Luo Juanji screamed for help on the sofa. In fact, Ji Yunze had already been wondering for a long time. Why was he so obsessed with Xiao Tongyu? He was disgusted by other women, but when he saw Xiao Tongyu, he was consumed by a burning desire that he couldn't control. Unsatisfied with being kicked, Luo Juanji struggled to get up and continued to tease him. Ji Yunze, a man like you who doesn't know how to cherish women, Xiao Tongyu will run away sooner or later. Ji Yunze frowned. Cherish the fragrance and value the jade? Ha! Don't tell me you don't know? Ji Yunze, women need to be pampered, not used to your every whim. What do you mean? Hanyu almost laughed out loud when he saw Ji Yunze getting serious. Luo Juanji put his hand on his forehead. Is this emotional idiot finally going to get it? He tugged Hanyu. You explain it to him. Hanyu waved his hand. You should explain this to him. Luo Juanji sat up straight, leaning forward as if he were about to give a lecture. First of all, the most basic thing is that when you play with a woman, you must wear a condom. How can you let her take the pill? Why? Why? Ji Yunze, has your common sense been eaten by a dog? How much harm does the pill do to women? If you just let someone take the pill, the woman will think that you don't care about her at all, and she won't be able to show her true feelings to you. Ji Yunze looked serious. What harm? Oh, there are many harmful effects. As a doctor, Luo Juanji is very good at this question. The light ones are loss of appetite, headaches, fatigue, endocrine disorders, and menstrual disorders. The serious ones. He paused for a moment, deliberately lengthening his tone. Impaired ovarian function, infertility. For a moment, a rare look of panic flashed across Ji Yun's face. He raised his leg and kicked Luo Juanji hard. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Luo Juanji was kicked onto his back, and he yelled angrily, how the hell do I know you don't even have this common sense? Chapter 24, Siju's Drinking Party. In the evening, Xiao Tongyu was taking a bath and lying in bed with a facial mask on. Her favorite piece of music, Chopin's Nocturne in E-flat major, Op. 9, was playing on the bronze stereo. Thinking back, she had started learning the cello when she was 4 years old, but since the accidental death of her parents when she was 11, she had never touched the cello again. The sound of the piano coming from the stereo was ethereal, like music from heaven, and Xia Tongjiu slowly closed her eyes. Suddenly, a piercing cell phone ringtone came from outside. A man's voice that deserved a beating kept singing, I won't answer, I just won't answer. Xiao Tongyu, who was already asleep, jumped up in fright. This was the ringtone she had set up specifically for Ji Yun's phone. She tore off the mask and pressed the call button. Hello? Mr. G. Secretary Xiao, come to the Ritz-Carlton, VIP room 1. Now. Xiao Tongyu glanced at the clock on the wall and saw that it was already past 10 p.m. A cold voice came from the other end of the line. What? Secretary Xiao doesn't seem to want to? Xiao Tongyu stammered, Mr. G. I'm off today. Secretary Xiao, do you want overtime pay? Is 1 million enough? At the thought of Ji Yun's 1 million, Xiao Tongyu's body hairs stood on end. No need, Mr. G, I'm coming right now. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Tongyu casually changed into a loose sweater and tight jeans, and tied her hair to one side with a large hairband. She took the car keys, put on her sneakers and went straight out the door. Once in the car, Xiao Tongyu suddenly thought that going to a place like Siju, where there was a lot of drinking and partying, she should put on some delicate makeup and wear a sexy dress. Oh, whatever, she was already on her way out. If Ji Yunze thought she was a disgrace, then it would be best if he sent her home. Xiao Tongyu opened the door to the private room and the three men sitting inside all looked up at the same time. Even in the dim light, her white and rosy face, small and delicate mouth, and big eyes full of autumn water were clearly visible. Coupled with her outfit, she looked like a college student who had wandered into the secular world when she came to a place like Siju. Seeing Xiao Tongyu like this, Ji Yunze suddenly felt that he, in his suit and tie, was a bit old. Mr. Ji, Mr. Han, Mr. Luo. Xiao Tongyu nodded and greeted them. She stood hesitantly on the side, not knowing what the three most famous bachelors in the capital wanted to do with her. Luo Juanji smiled and said, "Secretary Xiao, are you still not tired? I asked you to come for a drink. How can you stay at home on such a great weekend?" Luo Juanji didn't dare to say that it was actually Ji Yunze who missed her. Just now, Ji Yunze was distracted by his phone and kept looking at it while drinking. His eyes were fixed on the page of Xiao Tongyu's phone and he couldn't take his eyes off it. In the end, Hanyu couldn't bear to watch anymore and directly pressed the call button for him, and he was stunned and pushed Ji Yunze up against the bar. Xiao Tongyu said, "Mr. Luo, I don't drink much." "It's okay, just 2 drinks, you won't get drunk." Luo Juanji cast a meaningful look at Ji Yunze. "In case you get drunk, your boss Ji can still take you home." "Well, it seems that it is already a well-known secret that I have been slept with by Ji Yunze." Xiao Tongyu was used to being teased like this, and she felt that her skin was really getting thicker. Hanyu poured a glass of red wine for Xiao Tongyu and handed it to her. "Secretary Xiao, try this. It's the best." Xiao Tongyu took the wine but didn't sit down, and stood there blankly. Luo Juanji spoke up, "Hey, Secretary Xiao, sit down." "No, I'll just stand. I'm the secretary of General Ji, it's not appropriate to sit down." Xiao Tongyu dared not sit next to Ji Yunze. In her memory, apart from being in the car, she didn't seem to have sat with Ji Yunze, let alone drink with him. Even after that night at the Imperial Capital Hotel, when Ji Yunze sat down to eat breakfast, she could only stand by and watch, so hungry that she almost died where she stood. Ji Yunze, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up, "Secretary Xiao, sit down." "Ha? Does Secretary Xiao need a hearing aid?" "No." Xiao Tongyu quickly sat down next to Ji Yunze. She took the glass in her hand and gulped it down. A cold, sour sensation rushed down her throat, leaving a bitter aftertaste that was very much like her life. "This is not even the best red wine, it's not even as good as Coke. Secretary Xiao has a good tolerance for alcohol." Hanyu filled her glass again. "Mr. Han, I'll do it. How can I let you pour wine for me?" Hanyu smiled to himself. Judging from the way Ji Yunze was acting, it was possible that one day Xiao Tongyu would become the young mistress of the Ji family, and there would be plenty of times when he would pour her a drink. Luo Juanji glanced at Ji Yunze, who had been staring at Xiao Tongyu's face intently and not saying a word. The animalistic desire in his eyes was about to spill over onto the girl's face. But in the current situation, it seemed a bit inappropriate to take Xiao Tongyu directly to the suite upstairs in the Siju building. After all, Ji Yunze didn't want others to see how much he needed Xiao Tongyu. Whether Ji Yunze is going to the heart or the heart, Luo Juanji has decided to help him. "Secretary Xiao, how about we play a game?" "What kind of game?" "Secretary Xiao can ask me any question she wants. If I don't want to answer or can't answer, I have to drink a glass of red wine. The same goes for me with Secretary Xiao." "Mr. Luo, I don't have any questions for you." Luo Juanji felt insulted. Is Secretary Xiao not interested in me at all? Xiao Tongyu shook his head, not interested. Hanyu suppressed a laugh. Luo Juanji slammed his fist on the table. Then you play with Ji Yunze. Xiao Tongyu turned his head to look at Ji Yunze's face, which was black enough to drip ink. He was also looking at her. She couldn't help but shrug her shoulders. "I'm sorry, Mr. Luo, I'll play with you." Luo Juanji spoke up. "First question, how many boyfriends has Secretary Xiao had?" "I've never been in love." "Is that true?" "You can't lie, Miss Xiao. Even if you lie, you still have to drink." "Really, Mr. Luo, not many people like me." Luo Juanji was shocked. He looked at Ji Yunze and met his meaningful gaze. Damn! Ji Yunze actually had sex with a virgin? Okay, Luo Juanji accepted this answer, so it's your turn to ask me. Well, I can't think of any questions, so I'll ask you the same question that you asked me just now. I really can't answer this question, because I don't remember how many girlfriends I've had. After saying this, Luo Juanji finished the glass of red wine in one gulp. Xiao Tongyu rolled his eyes. It turns out that the rumors about Luo are true. He is truly the most famous playboy in the capital. Luo Juanji immediately asked a second question: has Secretary Xiao ever had a crush on someone else? As soon as he heard this question, Xiao Tongyu immediately thought of Lin Zhao's figure. Tall, blue and white school uniform, black headphones, and a deep dimple when he smiles. But Lin Zhao never smiled at her like that. Xiao Tongyu was about to answer yes when she suddenly felt a horrifying gaze from the side. At that moment, she thought of Ji Yun's clenched face and his angry voice, "Say you'll never like Lin Zhao." Xiao Tongyu picked up her glass. "Luo Xiao, I'd like to toast you." Han Yu and Luo Juanji exchanged knowing glances. In other words, Xiao Tongyu had a crush on someone else, but because of Ji Yun's power, she didn't dare to say it. She was tricked by Luo Juanji's persistent trickery with his tricky questions, and Xiao Tongyu, who was not strong enough to drink, became a little dizzy. She decided to go wash her face to sober up. So she stood up unsteadily. "Sorry, Mr. Ji, Mr. Luo, Mr. Han, I'm going to the bathroom." Chapter 25, Putting People in a Dead End. VLP 4th box at the Siju. Lin Sha was drinking with a group of investors. It was already midnight, and everyone was drunk and staggering. At this time, the men and women in the box were hugging each other, and the sounds of intimacy and lingering were endless. Some people's faces were flushed, and some people's eyes were glazed over, as if they were intoxicated in a dream. Their laughter, singing, and cheers came one after another. Amidst this chaotic scene, Lin Xiao appeared to be exceptionally calm. He held his wineglass and quietly observed everything. An inexplicable loneliness welled up in Lin Xiao's heart. He looked at the people around him, all of them reveling in money and power, but what he wanted was not that. It was the girl who had always been by his side but whom he had ignored. But life is not a time machine, and there is no way to start over. It seems that they will spend the night in the suites at the Sijia Hotel. Tonight was not a total loss. At least, they were able to close a few contracts. Lin Xiao stood up and walked out of the box. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he saw a familiar figure coming out of the next box. She was wearing a hoodie and tight jeans that didn't fit in with the rest of the place, and her long, straight legs and beautiful long hair made him unable to take his eyes off her. It was Xiao Tongyu. How did she end up here? Lin Xiao walked up quickly. "Tong Tong." Xiao Tongyu turned around and saw Lin Xiao standing in front of her in a suit. He looked a little tired, and his red eyes were glowing with an inexplicable light, which made her a little scared. "What's the matter, Lin Xiao? What is it? When did Xiao Tongyu start speaking so coldly?" It was as if she was asking a complete stranger with whom she had no connection. Lin Xiao took a step forward and approached her. "I didn't have the chance last time, but today is a good day. Tong Tong, let's talk." "Lin Xiao, I've said it many times, we have nothing to talk about," Xiao Tongyu said coldly, turning to walk to the bathroom. Lin Xiao grabbed her arm. "Tong Tong, don't say things you don't mean. Look at me, aren't I the one you like the most? How can you just let go like that? Were you lying before?" Xiao Tongyu, who followed him around all day long, calling him Lin Xiaogu over and over again, has really left his world? "Lin Xiao, let go. I came here with General Ji today. Don't always grab me without regard for the situation. We're not that familiar." Lin Xiao looked at Xiao Tongyu's pretty little face. She looked so sweet, gentle and feminine, but why could she say such cold and frosty things? Maybe she had drunk too much and was a little tipsy. Lin Xiao couldn't hold back, and he hugged Xiao Tongyu and pressed her directly against the wall. Xiao Tongyu felt a sharp pain in her back, and her body was pressed so hard that she could hardly breathe. "Tong Tong, do you really not like me? Not even willing to listen to me?" Xiao Tongyu knew that with her current skills, it would be easy to break free from Lin Xiao, but she still wanted to give him a little dignity. "Lin Xiao, I'm warning you for the last time. Let go, don't force me to hit you." Lin Xiao snorted. "Hit me? You try." He then lowered his head and kissed Xiao Tongyu on the face. Xiao Tongyu was about to dodge, but suddenly, bang! A wine bottle smashed directly onto Lin Xiao's head. The bottle shattered, and Lin Xiao instantly fell to the ground in pain. He was covered in red liquid, and it was hard to tell whether it was wine or his own blood. Xiao Tongyu saw Ji Yunza standing behind Lin Xiao. The face was not like a human, but like a beast consumed by anger. Ji Yunza didn't seem to be satisfied. He kicked Lin Sha hard in the back, knocking him to the ground. Xiao Tongyu could hear the sound of bones cracking. Lin Sha rolled over hard, trying to get a glimpse of the person who had come, but was kicked directly in the face. One kick after another, Ji Yunza, with a heavy sense of hatred, kept kicking the man on the ground, as if he wanted to kill him. Xiao Tongyu realized for the first time that Ji Yunza was really as terrifying as the legends said. He really looked like he was going to kill someone. It turned out that Ji Yunza's usual kindness to her was already the greatest kindness. Xiao Tongyu was like a person who had been put under a spell, standing motionless with her hands over her mouth, as if her blood had stopped flowing. Han Yu and Luo Juanji rushed over and desperately pulled Ji Yunza to the left and right. "Stop kicking Ji Yunza. He's not moving anymore. Ji Yunza, stop. You're going to kill him." But Ji Yunza would not listen to them. He gritted his teeth and said, "Let me go, or I'll hit you instead." Xiao Tongyu finally reacted, and she rushed to Ji Yunza's front and blocked him. "Stop hitting Mr. Ji. Get out of the way." Seeing that persuasion was ineffective, Xiao Tongyu gritted her teeth and hugged him. "Please don't fight anymore, Mr. Ji, I beg you." She looked up at him with a pained expression on her face, her eyes brimming with tears. Xiao Tongyu wasn't worried about Lin Sha, she was really scared of Ji Yunza. "Secretary Xiao, are you begging me for him?" "Mr. Ji, Lin Sha is already unconscious." "Why do you want to kill him?" Xiao Tongyu tightly embraced Ji Yunza's arms, pressed her head against his chest, and buried herself in his arms. "I'm going to kill him." "Secretary Xiao, move aside." Xiao Tongyu looked at Ji Yunza with trepidation. The anger on his face seemed to ignite the air around him. She knew that if she stood in front of Ji Yunza at this moment, she might be the one to be beaten in the next second. "No, I can't let Ji Yunza kill someone like this. Not to mention that Lin Sha didn't deserve this, it would be even more unworthy if Ji Yunza went to jail for killing someone. But Ji Yunza, who can call the shots in the capital, would really go to jail?" There was no time to think anymore. Xiao Tongyu gritted her teeth, wrapped her arms around Ji Yunza's neck, and stood on her tiptoes, pressing her lips against his. The sudden sweet fragrance made Ji Yunza lose his mind. Xiao Tongyu's lips seemed to have a kind of magic that directly confused his thoughts. Ji Yunza's originally furious eyes became filled with extreme possessiveness. He reached out and grabbed Xiao Tongyu's back of her head, pressing her down and making her unable to resist. He kissed her more passionately, forcefully, and domineeringly. After a long and lingering kiss, Ji Yunza picked up Xiao Tongyu horizontally and walked upstairs to the suite without looking back. Luo Juanji watched with his mouth wide open, and let out a silent, "Shit." Han Yu patted him on the back. "Stop watching, the fight scene is over, it's time for the passionate scene, let's go." Then he crouched down and observed Lin Sha, who was lying motionless on the ground, and said to the person next to him, "Take this guy to the hospital." Chapter 26, I am Ji Yunza's woman. Ji Yunza has an exclusive suite on the upper floor of the Siju, which Han Yu reserved for him. Whenever he drank too much and didn't want to go home, he would stay here. However, this suite has never had anyone but Ji Yunza. For the first time ever, there is a woman here today. Bang! Ji Yunza pressed the fingerprint lock and kicked open the door to the suite. He roughly pulled Xiao Tongyu into the door and held him against the door. "Mr. Ji." Before Xiao Tongyu could finish her sentence, Ji Yunza lowered his head and covered her mouth, and a deluge of kisses fell heavily. Xiao Tongyu was so out of breath from his kisses that tears welled up in her eyes and her heart was about to jump out of her chest. She suddenly regretted why she had to provoke such a terrible Ji Yunza for the sake of Lin Sha, a worthless scumbag. This time, she was afraid that she would really die in bed. The arrow was on the string, ready to be fired at any moment. Ji Yunza suddenly froze, as if he had been struck by an electric current, his eyes dark. He buried his head in Xiao Tongyu's neck, panting, and calming down for a while. What's going on? Is Ji Yunza having trouble with his overindulgence in sex? After a few minutes, Ji Yunza got up from her and pulled the quilt over the woman. You just wait. Ji Yunza left these words and turned around to leave the bedroom, slamming the door shut. Xiao Tongyu was left lying on the bed, dumbfounded. What happened to Ji Yunza? In the VIP room downstairs, Han Yu and Luo Juanji continued to drink red wine. Suddenly, Han Yu's phone rang. He glanced at the caller and put it in front of Luo Juanji. Ji Yunza? How long has it been? Is he that fast? Luo Juanji looked at his watch and couldn't hide his mocking smile. Han Yu pressed the speakerphone. Hello? Han Yu, why is there no condom in the room? Han Yu? Luo Juanji couldn't help but say, Ji Yunza, that room is just for you, what are you doing putting a condom in it? To blow up balloons with? Ji Yunza's angry voice came over the phone, send me a condom. Han Yu put his hand on his forehead, when did you ever need a condom? Ji Yunza, starting today. Okay, how many do you want? 2 boxes. Han Yu. There was a busy signal on the phone. Han Yu and Luo Juanji smiled at each other. It seems that Ji Yunza took those ovarian dysfunction and infertility seriously. He's fallen for Xiao Tongyu. A few minutes later, Han Yu delivered the condoms, Xiao Tongyu's phone, and the car keys to Ji Yunza's door. Ji Yunza opened the door with his shirt off and a stern face. Han Yu hadn't even said a word when the door slammed shut. Han Yu. Ji Yunza returned to the bedroom and found the woman on the bed asleep. Half of her face was buried in the quilt, and her long hair was scattered on the pillow, contrasting with her fair skin and looking extremely good. Ji Yunza pushed her, Secretary Xiao, get up. Xiao Tongyu frowned slightly, licked her lips, and didn't react at all. She must be really tired, with tears glistening in her eyes. She must have been scared. Ji Yunza leaned down and gently wiped away her tears. His heart seemed to have more pity for Xiao Tongyu than the most primitive animal instinct in a man's body. Let her sleep. I won't touch her tonight. Ji Yunza sat on the bed and lit a cigarette. He frowned and found that he seemed to have jumped into a pit, sinking deeper and deeper. At this moment, Xiao Tongyu's phone rang at the bedside. Several messages popped up in succession. Tong Tong, my brother wants to know when you can have dinner together? I think he misses you. Are you sleeping? Are you not with that dog of a man, Ji Yunza? Remember to reply to me when you see the message tomorrow. Ji Yunza's face turned black. He picked up Xiao Tongyu's finger to unlock the phone. The name of the contact was Fei Fei. Ji Yunza sent a message to the other party, who are you? The other person replied quickly, what do you mean, who am I? Are you drunk? I'm your best friend, Zhuang Shufei. Zhuang Shufei? Ji Yunza felt like he had heard that name somewhere before. Perhaps the other person felt something was wrong, and quickly sent another message, who are you? Are you Xiao Tongyu? Ji Yunza replied, I am the dog man Ji Yunza. There was a moment of silence, and no new messages came. After a moment of contemplation, Ji Yunza called Han Yu again. Why, Ji Yunza? Isn't that enough? Who is Zhuang Shufei? Han Yu chuckled, tired of her already? Going to find a new woman? Bullshit. She sent me a message from a woman. Zhuang Shufei is a very popular actress recently, the princess of the Zhuang group. What about her brother? Zhuang's young master, Zhuang Shuje. Ji Yunza's lips were pursed into a line, what kind of person? I met him a few years ago. He's not bad. Ji Yunza hung up the phone with a snap. Han Yu looked at the phone and thought it was funny. The East Asian king of vinegar had started to have a fit. The next morning, Xiao Tongyu was awakened by the blinding sunlight. She looked down at herself and saw that she was still naked, but she didn't feel any soreness at all. Except for the few bites she got at the entrance last night, she didn't have any new hickeys. Ji Yunza didn't seem to have touched her last night. She was so happy that she almost burst into tears. Had he finally grown tired of her, or had he finally found his conscience? She slept very soundly last night, as if she hadn't slept so well in a long time. Struggling to sit up in bed, Xiao Tongyu saw Ji Yunza leaning against the doorframe of the bedroom, his legs crossed, looking at her with a half-smile. He pointed to a brand new set of casual clothes at the end of the bed. Xiao, put that on, wash your face and brush your teeth, then come out for breakfast. Oh. Xiao Tongyu nodded obediently. Wait. Ji Yunza asked her to have breakfast? Did he hit his head on the door when he left? After getting dressed and washing up, Xiao Tongyu walked into the living room, where Ji Yunza was sitting at the dining table looking at his phone. The table was covered with a full spread of food, both Chinese and Western, like a Manchu Han imperial feast. Seeing Xiao Tongyu coming, he lazily patted the seat next to him to indicate that she should sit down. Mr. Ji, I'll stand here. I'll eat after you're done. Ji Yunza frowned. Secretary Xiao, are you a maid in feudal society? Xiao Tongyu snorted. She felt that she might not be as good as a maid in feudal society here. Sit down. Reluctantly, Xiao Tongyu sat down. She took a slice of toasted bread and spread the butter evenly on it. Every aspect, every corner, every inch, was covered. Then she handed the toast to Ji Yunza. Looking at this piece of toast, which looked perfect from every angle, Ji Yunza's obsessive-compulsive disorder was cured. He took a bite of the toast and then looked at his phone again. Xiao Tongyu suddenly realized that she had lost her phone. It seemed that she had left it in the VLP box yesterday. Seemingly sensing her confusion, Ji Yunza handed her his phone. Secretary Xiao, someone was looking for you last night. Who? Xiao Tongyu held a juice in one hand and opened her phone with curiosity in the other, clicking on the top message with Zhuang Shufei. The moment she saw the sentence "I'm a dog man," Ji Yunza, the large mouthful of juice she had just put in her mouth, was about to spurt out. The next second, Ji Yunza hugged her waist and blocked her lips. He opened her mouth and swallowed the entire mouthful of juice. She felt a cool fragrance in his mouth. Miss Xiao, be careful. Xiao Tongyu was shocked and covered her mouth. Didn't Ji Yunza have a germophobia? After last night, did he have a chemical reaction and become a pervert? After the kiss, Ji Yunza wiped her mouth with his thumb and took her phone and put it to her mouth. Tell this Zhuang Shufei that you are Ji Yunza's woman. What? Say it, send a voice message. Xiao Tongyu. Secretary Xiao, I'm not going to say it a third time. After saying this, Ji Yunza pressed the voice recording button. Xiao Tongyu looked at Ji Yunza's eyes full of anger and intolerance. She licked her lips and said into the phone, I am Ji Yunza's woman. 3 seconds later, Zhuang Shufei sent. Ji Yunza was very satisfied. He got up and pinched Xiao Tongyu's little face full of collagen. I have a multinational video conference, so I'll be leaving first. Secretary Xiao, remember to come to work on time tomorrow. Xiao Tongyu nodded dumbly, okay. Chapter 27. Her heart had long since died. After Ji Yunza left, Xiao Tongyu began to concentrate on eating her breakfast. She was going to eat the entire breakfast table. Thinking about Ji Yunza, she was happiest when she was eating. After all, he had given her a year's time. After a year, if she was still able to leave without any problems, she would immediately quit her job and open her own design studio. At this time, Zhuang Shufei called. Tong Tong, if you've been kidnapped, don't say anything. Xiao Tongyu smiled. No, Ji Yunza has already left. The other end of the line let out a sigh of relief. Damn, this dog man is really crazy. Why did he look at your phone and force you to say that? Did you sleep together again last night? We didn't last night. I don't know what Ji Yunza was thinking. Xiao Tongyu stuffed a piece of beef into her mouth. Zhuang Shufei hesitated. Tong Tong, you don't think Ji Yunza likes you, do you? Xiao Tongyu shook his head. Oh, no way. What could he possibly like about me? I'd rather believe a sow could climb a tree. Zhuang Shufei still had some doubts, but she didn't pursue the topic. By the way, Tong Tong, are you free tomorrow night? My brother wants to have dinner with us. Of course, as long as I don't have to work overtime. My scene is not over until around 7 o'clock tomorrow. After I finish, can we go together? Xiao Tongyu chewed on the eggs Benedict with relish. Okay, I'll come to you if I don't have to work overtime. What are you eating, Tong Tong? It smells so good. Ji Yunza's breakfast. He doesn't eat it, so it can't be wasted. After breakfast, Xiao Tongyu hesitated for a few minutes, and then she decided to go see Lin Sha. Ji Yunza's attack yesterday was completely uncalled for. If she hadn't stopped him, Lin Sha would have been killed on the spot. He kept saying he had something to say, so let's talk it out once and for all. Thinking of this, Xiao Tongyu stood up. Daido Hospital. Lin Sha had been lying in bed for a whole night and morning, and was finally able to sit up. He was seriously injured, with his head wrapped like a swollen bun, his right hand bandaged, and faintly bleeding. His face was as pale as paper, his chest rising and falling, and beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. With each breath, a wave of pain washed over him. But the pain in his body was nothing compared to the pain in his heart. Lin Tianhao and Yuan Qing sat by the bed, anxiously watching their son. Lin Tianhao couldn't help but ask, Lin Shao, how did you get into a business deal with Ji Yunza? Who is Ji Yunza that we can afford to mess with? Yuan Qing blared at her husband reproachfully, your son is like this. Don't scold him. Lin Sha remained silent. He didn't say that Ji Yunza beat him because he saw him holding Xiao Tongyu. Because of his secretary, Ji Yunza actually used such a ruthless method. Lin Sha was not a fool. He can see that Ji Yunza is not simple about Xiao Tongyu. Could it be that the kiss mark on Xiao Tongyu's neck was made by Ji Yunza? Thinking of this, Lin Zhao's left hand, which was still intact, clenched into a fist, and his fingernails sank deep into the flesh. If Xiao Tongyu and Ji Yunza were together, then Lin Sha would really never get her again. On the day Xiao Tongyu graduated from high school, Qin Mengyan was at Lin Zhao's house. She took off her clothes and seduced him. Lin Xiao had a little bit of wine and couldn't hold back. During the stormy night, he caught a glimpse of Xiao Tongyu. That night, she sent a message saying goodbye, saying that she had moved away. Lin Xiao didn't know why he felt a wave of guilt. He felt that he couldn't face her, so he didn't reply, and his instinct was to escape. Maybe at that time, he had already developed a different feeling for Xiao Tongyu? He didn't know. He just felt a pain in his chest. Suddenly, Yuan Qing's words pulled Lin Xiao back from his thoughts. Lin Xiao, did you tell Tong Tong that you were hurt? Let her come and see you. Lin Xiao sneered in his heart. Need I tell her? She saw it all. If she wants to come, she will come. No need, Mom. She won't come. At that moment, the door to the ward was pushed open and Xiao Tongyu stood at the door. Lin Zhao's eyes lit up at the sight of her. Tong Tong. Yuan Cheng hurriedly went up to her. How did you know that Lin Xiao was hospitalized? Uncle Lin, Auntie Yuan, I heard about it by chance. Xiao Tongyu did not intend to admit that she was there, and she was sure that Lin Xiao would not tell them. The closest hospital to the royal palace was the Imperial Capital Hospital. After she and Ji Yunza left yesterday, Lin Xiao must have been sent here first. Oh, then you two chat. Lin Xiao and I will leave first. Lin Tianhao was somewhat delighted, thinking that Xiao Tongyu and Lin Xiao might have a chance together. He pulled Yuan Chang and walked out of the ward, closing the door behind them. Xiao Tongyu walked to the bedside, but she didn't sit down. Seeing Lin Xiao beaten like this, it would be a lie to say that she felt nothing. After all, Lin Xiao didn't commit such a big crime. His indifference back then was also due to the sudden appearance of a person in his family that he didn't like, a fool who chased after him all day long. Lin Xiao, what do you want to talk to me about? Lin Xiao looked up at Xiao Tongyu, whose narrow, almond-shaped eyes were filled with red bloodshot veins. Tong Tong, are you with Ji Yunza? Xiao Tongyu bit her lip. You're mistaken, I'm not. Lin Xiao, of course, did not believe her. Tong Tong, even if you are not with me, you can't be with Ji Yunza. You know what kind of person he is. Would he really like you? He won't, and neither will you. Lin Xiao, don't pretend to be affectionate here. You're only moved by yourself. You really don't believe that I like you? Lin Xiao, you treated me like trash when I needed you the most. It doesn't matter whether you really like me now, because I don't need your approval. A layer of mist gradually appeared in Lin Zhao's eyes. He knew that he was wrong, very wrong. He was so wrong that he didn't realize his attachment to Xiao Tongyu, and instead pushed her farther and farther away. Lin Xiao lowered his eyes. I know, Tong Tong, that I have wronged you in the past. I will take this beating as paying back your debt. At that time, Xiao Tongyu, who lived in the Lin family with no one to rely on, had imagined countless times that the boy who had secretly loved her from the age of 8 to 18 would suddenly walk up to her one day and say that he had actually always liked her. However, this was even more remote than a dream. In the end, all she faced every day was the man who said she was ugly and uncouth, that she was an orphan with no explanation, and that she was better off dead. Now, even Xiao Tongyu herself finds it funny. Who gave her the courage to chase after such a cold and ruthless man for 10 whole years? Now, when she finally heard the words "I like you" from his mouth, Xiao Tongyu felt nothing. Because her heart had already died. I'm leaving. Lin Xiao, you rest well. Xiao Tongyu said, and walked out of the ward without looking back. Chapter 28. 1 year may not be enough. The next morning, Xiao Tongyu walked into the office on time and saw Su Rou, Wu Yan, and several senior executives standing outside the president's office, looking scared. From the office came the sound of Ji Yunza cursing. He was shouting all kinds of obscenities, which was truly eye-opening. Xiao Tongyu discovered for the first time that there were so many ways to curse, and that no two words were repeated. "What's wrong with Mr. G?" she asked Su Ro in a low voice. Minister Su had made a miscalculation and messed up a very important bidding project in Southeast Asia. Su Ro was also shocked by Ji Yun's profanity, and she looked at Xiao Tongyu in disbelief. Xiao Tongyu said to herself, "Didn't Mr. G graduate from the prestigious American University, S University?" S University is a prestigious American university for the aristocracy, and its graduates are either rich or noble, with extremely high cultural attainments. Where did all the books that Ji Yun's read go? Maybe he graduated from the Department of Bickering at Stanford, Xiao Tongyu thought. At this time, Wu Yan spoke up, "Secretary Xiao, it's time to bring Mr. G his coffee." Now. Is that appropriate? Wu Yan said lightly, "It may not be appropriate for others, but it will definitely be appropriate for Secretary Xiao." Xiao Tongyu. At this moment, there was a loud bang. A loud noise. Ji Yunza didn't know what he had broken. Then came the sound of glass breaking, the sound of papers being thrown on the floor, the sound of chairs being kicked over, and the sound of Su's almost whimpering apology. Xiao Tongyu was so scared that he drew his neck in and his heart nearly jumped out of his chest. "Secretary Xiao, saving a life is like building a 7-story pagoda." Xiao Tongyu glanced at Wu Yan beside him. This man seemed to have a pale complexion, but he always seemed to see everything clearly. I wonder how his wife usually communicates with him. Okay. Xiao Tongyu bit her lip and turned and walked into the lounge. After a while, Xiao Tongyu knocked on the door of the CEO's office with a teacup in her hand. The moment the door opened, a large folder flew straight at her head. Fortunately, she was agile enough to avoid it and didn't spill the tea in her hand. The office was in a mess. The floor was covered with all kinds of documents, glass fragments, telephones, laptops, and ashtrays, all lying on the ground in a state of complete disintegration. The blinds on the floor-to-ceiling windows had been ripped off, the chairs were slanted and lying on the ground, and the entire office looked like it had been ransacked. Director Su was hunched over in a corner. His eyes were bloodshot and he cast a helpless look at Xiao Tongyu. Xiao Tongyu looked calm, as if she hadn't seen the mess. She walked around the obstacles on the ground and went to Ji Yunza, handing him the teacup. "Mr. G, it's not a good idea to drink coffee this morning. I made chamomile tea with orange blossom and honey, 1-to-1 ratio, to calm your nerves and soothe your anger." Ji Yunza looked at the teacup impatiently, and tried to push it away with a flick of his hand, but Xiao Tongyu perfectly avoided it. She handed the cup over again, looking at Ji Yunza with a smile on her face, and there was an unmistakable look in her eyes. Looking up at Xiao Tongyu's little face, Ji Yunza couldn't help but be a little nervous. The big, wet eyes were shining, like a kitten begging for attention. Ji Yunza's Adam's apple rolled, and he slowly took the teacup from her hand. The tea was just the right temperature, neither cold nor hot. The chamomile had a faint scent of apple honey, with a strong sweet front and middle note, and a hint of orange blossom in the background. It was sweet but not cloying, just like the delicate woman in front of him. This is a charming little trick. He, Ji Yunza, just fell for her. Xiao Tongyu walked up to Minister Su and whispered, "Go, Minister Su, it's all right." "Thank you, Secretary Xiao." Minister Su looked at Xiao Tongyu gratefully and ran out of the office like he was escaping. Xiao Tongyu squatted down and slowly picked up the folders one by one. She was wearing a short white halter top and a light yellow cardigan. When she squatted down, the dark skirt slipped down slightly, revealing her white and slender back waist. Ji Yunza just wanted to tear off this troublesome skirt. Ji Yunza finished his tea and sat on the chair, staring at Xiao Tongyu without blinking, fidgeting and shaking his legs, his eyes gradually darkening. Xiao Tongyu walked over to the desk and neatly arranged the folders she had just collected on Ji Yunza's desk. Before she could let go, she was pulled into Ji Yunza's arms and sat on his lap. She had been through this many times before, and she had gotten used to it. After a moment of panic, she quickly regained her composure. "Mr. G, what can I do for you?" Ji Yunza reached into her suspenders and casually pinched the soft flesh of her waist. "I'm tired and have a headache. Let me rest for a bit." He closed his eyes and buried his head in Xiao Tongyu's chest. Xiao Tongyu was speechless. If General Ji scolded people like this, it was no wonder he had a headache. Ji Yunza did not move. He greedily smelled the fragrance of Xiao Tongyu. This woman seemed to have a magic power that could calm his temper in an instant. Do you know why I didn't touch you the night before last? She shook her head. I don't know, but I'm grateful to you for letting me off the hook. Ji Yun's face turned black. He held back his urge to push her off his lap. Xiao Tongyu, do you really not want to make love with me? In the emotional confrontation with Xiao Tongyu, Ji Yunze felt that he was clearly at a disadvantage. He would take the initiative to get close to this woman, whether it was physically or psychologically, but this woman seemed to care very little about him, and instead wanted to stay away. How can this be? Ji Yunze had never lost. He would not be a man until he had taken Xiao Tongyu and made her kneel at his crotch and beg for his mercy. Thinking of this, Ji Yunze opened his mouth and bit her white chest hard. Xiao Tongyu jumped in pain. Mr. G. I'm going to hit someone. She didn't care about being polite to the president and shouted out loud. Seeing her face turn red with anger, Ji Yunze thought she was extremely cute. Go ahead and try. Xiao Tongyu. Secretary Xiao, go ahead and try. It's just a fight, I can do it too. Xiao Tongyu's mind instantly recalled the scene the night before when Ji Yunze beat Lin Sha to death. His leather shoes were full of Lin Sha's blood. Xiao Tongyu realized what it meant to be angry but unable to speak. She angrily got up from Ji Yunze's lap. Mr. Ji, I'll go find the cleaning lady to clean up. She turned around and left the office. Ji Yunze looked at Xiao Tongyu's back as she left, and pursed his lips. Oh no, a year may not be enough. Outside the office, Xiao Tongyu sat on her seat with a pouting face and her chest still aching. Su Ro quietly handed her a pink band-aid. Did he bite you again? Well, he's a dog. Seeing that no one was looking, Xiao Tongyu applied the band-aid to the mirror, and the small wound was bleeding slightly. But Tong Tong, you're really amazing. Look. Su Ro's words were interrupted by Xiao Tongyu. That's enough, Ro. Don't give me a high hat. I'm so angry. Xiao Tongyu took a big gulp of water and continued, do you want to eat spicy hot pot for lunch? If you do, I'll be thrown out by Mr. G along with the bowl. Su Ro laughed happily. Eat. Chapter 29, The Fight Between the Two Women. The banquet hall on the second floor of the Imperial Capital Hotel. At 6 p.m., the banquet hall was not holding an event today, but it was bustling with people and brightly lit, because the film crew where Zhuang Shufei was working was shooting the last scene of the day here. Zhuang Shufei is very talented. She is skilled and natural in her acting, and rarely needs to be rehearsed. She needs to speed up the filming today because she has an appointment to have dinner with Xiao Tongyu and her brother at the Chinese restaurant here. Unfortunately, her co-star in this scene is Qin Mengyan. Zhuang Shufei's new drama is a female workplace drama, and she plays the female lead, a college graduate who has gone from a greenhorn in the workplace to the position of female CEO. It was supposed to be a smooth shoot with familiar actors, directors, and producers. But before the shoot, the female lead was replaced by Qin Mengyan at the last minute. It would be better for Zhuang Shufei to die than to act opposite this damned woman. She originally wanted to cancel the contract and not perform, but was persuaded by her agent, Wang Xinron, who was afraid that canceling the contract would affect Zhuang Shufei's good reputation in the entertainment industry. In the end, she had no choice but to go through with it. Pop. This is already the third time Zhuang Shufei has been slapped by Qin Mengyan. I don't know if Qin Mengyan did it on purpose or by accident, but she didn't hit her hard enough, and because her performance was too obvious, the director yelled cut several times. Qin Mengyan, did you do that on purpose? Zhuang Shufei couldn't help but jump up. What kind of actor are you with such a bad performance? Is it that easy to make a living in the entertainment industry? Qin Mengyan smiled slyly and said, I'm sorry, I'm too well-mannered to hit hard. I'll hit you hard in the next scene. Zhuang Shufei cursed in her heart 1,000 times, but because of her very good reputation in the entertainment industry and the presence of reporters today, she did not dare to directly confront Qin Mengyan. After all, these days, the most likely to write nonsense are reporters. On the other side, Xiao Tongyu had been wandering on the second floor of the Imperial Capital Hotel for more than 10 minutes. She had not been here many times, and the Imperial Capital Hotel was really too big, with several banquet halls alone. She really couldn't find where Zhuang Shufei was filming today. Secretary Xiao? Suddenly someone called her from behind. Xiao Tongyu turned around and saw Han Yu standing behind her with his hands in his pockets. He was wearing a sky blue shirt tucked into his well-pressed suit pants, looking handsome and dignified. Mr. Han, why are you here? This is our hotel. I'm here every day. Han Yu smiled. Where is Secretary Xiao going? Ah, my friend is filming in the banquet hall here today, but I can't find the place. Han Yu thought to himself, could Xiao Tongyu's friend be the Zhuang Shufei that Ji Yunze had asked about on the phone the day before? We don't have many banquet halls for filming. I'll take you to find one. Okay, thank you, Mr. Han. Pop. As soon as they reached the door of the small banquet hall, they heard a loud slap inside. Okay. That's a wrap. The director shouted. Xiao Tongyu gasped. It seems that being an actor is not an easy job, and you have to be prepared to be slapped at any time. Zhuang Shufei covered her face and glared at Qin Mengyan. This bitch is too ruthless. The last slap was so loud that it made her feel dizzy. Han Xiao, my friend is over there, I'll go over first. Xiao Tongyu nodded and said goodbye to Han Yu. Fei. She shouted, and ran past the crew who were tidying up the shooting props and towards Zhuang Shufei. Seeing Xiao Tongyu, Zhuang Shufei immediately smiled. She hugged her in her arms. Honey, I need your comfort. My face hurts. Xiao Tongyu patted her back and said with a smile, it's okay, we're going to eat later, and Xu Jie will order all your favorite dishes. At this point, Qin Mengyan came over. Hey, who do you think it is? It's Xiao Tongyu, who is worse than garbage. Han Yu stood by without saying a word, frowning at Qin Mengyan. Zhuang Shufei, who was already angry, couldn't help but say to Qin Mengyan, who was provoking her best friend again, some people should look in the mirror and see their ugly faces. How can they compare to the angelic woman by my side? Wang Xinrong, the agent on the side, secretly pulled Zhuang Shufei. Shufei, there are many people around, be careful of the reporters, there is no need to get angry with Qin Mengyan. Zhuang Shufei paid no attention to her. She was determined to have a go at Qin Mengyan today. At this point, Qin Mengyan couldn't hold her temper either. Her expression began to become hideous. A woman who even Lin Sha didn't like, wasn't she even worse than trash? Han Yu caught this familiar name. Lin Sha? He was the man who was holding Xiao Tongyu in the arms and was almost killed by Ji Yunze the day before yesterday. It seems that the man that Xiao Tongyu didn't want to admit to in front of Ji Yunze at the drinking party that day was Lin Sha. Seeing her best friend helping her out like this, Xiao Tongyu decided that she couldn't stand it anymore. She smiled and hooked Zhuang Shufei's shoulder. Fifi, you said that if a man is trash, what is the woman who sleeps with this man? Zhuang Shufei sneered and deliberately lengthened her tone. I think it's a garbage fighter. Han Yu finally couldn't help it, and he burst out laughing. Qin Mengyan's face instantly turned pale. She didn't care about her dignity and rushed directly at Xiao Tongyu and Zhuang Shufei. Xiao Tongyu dodged nimbly, but Qin Mengyan knocked Zhuang Shufei to the ground. Zhuang Shufei is not someone to be trifled with. She grabbed Qin Mengyan's delicate hair in anger, and the two women instantly rolled on the ground. The staff and agents on the side were so scared that they almost fainted, and they crawled to pull the two women apart. The reporter who was interviewing the director saw this scene and quickly ran to capture this wonderful scene after dropping a few words to the director. Recently, the entertainment industry has been abuzz with the feud between the popular actress Zhuang Shufei and former popular actress Qin Mengyan. This is definitely a hot topic. Fifi. Stop fighting. Xiao Tongyu squatted down and desperately tried to pull his girlfriend away. Fuck. I'll beat this bitch to death. Zhuang Shufei had completely lost her sense of self-preservation, kicking with her long legs and eyes closed. Qin Mengyan's hair was instantly pulled into a mess, and her makeup was completely ruined. You are the most despicable. You little bitch. I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Han Yu watched this free show and couldn't help but take out his phone to record it. This Zhuang Shufei, she doesn't have any airs of a movie star, it's quite interesting. After a period of chaos, the two were finally pulled apart, and each was beaten beyond recognition. After calming down, they realized that several reporters were pointing their cameras at them, and they both froze. Hey, stop filming. You can't film. Stop filming. Wang Xinrong and Zhao Silin, the agents, were desperately trying to block the reporters' cameras. Xiao Tongyu quickly picked up Zhuang Shufei's bag and pulled her out of the banquet hall, heading for the Chinese restaurant on the 50th floor. Chapter 30 Dinner with Zhuang Shujie. Xiao Tongyu led Zhuang Shufei to the Chinese restaurant in the Imperial Capital Hotel and headed straight for the private room they had reserved. Zhuang Shufei lowered her head, afraid that people would see the disheveled look of the popular female star. Zhuang Shujie had just sent a message saying that something had come up at the company and he would be late. The food had already been ordered in advance, so they could start eating. Xiao Tongyu took out a comb from her bag and helped Zhuang Shufei comb her messy hair. Fei, why do you have to get into a fight with Qin Mengyan? She's not the first person to say something about me, just pretend you didn't hear it. That's not good. It's worse for me to hear her scold you than to scold myself. I can't swallow this. Zhuang Shufei took out a mirror and looked at her face, which was unrecognizable. She wondered what she would look like in the camera lens of a reporter. Right, Tong Tong, I have an idea. Why don't you get rid of Ji Yunze and directly make that bitch die of anger? When she was angry, Zhuang Shufei had no time to care about her brother's feelings. Xiao Tongyu thought she was crazy. Why do you think I can get Ji Yunze? With your beauty and your skills in bed? Oh, you're kidding. I'm not good at it at all. Every time, I almost die from Ji Yunze. Thinking of this, Xiao Tongyu couldn't help but shiver all over. Zhuang Shufei looked at the cute bandage on her chest. Ji, Tong Tong, you got hurt in such an ambiguous place, it's hard to guarantee that my brother won't think something. It's fine. Xu Jie doesn't care if I have a man, as long as he doesn't know it's Ji Yunze. Zhuang Shufei thought to herself, how could it be okay? Zhuang Shujie might cry himself to death in the toilet. Thinking of this, she quickly asked, why haven't you left Ji Yunze yet? Xiao Tongyu sighed, speaking of this, it's terrible. Ji Yunze took a photo of me in bed and threatened me not to leave. Zhuang Shufei was so shocked that she could fit 2 eggs in her mouth, such a despicable tactic, it's really worthy of Ji Yunze. Then you can take pictures of him and sell them to the media, or make Qin Mengyan angry, or use such a good resource to make use of it. At this moment, the door to the private room was pushed open. Zhuang Shufei, who do you want to take pictures of? Xu Jie. Xiao Tongyu laughed happily when she saw Zhuang Shujie. She remembered the last time she saw Zhuang Shujie was 2 years ago. At that time, she had just graduated from university, and Zhuang Shujie was about to be sent abroad by his father, Zhuang Yang. 2 years later, Zhuang Shujie was still as handsome as ever. He was tall and straight, wearing a sharp suit, with a pair of sword eyebrows and starry eyes, but his eyes always had an indescribable tenderness. Tong Tong, it's been a long time. Brother, you only see Tong Tong? Zhuang Shufei pouted on the side. Zhuang Shujie glanced at his sister and instantly looked disgusted. Zhuang Shufei, were you robbed? I wasn't robbed, I was beaten. That bitch Qin Mengyan beat me. You have to avenge me, brother. Zhuang Shujie didn't seem to believe her. He turned his head and asked Xiao Tongyu, did you see it? Who started it? Xiao Tongyu recalled, this, it was really Qin Mengyan who started it. Brother, did you hear that? And she was the one who started it, she was cursing Tong Tong again. Xiao Tongyu patted Zhuang Shufei lightly, it's okay, don't say anymore. I was just scolded a little bit. You don't need to fight with her. Zhuang Shujie, who had originally had a gentle expression on his face, lowered his face. He then fixed his gaze and raised his lips, but there was a cold light in his eyes. I know. Are you hungry? Let's eat first. Zhuang Shufei was a little upset. She had never been bullied like this by Qin Mengyan since she was a child. Xiao Tongyu took a hairy crab from the plate. She carefully removed the meat with a crab-removing tool, including the crab roe and crab paste, and put it in the crab shell. Then she poured a little balsamic vinegar on it and served it to Zhuang Shufei. Don't be upset, Miss Zhuang, come and eat the crab. Zhuang Shufei has a little princess disease. She likes to eat shrimp and crab the most, but she never wants to peel them herself. If she has to peel them herself, she would rather not eat them. No one in the Zhuang family indulges her in this habit, so every time she eats these things, Xiao Tongyu peels them for her. Who would have thought that such a spoiled girl would value her best friend more than anything else and would be willing to do anything for her? Tong Tong is the best. Why don't you move in with me? My bed is too big, and I don't feel comfortable sleeping alone. I don't want to. Later, Uncle Zhuang and Auntie Chen will think I'm going to your house to eat and live for free. After a few minutes of chatting, Zhuang Shujie had already peeled a full bowl of shrimp and handed it to Xiao Tongyu. Tong Tong, eat the shrimp. Zhuang Shufei's eyes were about to roll up to the sky. This is too obvious, brother. Brother, have you ever peeled shrimp for me since I was little? Do you have to treat me so differently? You have hands and feet, why should I peel them for you? So you mean Tongtong's hand is broken? Tongtong's hands are peeling crabs for you. Xiao Tongyu gave Zhuang Shujie a sweet smile. Thank you, Shujie brother. In another VLP private dining room in the Imperial Capital Hotel's Chinese restaurant, Ji Yunze and Luo Juanji were enjoying a new bottle of red wine when Han Yu walked in with a smile on his face. Luo Juanji glanced at him. What's up, Han Yu? Picked up a beautiful woman on the way? Han Yu handed over the empty glass and gestured for Luo Juanji to pour him a drink. I just saw a great show. Luo Juanji held the wine bottle tightly. I said I would pour you a drink. I'll tell you when I've poured it. After a few seconds, seeing that Han Yu was not going to let go, curiosity still drove Luo Juanji to pour him a full glass of wine. Han Yu shook the red liquid in the glass and looked at Ji Yunze with a half smile. Guess who Qin Mengyan was fighting with in the banquet hall on the second floor just now? Luo Juanji was suddenly interested. Women fighting? So exciting? Could it be with Xiao Tongyu? Ji Yunze's face showed no emotion. Xiao Tongyu would not easily fight with others, and if she did, she would at least be paralyzed. Is Xiao Tongyu that powerful? How come she didn't beat you half to death? Ji Yunze looked at Luo Juanji, meaning that if you say one more word, it will be you who is paralyzed. Han Yu smiled at him. It wasn't Xiao Tongyu, it was Zhuang Shufei, who you asked about the other day. For a playboy like Luo Juanji, which female star in the entertainment industry doesn't he know? Zhuang Shufei and Qin Mengyan are always fighting for various resources, so it wouldn't be surprising if they really fought. Ji Yunze had a premonition. Why fight? Because Qin Mengyan scolded Xiao Tongyu in front of him again, Zhuang Shufei couldn't stand it anymore and started fighting. Was Xiao Tongyu there too? Yes, they should be here. Zhuang Shufei said that they were going to have dinner with Zhuang Shujie today. Han Yu finished speaking and observed Ji Yunze's expression with interest. Sure enough, a look of sharpness like a knife gradually appeared in his eyes. Luo Juanji wondered, wait a minute, how does Xiao Tongyu know Zhuang Shufei? However, no one paid any attention to him. The two men at the table, one had an expression of anticipation. The other one had murderous intent on his face. Chapter 31: The Hand in the Elevator. After a meal, it was almost 10 p.m. Xiao Tongyu, Zhuang Shufei and Zhuang Shujie walked out of the VLP private dining room and headed towards the elevator hall. The Chinese restaurant is located on the 50th floor of the Imperial Capital Hotel. From the private dining room to the elevator hall, there are transparent floor-to-ceiling windows on both sides, like two huge mirrors, offering a panoramic view of the neon-lit, brightly lit night view of the Imperial Capital. It was as if they were in a dream world, and every step they took made Xiao Tongyu feel better. Oh, I had so much fun tonight. Zhuang Shufei put her arm around Xiao Tongyu's shoulder and said, let's all get together again sometime. She had drunk a little too much tonight, and her cheeks were flushed. She had completely forgotten that she had just been fighting with Qin Mengyan a few hours ago. Xiao Tongyu patted her affectionately. That's enough. Female celebrities have to be careful about their image, and watch out for reporters. When it comes to reporters, Zhuang Shufei said to Zhuang Shujie, brother, remember to ask Dad to buy the news for me and don't let the reporters publish it. You caused the trouble yourself, so you go and talk to Dad. Zhuang Shufei shouted angrily, Zhuang Shujie. Is Tongtong really your sister? Did I get her for free? Xiao Tongyu covered her mouth. Don't talk nonsense, you're too loud, you'll really attract reporters. No reporter would come here to do paparazzi work. It costs money to come here. Zhuang Shujie smiled and said, Tongtong is indeed better than you. The three of them, laughing and chatting, turned a corner and came to the elevator hall, where they saw three tall figures standing in front of the elevator. The three men in suits and leather shoes standing together were too eye-catching. At first glance, it looked like a boy band had come to take a photo. When she looked closely, Xiao Tongyu instantly froze. Zhuang Shufei, who had just been laughing and joking with her, also straightened up in an instant. Ji Yunze's expressionless face, Secretary Xiao. Xiao Tongyu immediately flashed a professional smile. Mr. Ji, Mr. Han, Mr. Luo, what a coincidence. Luo Juanji rolled his eyes. In order to create an opportunity for Xiao Tongyu to meet him, he and Han Yu had been standing here with Ji Yunze for more than half an hour. I really don't know what Ji Yunze is up to. Where in this imperial capital is there a woman he can't get? He only needs to ask, and Xiao Tongyu will definitely drop that dinner and follow him immediately. How dare she say no? But Ji Yunze just wouldn't say anything. He just didn't want Xiao Tongyu to know that he needed her. He must have been a towel in his previous life. Zhuang Shujie recognized Ji Yunze and the others. They had met briefly at a party a few years ago, and he nodded to them in greeting. Ji Yunze pursed his lips. He stared at Zhuang Shujie's face, and Xiao Tongyu's signature professional smile. This woman has once again disguised herself perfectly. Just now, in the elevator hall, Ji Yunze clearly heard Xiao Tongyu laughing and talking at the end of the corridor. She sounded so happy and unrestrained, but as soon as she saw him, she immediately went into a defensive position. Zhuang Shufei whispered in Xiao Tongyu's ear, "How narrow is the road to hell?" Xiao Tongyu lowered her head and made a shushing gesture to her. If they said another word, they would both be finished. Ding! The elevator is here, which is a lifesaver for Xiao Tongyu. After the door opened, everyone stood at the door, waiting for Ji Yunze to go in first. Ji Yunze said in a low voice, "Secretary Xiao, you go first." Xiao Tongyu? Zhuang Shujie looked at Ji Yunze with suspicion and frowned slightly. Xiao Tongyu walked into the elevator helplessly. She always felt that Ji Yunze had dug a pit for her, just like in an American horror movie, where the female protagonist just stepped in and the elevator suddenly fell down, straight into hell. Once in the elevator, she quickly stood in the corner, sandwiching herself in this 90-degree right angle, giving her an instant sense of security. The next second, Ji Yunze also walked in and stood next to her without saying a word. Xiao Tongyu looked up at the man beside her, her eyes full of disbelief, but she met Ji Yunze's increasingly evil smile. After everyone had entered the elevator, the door slowly closed. At this point, the elevator was like a cage for Xiao Tongyu, suffocating her and making her unable to breathe. Suddenly, Xiao Tongyu shuddered. A hand slowly reached around her back and touched her buttocks. There was a wall on the right and rear, Zhuang Shujie in front, and Ji Yunze on the left. If it weren't for the elevator being haunted, Xiao Tongyu would know who the owner of the hand was without even thinking. She frowned and stared at Ji Yunze, but all she could see was his handsome profile and sharp jawline. Ah, pooh, handsome, it's just a beast in clothes, a lecher. She moved slightly to the side. She tried to get rid of the hand, but it was useless. Ji Yunze's hand was glued to her buttocks. Xiao Tongyu gently touched Ji Yunze with her elbow, but he still didn't react. Forget it, it's only a matter of time before we reach the first floor. Unfortunately, the elevator slowly descended, stopping at 39th, 34th, 27th, and 19th floors, where other passengers got on. This only prolonged Xiao Tongyu's suffering, and she was about to explode. Slowly, the hand in question began to wander uncomfortably under her skirt, moving back and forth over her smooth, soft skin. Xiao Tongyu held back her scream. Ji Yunze's hand was like a cat's claw, scratching her thighs, making her itch all over. She swore that if there were no other people in the elevator, she would have kicked Ji Yunze in the face without regard for her manners and upbringing. Was the elevator in the Imperial Capital Hotel broken? Why was it so slow? A few short seconds felt like hours to Xiao Tongyu. The elevator finally reached the 10th floor. At this time, Ji Yunze's damned hand directly and shamelessly pinched Xiao Tongyu's tender inner thigh. Ah! She couldn't help but scream in pain. In an instant, everyone in the elevator was looking at her. Zhuang Shujie also turned his head. What's wrong, Ton Ton? Ji Yunze's face turned black. Ton Ton? What kind of a jerk is this Zhuang? Don't you want to live anymore? Xiao Tongyu quickly waved his hand. Ah, it's okay, I think I saw a cockroach in the elevator. Hearing Xiao Tongyu say this, Zhuang Shufei was so scared that she started screaming, "Oh my god! Where are the cockroaches?" The other guests who had just gotten on the elevator also jumped up. Screams, panic, and kicking of legs, the elevator was in chaos in an instant. Hanyu said calmly, "Miss Xuan, there are no cockroaches in our hotel." Bullshit. Tontong said there were cockroaches. Hanyu. Xiao Tongyu was right, there really was a cockroach. But that cockroach was Ji Yunze's hand. Ding. Thank goodness, the elevator finally. The raging anger in his chest burned into his eyes. Luo Juinji sighed, Secretary Xiao is good. Hanyu, shut up, don't be a fool. On the way to the underground parking lot in a different elevator, Zhuang Shujie remained silent. Zhuang Shufei couldn't help but ask Xiao Tongyu, Ton Ton, are you okay? Xiao Tongyu forced a smile. I'm fine. I'm going home first. You guys should go home early too. After that, she waved to Zhuang Shujie. I'm leaving first, Shujie brother. Zhuang Shujie nodded. Yes, Tonton, go home early and rest. Xiao Tongyu walked to her car, her mood as heavy as a dark cloud that would not dissipate, suffocating and uncomfortable. She opened the car door, sat down, and was about to close the door. Dong. A foot was pressed against the car door. Xiao Tongyu looked up and met Ji Yunza's eyes, which were full of anger. Mr. Ji. The next second, Ji Yunza jumped into the driver's seat. In the cramped space, he pressed tightly against Xiao Tongyu's body. He pushed down the driver's seat, reached out, and slammed the door shut. Xiao Tongyu was dumbfounded by this set of smooth and flowing operations. Ji Yunza is a repeat offender, isn't he? She was about to scream, but he quickly grabbed her slender, white wrist and held it above his head. Ji Yunza stared at the little face that made his heart flutter. Xiao Tongyu could feel the firm chest muscles and the burning heat of his body under his shirt. Secretary Xiao, no one has ever refused me. Xiao Tongyu licked her lips. Mr. Ji, just don't treat me like a human being. This woman, she really is quick-witted. He was about to be eaten into his belly, but he still looked righteous. In the dim light of the car, the two of them looked at each other, their heavy breathing intertwined. Ji Yunza lowered his head, and Xiao Tongyu's slightly cool lips were instantly warmed by a burning heat, as if he were trying to burn her whole body. Her hands were trapped and she desperately tried to move away, but this only aroused his animalistic desire to conquer. He lowered his face and bit her collarbone savagely. Mr. Ji. I'm going to scream. Ji Yunza raised his head and a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He held Xiao Tongyu tightly, preventing her from moving. Then, he reached out and opened the windows of the driver's and passenger's seats at the same time. Go ahead and scream. I'll listen. Xiao Tongyu? Although the parking lot was empty at night, cars still passed by from time to time. Ji Yunza was calm, as if he were in his own bedroom. This crazy man. Seeing Xiao Tongyu panic and lose her mind, Ji Yunza was extremely satisfied. He just wanted to see her reveal the most primitive side of herself in front of him, without any pretense or disguise. At this moment, Xiao Tongyu's expression on her face was particularly seductive to Ji Yunza. There was still a stain of saliva from the kiss on her lips, glistening. He had only wanted to scare her, but now he couldn't help himself. He just wanted to possess this woman beneath him and make her suffer. The windows on both sides were wide open, and Xiao Tongyu knew she couldn't escape. She forced herself to keep her voice down. Mr. Ji, either you close the windows, or we go somewhere else. No. She whispered almost with gritted teeth. Mr. Ji, be a human being. What is being a human? Ji Yunza smiled like a rascal, and his superior hand slowly reached out to the woman in front of him. Xiao Tongyu cursed in her heart a million times, knowing that she should have gone home with this crazy man. The white Audi may have been dancing in the parking lot for an entire hour. Zhuang Shujie and Zhuang Shufei got into their own Maybach and rode in silence. Zhuang Shujie suddenly said, Zhu driver, close the flap. Yes, sir. After closing it, Zhuang Shujie turned his head and asked Zhuang Shufei, what is the relationship between Tongtong and Ji Yunza? Zhuang Shufei pretended to be ignorant and said, Tongtong is Ji Yunza's secretary. Do you think I'm stupid? Zhuang Shufei bit her lip and remained silent. She was already secretly stabbing Ji Yunza, that dog of a man, to death. Speak. Zhuang Shujie's tone carried a hint of unyieldingness. Brother, you're so smart, you've already guessed it. Do you really want me to explain it? The faint red marks on Tongtong's neck, were they from Ji Yunza? You saw it all? Zhuang Shujie's thin lips were pursed into a straight line. I thought she had a boyfriend. No. She was forced by Ji Yunza. Brother, is there any way you can help her? A few seconds later, Zhuang Shujie said slowly, you saw how Tongtong was just now. Are you sure she wants me to know about this? Zhuang Shufei was silent. But judging from the situation just now, it was obvious that Ji Yunza's two friends knew about it as well. If we just sit back and do nothing, more and more people will find out in the future. You've known Tongtong for a long time. When she moved out of the Lin family and had no one to rely on, did she ever ask us for help? We didn't even find out about this until much later. Zhuang Shufei knew her best friend very well. Perhaps because her parents died young and she didn't receive much love from the Lin family, Xiao Tongyu had long since gotten used to shouldering everything herself and never bothering others. Such a wonderful Xiao Tongyu should have found a man who truly loves and cares for her, but she was instead trapped in the hands of the dogman Ji Yunzi. How can this be convincing? Brother, but. Zhuang Shujie touched his sister's head, you should worry about yourself. I'm warning you, if you fight with anyone else, I'll sell your ugly childhood photos to the press. Look at yourself, you don't look like a movie star. Zhuang Shufei affectionately pulled her brother over. You won't, my brother loves me the most, right? Yes. Zhuang Shujie looked out the window, deep in thought. Looking at his profile, Zhuang Shufei hesitated. Brother, are you sad about Tongtong's situation? Don't say anymore, I know. If Tongtong is willing to accept it, I will find a way. Chapter 33, A Chance Encounter at the Police Station. Early in the morning, Wang Kejin came to the police station to retrieve the files of the relevant personnel for a case he needed to handle recently. Fortunately, the materials were all prepared, and the file was obtained very smoothly. As Wang Kejin was about to leave, he ran into police officer Lu Wei. Captain Lu. Wang Kejin stopped him. Lu Wei was the police officer in charge of investigating Xiao Tongyu's parents' car accident back then, and is now the captain of the criminal investigation team. The accident was originally classified as a traffic accident. Later, during the investigation into the cause of the accident, something fishy was discovered, and it was immediately transferred to the first criminal investigation team where Lu Wei was stationed at the time. Mr. Wang, would you like to have a cup of tea with me? Lu Wei greeted him politely. Sure. Wang Kejin followed Lu Wei into the waiting room. Lu Wei handed him a cup of tea. How have you been, Mr. Wang? So, it's not bad. The case of Mr. and Mrs. Xiaoming was quite a sensation in the police force at the time. It was thought to be a simple traffic accident, but it turned out that someone had sabotaged the brakes, which would fail to function at speeds above 80 km per hour. That day, Xiaoming and his wife took their daughter to the country park to play. After getting on the highway, no matter how hard they pressed the brake, it was ineffective, and in the end, the car lost control. In order to avoid hitting other cars and causing a more serious accident, Xiaoming drove the car off the highway and into the farmland. For this reason alone, Lu Wei has great admiration for Xiaoming and the daughter who survived, who was only in her teens at the time. During the investigation, she was trembling all over and desperately insisted that it wasn't her father's fault, but that the brake suddenly failed, which finally attracted the attention of the police. Lu Wei took a sip of tea and asked, Mr. Wang, are you still investigating that case recently? Wang Kejin chuckled, I'm just a civilian, shouldn't it be your police's responsibility to investigate this case? Lu Wei looked embarrassed, we have been investigating it as well. But there were too few surveillance cameras back then, and it was really difficult to find out who had approached the Xiao family's car. Is there no other way to proceed, apart from this? For example, by investigating who has a grudge against the Xiao family and has the motive to commit the crime? Of course, we have thought of these things, too, Mr. Wang. But the Xiao family has a very good reputation in the industry, and they have almost no enemies. Xiaoming and his wife are also very kind people, and it is almost impossible to hear negative comments about them from others. Wang Kejin thought for a moment and asked cautiously, who would benefit the most if the Xiao family had an accident? Lu Wei looked determined, only the Lin family, who have been friends with the Xiao family for generations. But we have no evidence, and we can't slander people at will. Back then, Wang Kejin was the legal advisor at Xiaoming's company, and he had personally witnessed Lin Tianhao coming to see Xiaoming several times and arguing with him directly in the office. But Wang Kejin was not sure what the specific reason was. After the incident, Xiaoming did not take the arguments to heart, and continued to be on good terms with Lin Tianhao. He even entrusted his daughter to the Lin family when he was dying. So, as for the suspicion of the Lin family, whether it was true or a false accusation, Wang Kejin was not sure. Thinking about this, he nodded helplessly, well, it's not easy for you police to do your job, and I and the Xiao family's daughter understand. Speaking of Xiao Tongyu, Lu Wei suddenly asked, right, the girl from the Xiao family, was she entrusted to the Lin family? Is she doing well? With both parents dead, how could she be okay? Lu Wei sighed and said nothing. Whenever there is an unsolved case, the most difficult thing for a policeman to face is the victim's family. After a few more idle chit-chats, Wang Kejin got up to leave. Lu Wei also got up to see him off. The two walked through the long corridor in front of the reception room and headed towards the entrance of the police station. Suddenly, a familiar figure in the office next door caught Wang Kejin's attention. A police officer said, with a tone of dissatisfaction, "Mr. Lin, it is difficult for us to complete our work if you do not cooperate." "Officer, I said it was nothing. I fell." "You have sustained a minor injury, so how could you have fallen by yourself?" "Who called the police?" "Your mother." "Fine, I'll have her come back later to withdraw the report." The police officer said sternly, "Mr. Lin, what you are doing is obstructing the course of justice." Wang Kejin couldn't help but stop and stare at the man's profile. Lu Wei spoke up, "Hey? Isn't this the son of the Lin family from back then?" He remembered that this kid was really fierce. At that time, when the Lin family parents wanted to take the helpless Shao family daughter home, their son was making a fuss at the police station. He was clearly only 13 or 14 years old, but he was probably more fierce than an adult. The poor Shao family daughter stood in the corner with tears in her eyes, her head bowed and not saying a word. Wang Kejin snorted. "What happened to him? Was he beaten? Go in and take a look." Lu Wei said and walked in. "What's wrong, Dong?" Seeing Lu Wei walk in, the police officer who called Xiao Dong quickly stood up. "Captain Lu, this gentleman was beaten up." His mother called the police, but he said he fell down. Lu Wei carefully examined the face in front of him. Although it was a bit disfigured from the beating, with the corners of his mouth and one eye still swollen, it was indeed the handsome son of the Lin family. Lin Shao. Lawyer Wang also walked over to him. Lin Shao looked up and saw Lawyer Wang. He nodded slightly in greeting. "That's it, officer. I'll have my mother come in tomorrow to withdraw the report." Then he stood up, "Lawyer Wang, it's been a long time." Officer Xiaodong was about to say something, but Lu Wei waved his hand to stop him. Wang Kejin followed Lin Shao to the corridor outside the office. Wang Kejin asked him, "What happened to you? Did you fall accidentally?" Lin Shao smiled wryly, "Lawyer Wang, it looks like I've been beaten up." Wang Kejin was surprised. Since receiving the Shao family's funding, the Lin family's business has been booming, and it has become one of the major enterprises in the imperial capital. Lin Shao is the son of a big company, so how could anyone dare to beat him up? "Who was it?" Wang Kejin asked softly. Lin Shao shook his head, "Mr. Wang, I'm sorry, but I can't say. It's my fault. I drank too much and wouldn't let go of Xiao Tongyu." Wang Kejin widened his eyes in surprise. From what Lin Shao meant, he was holding Xiao Tongyu and then was beaten up by someone else. And that person is someone Lin Shao can't afford to offend. Tong Tong has a boyfriend? Seeing that Wang Kejin didn't ask anymore, Lin Shao changed the subject, "Lawyer Wang, how is Uncle Zhao's case going?" Wang Kejin's tone was somewhat sarcastic. "After all these years, you haven't shown much interest in Uncle Zhao's case." Lin Shao obviously heard the meaning in his tone, "Lawyer Wang, this is really our fault. My parents were not good to Xiao Tongyu, and she is right to treat me this way." Wang Kejin understood. He knew that Xiao Tongyu had liked Lin Shao since she was a child, but Lin Shao had completely ignored her, and even disliked her. Now, Lin Shao has fallen for Xiao Tongyu, but he has woken up too late. Xiao Tongyu, who has already given up hope, has already turned and left. It seems that Zhao's daughter is a clear-headed person. Chapter 34, Secretary Su, would you like to chat? Early in the morning, Xiao Tongyu ran to the office panting. She was tossed and turned in the car by Ji Yunza last night. In that small space, she kept her legs and feet tucked in and dared not make a sound, and in the end, her whole body ached so much that she couldn't stand it. When she drove home, her foot on the accelerator was shaking, and she almost had a car accident. So this morning she overslept and now she is running late. "Oh no, I'm going to be late for work." Xiao Tongyu threw her bag down and ran to the break room. Who knows what evil idea he would come up with to torture her if she was a minute late in delivering the coffee to Ji Yunza. Su Ro quickly stopped her. "Tong Tong, don't worry, Mr. Ji is not coming to work today." Xiao Tongyu flipped through her phone's schedule, confused. That's not right. Mr. Ji has a business meeting at the office at 9:30 today. Assistant Wu said so. When I picked up Mr. Ji this morning, he said he was going to sleep at home for the whole day. Xiao Tongyu. This is really a happy surprise. Xiao Tongyu was about to laugh out loud. Did Ji Yunza spend an hour in the car last night, and did he really cripple his two legs and a third leg? Oh, who cares? It's great that he's not coming to work. Thinking of this, Xiao Tongyu excitedly said to Su Ro, "We can order spicy hot pot for lunch today." Su Ro smiled and said, "Not just spicy hot pot, but also snail noodles." At noon, Luo Juanji came to a popular coffee shop next to the imperial capital. Hospital alone. He was a little tired, pinched his eyebrows, then ordered an iced Americano and sat by the window. His long, slender fingers tapped the plastic cup at random, and he watched the people coming and going outside the French windows with relish. Every time this happens, Luo Juanji feels like he has opened a god's perspective, and he has a sense of superiority in the midst of the bustling crowd. Suddenly, a couple in the corner caught his attention. The two were sitting side by side, with the man affectionately resting his hand on the woman's shoulder, seemingly comforting her, while the woman on the other side was lowering her head and wiping away tears. It wasn't the story between the man and woman that aroused Luo Juanji's curiosity. He wasn't that bored. More importantly, the man seemed to be Su Ro's boyfriend, Jin Su. Luo Juanji couldn't help but squint his eyes and think about it. After a while, Jin Su got up and took the woman's hand and walked out of the coffee shop. Luo Juanji was not a nosy person, and after being in the dating scene for so long, he was not surprised by this kind of thing. But this is Su Ro's boyfriend, and I heard that they are getting married soon. When he thought about this, he couldn't help but hesitate. He had seen many beautiful women like Su Ro, but for some reason, he always felt that she looked soft and weak, but cute and lovable, and he especially wanted to protect her. Moreover, every feature of her face was aesthetically pleasing to Luo Juanji. Such a pure girl, just appreciate her, really like Ji Yunza did to Xiao Tongyu. When it comes to Su Ro, he might feel bad when he abandons her. That's right, Luo Juanji is like that. Before he gets a woman, he already starts thinking about how to abandon her. Coincidentally, not long after, Xiao Tongyu and Su Ro actually walked into the coffee shop. This coffee shop is near the G's, so it's normal for them to come here during their lunch break. Luo Juanji snickered. If he had come 20 minutes earlier, he would have been able to see a good show. Xiao Tongyu and Su Ro had just ordered their coffee and were waiting at the counter when Luo Juanji walked over with their coffee. Secretary Xiao, Secretary Su. Xiao Tongyu saw Luo Juanji and nodded with a smile. "Mr. Luo, are you here with a friend?" "No, I'm alone." "Are you in a hurry? Do you want to sit down for a while?" Su Ro quickly took Xiao Tongyu's hand. "Mr. Luo, we don't have time. We're in a hurry to get back to work." Luo Juanji looked at his watch and smiled. "Secretary Su, it's almost 1:30, lunchtime is long over." "Is General Ji not at work today?" He saw Ji Yunza get into Xiao Tongyu's car last night, and then he and Hanyu turned around and left. He was afraid to look at the beautiful scene. He didn't know that Ji Yunza didn't go to the company today, he was just guessing. When he heard Luo Juanji say that, and thinking about what happened last night, Xiao Tongyu's face flushed and turned red to the ears. "Mr. Luo, we really need to get back to work. Maybe next time." At this time, Su Ro held her arms around her chest and stared at the coffee counter. Every second seemed like a century to her. She obviously felt the unbridled gaze of Luo Juanji, and she felt uncomfortable. Luo Juanji looked at Su Ro's gentle, tender-side face, which was so soft that it could be pinched to make water, and thinking about the scene he had just seen, he decided that this time, he would meddle in other people's business. So he said, "Secretary Su, would you like to chat?" Su Ro was startled when she was suddenly called by Luo Juanji. She subconsciously hid behind Xiao Tongyu. "Mr. Luo, if you have something to say, let's talk here." Luo Juanji raised his eyelashes and stared at her with his dark eyes. "What did Secretary Su think I wanted to talk about?" "I don't know, but if you can find time to talk to me, it can't be anything important." Luo Juanji immediately understood the meaning of Su Ro's words. She thought that all he could say was about his love affairs. In Su Ro's eyes, Luo Juanji was probably a playboy who did nothing but flirt with beautiful women. Little did he know that he had been called back to the hospital at 3 a.m. that morning, and had just finished an 8-hour precision surgical operation. He was exhausted. He couldn't help but smile. "Since Secretary Su doesn't want to chat, I'll leave first." Luo Juanji nodded to Xiao Tongyu and turned to leave the coffee shop. As soon as he walked out the door, he lost his temper and threw the ice Americano in his hand directly onto the ground. "Su Ro, this ungrateful woman, is so prejudiced? Then let it go." She's blind to see a scumbag, so let her reap the consequences. After Luo Juanji left, Xiao Tongyu looked at Su Ro with some concern. Ro, Luo seems to be angry. Su Ro pouted, I didn't say anything, why is he angry? I think Mr. Luo really does have something to ask you. Xiao Tongyu knew that Luo Juanji would usually joke around with Su Ro in front of her, and he would never deliberately avoid her. He had also joked about asking Su Ro out on a date several times, but his giggling and laughing made it hard to tell whether he was joking or not. So if Luo Juanji deliberately avoids Xiao Tongyu to find Su Ro, it must be because he really has something to say. Su Ro lowered her head and kept tapping her feet on the ground. I don't think he can say anything serious. Although she said that, she felt a vague sense of unease in her heart, as if she had something on her mind. At this time, their coffee was ready. Xiao Tongyu took the coffee from the waiter and handed one to Su Ro. It's okay, Luo Xiao is gone. Remember to be nicer to him next time you see him. He is the son of the dean after all, and a good friend of General Ji. Yes. Chapter 35, Come cook for me. Ji Yunza's villa. After returning from the parking lot of the Imperial Capital Hotel last night, Ji Yunza couldn't sleep in bed. His mind was filled with the small space, Xiao Tongyu, who was pressed under him, suffocating but not daring to scream. That rosy, sweet face with a little meat hanging from the cheeks was really beautiful. Damn it, Ji Yunza felt that he was under the influence of Xiao Tongyu's poison? This woman is like opium, the more you touch her, the more you become addicted. In the early morning, Ji Yunza sat up and got up to open a bottle of whiskey from the liquor cabinet. He is not a heavy drinker, but in order to get Xiao Tongyu out of his mind, he drank a whole bottle of 60-degree whiskey. In the end, he couldn't remember how he got back to bed. The next morning, he had a splitting headache and his stomach was in turmoil. He couldn't get up. This damned woman, it's all her fault. At around 4 p.m., Ji Yunza finally got up. He took a shower, put on a bathrobe, and went downstairs. The table was already covered with a star-rated meal from the Ritz-Carlton that Wu Yan had just delivered to him. Ji Yunza sat down and looked up at Wu Yan and asked, Is there anything wrong with the company? Mr. Ji, everything is fine. Did Xiao come to work on time? Yes, she did. What did she eat for lunch? Wu Yan. Ji Yunza picked up his chopsticks, I'm just asking. Wu Yan thought for a moment, and after a few seconds, he replied, I really don't know, Mr. Ji. Ji Yunza gave Wu Yan a dirty look. How did this boring and rigid man manage to get married? Ji Yunza picked up a piece of fish and looked at it repeatedly in front of his eyes. He felt that he had no appetite and put it back. Then he saw a bowl of reddish-colored food in the corner, which looked a lot like the braised pork ribs that Xiao Tongyu had made the last time. He picked it up and put it in his mouth. What the hell is this? He spat it out. The salty taste in his mouth rushed to his brain, completely covering the original taste of the food. He looked at Wu Yan, has the Ritz-Carlton changed chefs? No, it's always been the same chef. This is the dish you always order. Did Secretary Xiao choose these dishes? Wu Yan, yes, Mr. Ji. Why did you deliver it and not her? Wu Yan was speechless at this question. You are the one who assigns the work and you are the one who doesn't let anyone else into the villa. Ji Yunza and Wu Yan both knew that it wasn't the food or the chef that was wrong. It is clearly Ji Yunza's heart that is wrong. Ji Yunza put down his chopsticks, take all this away and ask Xiao to buy some ingredients to cook for me. Yes, Mr. Ji. Ji's group president's office. It was almost 6 o'clock, and Xiao Tongyu was humming a tune as she packed up her things, ready to rush out the moment the bell rang. She was in a particularly good mood today, and she planned to go out for a bite to eat, then go shopping, buy some of her favorite fragrances, and take a nice bath. Then she would take a nice bath, put on a facial mask, read a book, and just think about it all. Seeing Xiao Tongyu's happy face, Su Ro teased, Tong, you haven't been this happy when Ji Zong gave you a promotion and a raise, have you? Hey, I'm in a good mood, don't mention Ji Zong, it's bad luck. Xiao Tongyu opened her phone and started searching for food shops worth checking in. Roru, do you want to go with me to eat something delicious later? Su Ro said apologetically, I have a date with my boyfriend today. How about tomorrow? Xiao Tongyu thought about it for a moment, wondering if Ji Yunza would give her trouble after coming to work tomorrow. It's fine, let's do it some other time. Your date is important. At this moment, Wu Yan walked up to Xiao Tongyu's desk. Secretary Shao, Mr. G wants you to buy some ingredients and cook for him. Bang! Xiao Tongyu's phone fell on the table. Su Ro, who was standing nearby, also heard it and asked, Assistant Wu, Secretary Shao already ordered the food for General Manager G this afternoon. Well, but Mr. G didn't like it and threw it away. Everyone could tell from the tone of his voice that Ji Yunza didn't like anything else, he disliked Xiao Tongyu. Xiao Tongyu bit her lip and didn't say anything. She was a little angry. She had already slept, so what did it mean for her to cook now? Whenever it came to meals, the relationship completely changed. In the company, the hotel, the club, the villa, and even in the car, not to mention bringing the food directly? Xiao Tongyu thought that she might as well pack herself up and deliver the food to Ji Yunza's home. Assistant Wu, please tell Mr. G that I'm off work. I'm busy today and don't have time. Okay, Miss Xiao. Wu Yan took out his cell phone and said to himself, Mr. G said that Secretary Xiao would never refuse. Where does he get his confidence? In an instant, Xiao Tongyu thought of the pile of photos that Ji Yunza had dropped on her lap, and the crazy dogman who had pressed himself on her in the car yesterday. If she refused him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, she grabbed Wu Yan's wrist. Assistant Wu, I just remembered, I think I'm free. Wu Yan put away his phone and gave a faint smile. It's time to go home, go now, Miss Xiao. After work, Xiao Tongyu went to the imported supermarket near the company. Ji Yunza is picky. He eats things during his afternoon tea time, such as 5J Iberian ham and Parmesan Reggiano cheese. This supermarket in the capital has the most complete selection, so every time Xiao Tongyu buys him something, she only comes here. She pushed the cart around, feeling resentful, and threw everything she saw into the cart. I wonder what Ji Yunza wants to eat. Should I give him a call? Xiao Tongyu took out her phone and looked up his number. She put her finger on the call button and hesitated for a long time before pressing it. If she made this call, her relationship with Ji Yunza would obviously go beyond that of superior and subordinate, or even that of bed partner, and become like a couple or a married couple. Thinking about this, Xiao Tongyu's hands trembled. Suddenly, Ji Yunza's exclusive cell phone rang again. I won't answer, I just won't answer. Xiao Tongyu glanced at the incoming call display on his phone and put it in his pocket with disgust. What could Ji Yunza possibly want at this hour? He was probably just asking if she had bought everything and when she would arrive at the villa. Suddenly, a familiar voice. Secretary Xiao. Xiao Tongyu. She turned around and saw Ji Yunza standing not far behind her with his phone in his hand. Ji Yunza was wearing a white shirt and a light blue V-neck sweater for the first time, and he was wearing loose jeans. His bangs were finely cut and lay on his eyebrows, making him look several years younger. At first, Xiao Tongyu didn't recognize him and froze in place. She had to admit that Ji Yunza was really handsome in clothes, with his legs covering everything below his neck. Ji Yunza felt her staring at him and gave a wicked smile. Secretary Xiao, we just met last night, and you don't recognize me in my pants? What, is this kind of vicious language? Xiao Tongyu quickly looked away, gripping the cart handle tightly with both hands, afraid that she would fall over the next second. Ji Yunza walked up to her, his face only a few centimeters away from hers. He reached into Xiao Tongyu's pocket and took out her cell phone. He changed the ringtone. Chapter 36 Ji Yunza's Curiosity. Xiao Tongyu nervously withdrew her phone from Ji Yunza's hand. Mr. G, you're too close. If you get photographed, it'll be trending. Change it. Ji Yunza was not afraid at all. He leaned in and stared at her straight in the face, not avoiding her at all. This expression made Xiao Tongyu understand in an instant that he would not let her go without changing the ringtone. Xiao Tongyu dared not disobey, and quickly changed the ringtone to the system ringtone. Then she pretended to be unconcerned and asked, Mr. G, you're already here, why aren't you at the office? I came to see what Secretary Xiao bought. Oh. Xiao Tongyu looked a little embarrassed at the sight of the full shopping cart. Is that enough for you, Mr. G? Is there anything else you want to eat? I want to eat you. Xiao Tongyu stared at the shameless man in horror. 3 seconds later, she said, Mr. G, let's go over there and take a look. After that, she pushed the cart and ran away like the wind. When it was time to pay, Xiao Tongyu felt uncomfortable. She had never stood with Ji Yunza in such a lively place. She had only ever spent time with him at the office, at the hotel, or at his villa. Today, she felt as if Ji Yunza had slowly intruded into her life, making her feel a sense of unreality and even unease. It was like a job she didn't like. She could relax completely after work and do what she wanted, but the boss and clients kept chasing her, which was really suffocating. Just as Xiao Tongyu was daydreaming, she heard a murmur of voices behind her. "Hey, look, that man in front is so handsome." Yes, his girlfriend is also very pretty." "Are they models? Maybe they're entertainers? I think I've seen them somewhere." Xiao Tongyu was shocked. Although Ji Yunza has always been low-key and rarely appears in the media, he has been photographed once or twice. His eye-catching face makes it impossible to keep a low profile. So Xiao Tongyu took out a new mask from her bag and handed it to Ji Yunza, whispering, "Mr. Ji, it seems that someone recognized you. Do you want to wear it?" Ji Yunza carefully observed the items on the shelf at the checkout counter and did not look up at her. Secretary. "Xiao, are we having an affair?" "What? No. Then why are you afraid of being seen? Everyone thinks we're a couple." Xiao Tongyu was speechless. It turned out that Ji Yunza had heard the conversation behind him, and he was still calmly looking at the things on the shelf as if he hadn't heard anything. What was he looking at? Xiao Tongyu curiously leaned over and nearly dropped his eyes out of his sockets in surprise. It turned out that what had Ji Yunza so engrossed was a shelf full of contraceptive. "Secretary Xiao, have you ever used these?" Xiao Tongyu stared at him in disbelief. "What do you think? Do you think I have other men besides you?" Ji Yunza felt her slightly angry gaze and then slowly said, "Well, you haven't used it." He held his chest, propped his chin with one hand, frowned, and stared thoughtfully at the boxes of little umbrellas. "Don't look, Mr. Ji, we're almost there." "Secretary Xiao, what is the difference between these types?" Xiao Tongyu was speechless. "How would I know? What does Ji Yunza want to study this for? He never uses it, does he?" At this moment, the cashier shouted, "Next." "Okay, here I come." Xiao Tongyu pushed the cart and walked up, and suddenly, bang! Ji Yunza's large hand grabbed 5 or 6 boxes of condoms and threw them all into the cart. "Xiao Tongyu?" She heard a burst of exclamations from behind. "Holy shit!" After leaving the supermarket, Xiao Tongyu couldn't stand the stares from the people around her, so she pushed the cart and ran to the parking lot. She opened the trunk of the car and was about to put all the bags in, when she saw Ji Yunza standing next to her like a telephone pole. "Mr. Ji, aren't you going back?" Ji Yunza answered lazily with his hands in his pockets, "I'll take your car." "Isn't Assistant Wu going to see you off?" "No." Xiao Tongyu was puzzled. "Then how did you get here?" "I drove here myself." "Where is your car?" "Assistant Wu drove it back." Xiao Tongyu. So Ji Yunza did it on purpose, right? He deliberately wanted to hitch a ride back to the villa. The thought of having to be in such a confined space with him again made Xiao Tongyu want to explode on the spot. Just as she was about to close the trunk, Ji Yunza reached out and blocked the lid. Then, in a flash, he took out a small umbrella from the 2 large bags. Xiao Tongyu was so scared that she grabbed him. "Mr. Ji, what are you doing?" Ji Yunza's mouth curled up in a mischievous smile. "Don't worry, Secretary Xiao, I won't do it. I'll just study it." "What's there to study? Is it some kind of precision instrument?" Then he patted his own leg and added, "You know, my legs are too long, so I don't feel comfortable sitting in the car." Then he sat in the passenger seat, talking to himself. All the way, Xiao Tongyu held the steering wheel tightly in his hands, feeling like he was sitting next to a time bomb that might explode at any moment. Fortunately, the little umbrella box completely captured Ji Yunza's attention. He observed it while fiddling with his phone, not knowing what he was checking. Suddenly, he snapped open the transparent packaging and opened the box. Xiao Tongyu was so scared that he slammed on the brakes, causing the cars behind to honk their horns furiously. "Mr. Ji. It is said that hyaluronic acid is better than oil. I'll take a look." Ji Yunza was like a curious child, examining it with relish and unwilling to let go. Was he just pretending to be stupid, or was he really that clueless? How could a nearly 30-year-old man still be so curious about an umbrella? Oh, speaking of this. Xiao Tongyu suddenly thought, Ji Yunza and she never used it, could it be? He has another woman and is going to use a condom? A wave of joy suddenly washed over her face. Mr. G, do you have another target? Xiao Tongyu couldn't hide her joy. A cold light flashed in Ji Yun's eyes, and he turned and stared at her. Secretary Xiao, what do you say? Xiao Tongyu pointed to the shiny little box in his hand. If Mr. G bought this, doesn't that mean he has a new target? Ji Yun's face changed, and he looked at her coldly. Secretary Xiao, who do you think the new target is? Upon hearing this, Xiao Tongyu held the steering wheel and jumped for joy. I don't know. I don't ask too many questions about Mr. G's personal affairs. So, can I leave after I finish making dinner for Mr. G today? A wave of low pressure swept over Ji Yunza. This woman, both psychologically and physically, has no need of him at all. Not to mention that Ji Yunza still couldn't see through his own heart, but at least physiologically, he was completely dependent on Xiao Tongyu. She was sweet, seductive, obedient, and slept like a baby. Ji Yunza wanted to be with her every second. Thinking about this, he reached out with his left hand and touched Xiao Tongyu's legs in her short skirt. Mr. G. I'm driving. So what? He said, and then he squeezed the inside of Xiao Tongyu's smooth, white thighs. Secretary Xiao wants to go home? Dream on. It hurts. Chapter 37, I want to know everything about you. Back at Ji Yun's villa, Xiao Tongyu tied her long hair up and went into the kitchen. She started to learn how to cook from Mrs. Wang when she was 11 years old. When she turned 18, she started living independently and could easily make a home-cooked meal. In no time at all, 3 dishes and a soup were served on the table by Xiao Tongyu. Sweet and sour pork, minced pork and eggplant, braised tofu with cabbage and ham, and a winter melon soup with 3 ingredients. Xiao Tongyu stood respectfully on the side. Mr. G, I'm not very good at making too complicated dishes, so you can make do with it. Ji Yunza had not eaten all day and was already hungry. For some reason, the most ordinary home-cooked dishes from Xiao Tongyu's hands could also make him hungry. Secretary Xiao, sit down and eat with us. No, Mr. G, I'm not hungry. Here we go again. Ji Yunza thought that this woman either didn't understand human language or something, and she was so afraid of him. Thinking about what Xiao Tongyu said in the car, his face turned a little bad, so he didn't insist. Ji Yunza picked up a bowl and casually put a piece of tofu in his mouth, and his appetite instantly grew. He ate a few bites at a time, and his appetite was suddenly piqued. At this moment, Xiao Tongyu's phone rang. She looked at the caller ID. Mr. G, you eat slowly, I'm going to answer the phone. After that, Xiao Tongyu ran to the other end of the large living room. Hello? Uncle Wang. Tonton, are you busy? Wang Kajin's voice came from the other end of the phone. No, I'm eating. What's the matter, Uncle Wang? Nothing important, it's just that next week is the anniversary of the death of Mr. and Mrs. Xiao. I want to ask if you're going to pay your respects to them. I'll go with you. Xiao Tongyu calculated, I might have to go on a business trip with General Ji next week. I went to see them last weekend. If Uncle Wang doesn't have anything else to do, can we go together when I get back from my business trip? Yes, no problem. Wang Kajin agreed immediately. A few seconds later, he hesitated and said, Tonton. What is it, Uncle Wang? When I went to the police station today, I saw Lin Sha. He said that because he was beaten up while holding you, Mrs. Lin reported the case for him, but he insisted that he fell and wanted to withdraw the case. In saying this, Wang Kajin was actually trying to gauge Xiao Tongyu's reaction. This girl has always been independent and strong, never bothering others. Wang Kajin really hoped that if anything happened, he could help her. Uncle Wang, I know about this. I already made it clear to Lin Sha that he and the Lin family have treated me this way, and I have no relationship with them anymore. I'm glad you understand. Uncle. Wang also knows that the Lin family has treated you badly. It hasn't been easy for you to be alone for so many years. If Xiao Quan knew, he would be heartbroken. Xiao Ming had always treated Wang Kajin like a family member, and he couldn't help but get a little choked up when he talked about it. When it came to her father, Xiao Tongyu couldn't hold back her emotions. She recalled how her father was in the hospital being resuscitated, and all he could think about was his daughter. Tonton. Dad probably won't be able to see you grow up. Dad wants to find a good family to take care of you for him. Thinking of this, Xiao Tongyu's nose became a little bit sour, and tears began to roll in her eyes. Seeing that Xiao Tongyu was silent, Wang Kajin continued, By the way, I and Officer Liu are still following up on your parents' accident. Don't worry. Thank you, Uncle Wang, for still thinking about my parents' case after all these years. Well, then, I'll hang up first. Take care of yourself and come over to my house for dinner when you have time. Let your Aunt Sue cook you something delicious. Okay, bye, Uncle Wang. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Tongyu couldn't hold back her tears anymore. Tears as big as beans flowed from her eyes and gently slid down to her mouth. She turned around and saw Ji Yunze standing behind her, less than a foot away. Mr. Ji. She quickly wiped away her tears. She instinctively wanted to laugh, but she couldn't. Ji Yunze's voice was faint. Xiao, I'm full. Okay, Mr. Ji, I'll go eat and then clean up. After you finish packing, take a shower and come to my room. Okay. Xiao Tongyu no longer wanted to struggle. She felt that her life was a mess. Her parents died in an accident, the family she was entrusted to was not treating her well, the boy she liked treated her like trash, and now she was being treated like a plaything by the CEO. What hope is there in her life? She took a mouthful of rice from the bowl. The tears that had broken off the string fell into the bowl one by one, and no matter how hard she wiped them away, they would never stop. She simply stopped wiping them away, letting the tears fall into the rice and then into her stomach. Xiao Tongyu was on the phone, and Ji Yunze was standing behind her the whole time, listening to every word she said. He went upstairs and took out his phone to call Wu Yan. Check on Xiao Tongyu's parents' car accident. Yes, Mr. Ji. After taking a shower, Xiao Tongyu wrapped herself in a towel and went straight to Ji Yunze's room. She didn't have any clothes to change into here either, and Ji Yunze had also said that she didn't need to wear clothes when she entered his room in the future. He would tear it anyway, so she just didn't bother. Mr. Ji. Ji Yunze looked up and saw Xiao Tongyu walking to the bed, wrapped in a towel from head to toe. Her hair was half-dried, with water droplets dripping from her bangs, her eyes red, and the marks from yesterday when he nibbled on her in the car still on her white collarbone and shoulders. Her small, moist lips were trembling slightly. She looked very sad, as if she had nothing to live for. Ji Yunze's heart seemed to be pulled up by something. He got out of bed and gently pulled off her towel. Xiao Tongyu seemed to have gotten used to it. She kept her head down and didn't react. Then, Ji Yunze picked up a pure white silk nightgown from the bedside table and put it on her, slowly buttoning it with his long fingers. Xiao Tongyu was a little dazed. What did Ji Yunze mean? Did he want to play? Put her clothes on and then enjoy the thrill of taking them off? After dressing her, Ji Yunze picked her up and carried her horizontally across his waist, gently placing her on the bed and covering her with a quilt. Xiao Tongyu's little face was buried in the quilt. She held the quilt tightly with both hands, and her big eyes were full of confusion. Ji Yunze climbed into bed, looked at her with some affection, and reached out to pull her into his arms. Xiao Tongyu, why are you crying? Xiao Tongyu was taken aback. This was the first time Ji Yunze had ever called her by her name. Every time he called her Secretary Xiao, he had such an arrogant and domineering face that she had mistakenly thought that her real name was Xiao and her given name was Secretary. Xiao Tongyu looked up at him. It has nothing to do with Mr. Ji. It's my own business. There's no need to bother Mr. Ji with this. Ji Yunze lifted her chin. Xiao Tongyu, are you sure I don't want to know? I know that Mr. Ji is only interested in my body, and as for the rest, Mr. Ji doesn't want to know, and I don't deserve it. Ji Yunze snorted. That's only half true. I am indeed interested in your body. But unfortunately, I want to know everything about you. There was a moment of silence, and their eyes met in the soft light. Xiao Tongyu repeatedly pondered what Ji Yunze meant by this sentence. Does he want to know everything about her in order to control her better? But after the year they had agreed on, they would eventually become strangers. What was the point of all this? The next second, Xiao Tongyu's lips were suddenly blocked. Ji Yunze seemed to be deliberately provoking her. For the first time, he kissed her extremely gently, a little bit carefully, bit by bit, from her lips, to her cheeks, to her chin, to her neck, as if he was afraid of hurting her. Xiao Tongyu felt her breathing become rapid and her head gradually became dizzy. After an unknown period of time, Ji Yunze let her go. He stroked her cheek. I know you're unhappy, so I won't mess with you today. Xiao Tongyu, listen up. Ji Yunze is telling you not to be sad. Do you hear me? Seeing this domineering and serious expression, Xiao Tongyu burst out laughing. Ji Yunze is really boring. Who gave him the confidence to think he was God? And that he could control other people's emotions? However, the amazing thing was that after hearing him say that, Xiaotongyu was not as sad as she had been before. She immediately nodded obediently, okay. Chapter 38, Do It Yourself, Be Well Fed and Well Clothed. The next morning, Xiaotongyu woke up from Ji Yunza's bed. She looked up at the time, it was 6 o'clock. Even without an alarm clock, she seemed to be used to waking up at this time. There was no sign of Ji Yunza beside her. She touched the bed, which was still warm, and he must have just gotten up. Xiaotongyu quickly got up, afraid that if she didn't have breakfast in front of Ji Yunza when the time came, he would be furious again. She walked to the master bedroom's bathroom, pushed open the door, and saw a tall figure with his back to her. The man was wearing only a thin shirt and was naked from the waist down. The sight was a bit too spicy for her eyes. "Mr. Ji," she said in a whisper. Ji Yunza turned around, and his expression instantly froze on his face. Xiaotongyu blushed, slammed the door shut, and fled in a panic. After a while, Ji Yunza was dressed and sitting at the dining table. Xiaotongyu placed a large plate of English breakfast in front of him. 2 runny sunny-side-up eggs, 2 slices of 190-degree baked ciabatta with bordier butter, baked beans with tomato sauce, hash browns made with labonat potatoes, O'Charlie's bacon, and sausage. And a cup of 60-degree Nule hot milk. She asked with a smile, "Mr. Ji, is there anything else you want to eat?" Ji Yunza did not answer. He took the knife and fork with a dark face. He ate breakfast in silence while Xiaotongyu stood by and cleared the table. Suddenly, Ji Yunza said, "Secretary Xiao, walking without making a sound can scare people into premature ejaculation." Xiaotongyu looked up. She stared at Ji Yunza for a few seconds, then blinked her eyes softly. "I'm sorry, Mr. Ji, I won't do it again. I just didn't expect Mr. Ji to have such a virtue." "What virtue?" "Do it yourself, and you'll have enough to eat and wear." Ji Yunza. Ji's Group President's Office. Ji Yunza has been looking at the report in his hand for more than half an hour. He turns to Wu Yan and asks, "Is this Captain Lu Wei reliable?" In the past 10 years, Captain Lu's team has maintained the highest crime-solving rate in the imperial capital, and he has also received many second- and third-class meritorious service awards. Ji Yunza put down the report and unconsciously ran his fingers over it. "So you mean he's reliable?" Wu Yan nodded slightly. "Mr. Ji, I am only responsible for providing objective facts. Subjective judgment is still up to you." It's pointless to ask. Ji Yunza knows that Wu Yan rarely reveals his personal opinions. It seems that Ji Yunza was right. Xiaotongyu's parents did not die in a simple traffic accident. If this Lu Wei is reliable, then the person who deliberately caused this accident is extremely capable, cleverly hiding from people's eyes and ears, and ultimately killing people. Ji Yunza was not a good person, and he did not have much sympathy for other people's tragic lives. But when it came to Xiaotongyu, things became different. Ji Yunza's mind flashed back to last night, when Xiaotongyu's delicate, white fingertips were clutching the hem of his pajamas, and those wet, misty eyes. "Thank you, Mr. Ji, I feel much better." Damn, thinking about that scene, his lower abdomen reacted quickly again. God knows how much effort he had to make last night to resist touching her. Seeing Xiaotongyu sleeping next to him, with tears in her eyes, he buried his head in the pillow, almost bursting with emotion. He had hardly slept at all, and in the morning, he was caught in the bathroom by Xiaotongyu. For the first time in his life, Ji Yunza felt so ashamed. He angrily stuffed the report into a drawer and called Hanyu. Because the hotel is a family business, it involves various kinds of open and secret places of pleasure, and Hanyu's connections in the underworld may be clearer than Ji Yunza's. Ji Yunza knew that whoever was responsible for the accident and the murder would not have done it themselves, but would have hired someone to do it for them. "Ji Yunza, is there something wrong?" "Yes, I'll send you something later. Contact Li Ziren." "What is it about?" Hanyu knows Ji Yunza. He has never liked the underworld, and if he needs to contact Li Ziren, who can call the shots in that area, it must be something that he cares about. It has to do with Xiaotongyu. "You'll know once you read it." Hanyu laughed knowingly. He knew that Ji Yunza seemed to have fallen in love with Xiaotongyu. "Okay, if Mr. Ji asks, Li Ziren will definitely go through fire and water." Ji Yunza hung up the phone. Will the words he said to his mother, Shansu, that he was just playing around and would throw her away when he got tired, end up hitting him in the face with a loud noise louder than the sound of gongs and drums? Outside the office, Xiao Tongyu was preparing lunch for Ji Yunze. She was holding a phone in one hand and a pen in the other, carefully checking the list on the paper. After hanging up the phone, Su Ro looked at her with admiration. Tong Tong, you're amazing. How can you remember all these details so clearly? Xiao Tongyu smiled. It's just remembering some of Ji Yunze's preferences. This is much simpler than the shadow perspective and engineering surveying I learned in college. Right, Ruru, before I came, did Assistant Wu do all this? Su Ro nodded. Yes, Mr. Ji doesn't trust others. But you know, men are not as meticulous as women. Before, Mr. Ji complained about the food almost every day. Xiao Tongyu thought to herself, I don't know why Ji Yunze is so picky. If someone like this lived with him, it would be impossible to live together, and he would be crazy every minute. At this time, the girl at the front desk brought Zhuang Shujie in. Secretary Xiao, this Mr. Zhuang is looking for you. Su Ro sighed softly on the side. Tong Tong, why are the people who come to see you all either beautiful women or handsome men? Xiao Tongyu winked at her, because this handsome guy and the previous beauty are brother and sister. Brother Shujie. She stood up and smiled. Tong Tong. Zhuang Shujie said hello. Are you busy? No, I'm taking a lunch break. Zhuang Shujie placed a gift box on Xiao Tongyu's desk. This is something Fei Fei brought you from her last shoot abroad. She's not very good at remembering things, so she kept forgetting to give it to you. I was in the neighborhood today, so I brought it to you. Xiao Tongyu looked at it and saw a set of cosmetics that Zhuang Shufei liked very much. She had always recommended them to her. Ah, thank Fei Fei for me. I'm sorry to make you come all the way here. It's okay, I was just passing by. Xiao Tongyu looked at her watch. It was almost time for her lunch break at 12 o'clock. Brother Shujie, if you're not in a hurry, why don't we have lunch together? I can leave after General Ji's lunch is delivered. Zhuang Shujie was about to say yes, but suddenly felt something was wrong. Behind Xiao Tongyu, in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the president's office, there was a sharp gaze peeking out from between the slats of the blinds, with a strong sense of murderous intent. Zhuang Shujie met that gaze with a light smile. No, Tong Tong, I have something to do. Maybe next time. Okay, Shujie, you're busy. Let's make a date next time. Zhuang Shujie nodded gently and turned to leave. He didn't expect that this Ji Yunze was quite interesting. Chapter 39, Strong Jealousy. Soon after, Ji Yunze's lunch was delivered. Usually, when there is no business lunch, Ji Yunze will have lunch in the office. After all, he manages such a large company by himself, and when he is busy and overwhelmed, it is common for him to have no time to eat. Xiao Tongyu walked into the CEO's office with a large bag. Ji Yunze was sitting at his desk looking at the computer, a little low in pressure. She had been working by his side for over a year, and she could tell his mood at a glance. Mr. Ji, lunch is here. Ji Yunze didn't say anything, and Xiao Tongyu didn't know why he was angry again, so she placed the food on the coffee table by the sofa one bowl at a time. Secretary Xiao, no one is allowed to come up to the top executive floor in the future. Xiao Tongyu was puzzled. What did General Manager Ji mean? Secretary Xiao doesn't understand? Do I have to say it again? No, I don't quite understand what Mr. Ji meant by irrelevant people. Ji Yunze stared at her coldly and indifferently, for example, people who come to see Secretary Xiao. Xiao Tongyu immediately understood that Ji Yunze was targeting her. Mr. Ji, does it mean that only people who come to see me can't come up, or that no matter who you are, as long as you don't come to see Mr. Ji, you can't come up? The former. What? Ji Yunze leaned back in his chair and crossed his legs. Only those who come to see Secretary Xiao can't come up. His deep, dark eyes gave off a surging wave of jealousy, but Xiao Tongyu was completely unaware of it. She only felt that although she was quite far away from Ji Yunze, he seemed to be able to devour her in an instant. She couldn't control her emotions and couldn't help but ask, why, Mr. Ji? Because I saw something I shouldn't have this morning? Mr. Ji, I really didn't mean to. And just now, Shu Jie came to see me, but he didn't say much and left without disturbing our work, because... Before Xiao Tongyu could finish her sentence, Ji Yunze slammed the documents on the table, knocking the phone to the ground with a loud thud. Xiao Tongyu. Are you looking for death? Who is he, Ji Yunze, doing this for? Before Xiao Tongyu, he had no interest in women, and he rarely did it himself. Since he became addicted to her, he couldn't stop. This woman is like a little demon that grinds on you. Seeing her face full of defiance, Ji Yunza felt like his heart was being scratched to pieces. Xiao Tongyu. It seems that she is taking advantage of the fact that Ji Yunza has not been so fierce with her recently and is starting to get itchy? Not only that, but she's calling him Shu Jia brother so affectionately? Sorry, Mr. Ji. Xiao Tongyu quickly lowered her head and began to organize the scattered documents. At this moment, Su Ro knocked on the door and came in. She seemed to have heard Ji Yunza's angry voice outside the door, and she was a little cautious. Mr. Ji, Miss Qin is looking for you. Ji Yunza's face was still full of anger. Which Miss Qin? Mr. Ji, it's Miss Qin Mengyan. Hearing this name, Xiao Tongyu's hand stopped for a moment. The next second, she pretended not to hear it and continued to organize the documents as if nothing had happened. Ji Yunza thought of the day Xiao Tongyu said to him in the back seat of the car that her purpose in approaching him was to take revenge on Qin Mengyan. And now he saw the woman who had made him so angry. Let her in. Su Ro was a little shocked. Okay, Mr. Ji. After Su Ro left, Qin Mengyan walked in with a smug look on her face and in her high heels. Mr. Ji. She called sweetly. Xiao Tongyu got up and neatly arranged the documents on Ji Yunza's desk. Miss Qin. Xiao Tongyu bowed her head in greeting. Qin Mengyan looked at her with disgust and ignored her. Ji Yunza said in a low voice, Xiao, get out. Qin Mengyan folded her arms and looked at her with a proud and arrogant expression. Did you hear that, Secretary Xiao? Mr. Ji wants you to get out of here. For a moment, Xiao Tongyu's face revealed a trace of disbelief, but she immediately regained her composure. Yes, Mr. Ji. She bit her lip and turned to leave the office. After leaving the office, Xiao Tongyu sat down at her desk. She picked up the sandwich she had bought at the convenience store downstairs before work and began to eat it. Su Ro came over and whispered, Tong Tong, did you just make General Ji angry? Well, Xiao Tongyu stuffed her mouth with a sandwich and said, General Ji said that no one who comes to see me in the future is allowed to come to this floor. I asked him why, and he got angry. Su Ro shrugged. General Ji's temper is like a bag of explosives, it's terrible. Su Ro was right. Originally, last night, Xiao Tongyu thought that Ji Yunza still had pity on her, but who knew that this would happen all of a sudden, and she felt that she was being self-sentimental again. Hey Tong Tong, why did General Manager Ji let Qin Mengyan in again today? I thought he would have kicked her out. Who knows, maybe Mr. Ji is attracted to her beauty, and maybe he'll ask us to give him condoms later. Su Ro. In the office, Ji Yunza sat down at the coffee table and began to eat slowly. After just kicking Xiao Tongyu out of the office, Qin Mengyan was in a great mood, but who knew that Ji Yunza completely ignored her, making her feel a little embarrassed. Mr. Ji. She called sweetly. Pa, Ji Yunza spat out the food in his mouth and said to himself, how can it taste so bad? Qin Mengyan began to pout and stamp her feet. Mr. Ji, look at her. Seeing her like this, Ji Yunza suddenly felt nauseous. If it weren't for his sudden childish desire to annoy Xiao Tongyu, this woman would have been thrown out long ago. Seeing that Ji Yunza ignored her, Qin Mengyan walked over to Ji Yunza and sat down. Mr. Ji, what are you doing keeping her here? Ji Yunza looked at her. It seems like you came to me? Ah, right. Seeing that Ji Yunza was still cold as ice, she was a little embarrassed. Master Ji said that we should get along. Did my grandfather say that? Qin Mengyan nodded repeatedly. Then you go and get along with him. Ji Yunza ate his meal seriously, as if he didn't want to say another word to the woman in front of him. Qin Mengyan felt depressed. With an attitude like this, why did Ji Yunza deliberately keep her in the office? Is he putting on a show for someone else? Mr. Ji. Qin Mengyan used all her coquettish skills and reached out to grab Ji Yunza's arm. Ji Yunza moved aside, and she instantly missed her target. Don't force me to pour this soup on your head. Qin Mengyan's face turned pale. She had never expected Ji Yunza to be so disgusted with her. She, who had always been a master of the art of love, felt that she could not read this man at all. Ji Yunza looked down at his watch. It was almost time. If Xiao Tongyu was jealous, he had probably had enough. So he looked up and said, Get out, and don't come back. And, Xiao Tongyu is mine, so you better watch out. Qin Mengyan was stunned. She now understood that Ji Yunza had deliberately let her in to give her a warning. Xiaotanyu, what exactly does she have that I don't? When she was in school, Jin Mengyan, chased after Lin Sha, and Xiaotanyu stuck to him like a bug. Now she's chasing after Ji Yunza, and Xiaotanyu is here again? Is this woman ever going to stop? After hearing what Ji Yunza had said, Qin Mengyan had no reason to stay. After all, she was the daughter of the Qin family, and no matter how much she liked the man in front of her, she still had to save her face. She put on a final act of grace. Okay, I'll leave first, Mr. Ji. As she stood up, she heard Xiao Tongyu and Su Ro chatting happily at the door. Su Ro, is this chocolate milk good? Xiao Tongyu, I don't know, I bought it because the male celebrity on the package looked very handsome. What's his name again? Su Ro, let me see. Oh, who is more handsome than that Shu Jie brother? Xiao Tongyu, it seems so. Ji Yunza clenched his fists. He wanted to drag Xiao Tongyu into his office and beat him to death. Xiao Tongyu, you're really something. You just wait. Chapter 40. He doesn't like women. After leaving the Ji family, Qin Mengyan became more and more angry. She has always been very self-important and never looks for the reason in herself when something happens. She still clearly remembers that when she broke up with Lin Sha, it was because when the Lin family was having sex, she seemed to hear the sound of Xiao Tongyu coming back from outside the door. After that, Xiao Tongyu moved away, and Lin Zhao's attitude towards her became increasingly cold, and in the end, he directly turned violent towards her, forcing her to break up with him. Lin Xiao, Zhuang Shufei, Ji Yunza, everyone was helping Xiao Tongyu. What the hell is she? Thinking about this, she took out her cell phone. Hello? A deep, magnetic male voice came from the other end of the line. Hello? It's one you. Qin Mengyan? What's wrong? Can't get any acting jobs, no money to spend? Qin Mengyan said sweetly, what are you talking about? Even if I can't get a role, it's because of the bitch. The man on the other end of the phone snorted. Who are you trying to teach a lesson to? Qin Mengyan smiled seductively. Ji Yunza's personal secretary, I'll send you the details later. Hearing the name Ji Yunza, the man frowned. Next week, Ji Yunza is coming to our company to sign a cooperation plan. He wants to invest in our company, and I don't want to offend him. He's just his secretary, not his girlfriend. Can't you help me? Qin Mengyan began to use her slightly clumsy acting skills, her voice with a hint of a sob. I really was bullied by his secretary. The man named Wen Yu showed a hint of disdain. He knew that Qin Mengyan, of the 10 things she said, 7 were false, 2.5 were exaggerated, and perhaps only half were true. Wen Yu smiled wickedly, so what can you offer me in return? Qin Mengyan said coquettishly, nasty. Okay, I'll think about it. Wen Yu hung up after saying that. A minute later, a message from Qin Mengyan arrived on his phone. Wen Yu glanced at it and turned off the screen. The secretary came over and handed him a document. Vice President 1, please sign it. Wen Yu put the cigarette butt in his mouth and signed the document with his long fingers. He closed the file and told the secretary to leave. The Wen family is the largest business group in Jiangcheng, and they are involved in almost every field. A few years ago, at a business party, Wen Yu got drunk and accidentally got Qin Mengyan pregnant. Although Qin Mengyan was also the daughter of a big business and a popular actress, he had never liked this woman, and he could not possibly ruin his marriage over a single incident. In the end, when you gave Qin Mengyan a large sum of money, she aborted the child, and used this as leverage to occasionally ask Wen Yu for help in removing obstacles in her career path. 2 days ago, her target was Zhuang Shufei, and today, her target has become Ji Yunza's secretary. This arrogant, ill-tempered woman, even if Wen Yu is a master of love and a playboy, no matter how he can't control his lower body, he won't be so blind as to be with her. Moreover, both the Ji family and the Zhuang family are well-known figures in the business world. It is really not worth it to take risks for Qin Mengyan. At this moment, a bright and beautiful young girl pushed open the door and walked in. Her waist-length brown curls, delicate facial features that were a bit too showy, and a tear-shaped mole in the corner of her eye gave her a cold and elegant look. She walked over to the other side of Wen Yu's desk and sat down, running her fingers through her long, seaweed-like hair. Brother, how is the preparation of the branch office in the imperial capital going? Wen Yu looked at her meaningfully, almost, how should I say? The girl rested her chin on her hand and propped herself up on the table. Dad said I could go with you. Wen Shen, what's so bad about Jiangcheng? Why do you have to go to the capital? The girl Wen Xian pouted. Dad has already agreed, why are you stopping me? Dad told me to watch you and not to have too many girlfriends, causing the family to come to our house and make a mess of it. Wen Xian was right. In this regard, Wen Yu did not cause the Wen family any trouble. Wen Yu and Wen Xian's father, Wen Tianfu, the president of the Wen family, had no idea how much money had been spent to clean up Wen Yu's mess. Wen Yu smiled, are you doing this for me or for Ji Yunza? Wen Xian's cheeks flushed, as if they had been burned. I didn't, brother, don't say that. When studying at the University of S in the United States, Wen Yu and Ji Yunza were in the same grade, and Wen Xian was 2 grades younger than them. Although they were in different majors, they all knew each other. However, Ji Yunza has always been cold and distant, and rarely interacts with them. Wen Yu knew that his younger sister had always had a crush on Ji Yunza, but she had never dared to speak up because of Ji Yunza's cold and distant demeanor and her own sense of decency as a girl. You're not a kid anymore, stop thinking about Ji Yunza. He's either gay or impotent, he doesn't like women. No, I don't believe I can't get him. In the restaurant, Su Ro is having dinner with her boyfriend Jin Su. For the whole evening, Jin Su kept checking his phone and replying to messages. He also ignored her words, which made her a little upset. Jin Su, what are you so busy with all day long? Why do you have to keep looking at your phone even when you're eating? Jin Su didn't respond to her, and continued typing on his phone. Su Ro's voice also rose, Jin Su. What's wrong? Jin Su put down his phone and looked at Su Ro impatiently. From the time she entered university to the time she graduated and started working, Su Ro had been in a relationship with Jin Su for 7 years. He had always been gentle and considerate to her, and had almost always done what she asked. Recently, the apartment they bought together was handed over, and it was time to talk about marriage. Jin Su's attitude towards her was getting worse and worse. Could it be that the 7-year-itch people talk about has really arrived? Su Ro has always been gentle and quiet, rarely getting angry. Today she couldn't help it. Jin Su, what's wrong with you lately? Are you dissatisfied with me? Don't you want to get married? Ruru, I'm very annoyed. I don't want to argue. After saying this, he got up and picked up the bill on the table. I have to leave first. Su Ro froze in place. She wanted to say something back to Jin Su, but felt a sharp pain in her chest, and her whole body felt like it was falling into an ice cellar. On second thought, Jin Su's change in attitude towards her had not just started recently. During the 7 years of their relationship, he had wanted to have sex with her many times, but she had always refused. First, she was a little scared the first time, and second, she wanted to save the moment for their wedding night. Is that why Jin Su is dissatisfied with her and gradually pushes her farther and farther away? If she can't even bear this, then what kind of love is it? Thinking about this, the sadness in her chest was so heavy that she could hardly breathe. At this moment, Su Ro's phone rang. She took a deep breath and adjusted her emotions. Hello? Dad. Ruru, the voice of her father Su Youngyan came over the phone, telling her the good news that he would be transferred to the Imperial Capital Hospital next month. Su Ro's hand holding the phone was trembling slightly. Dad, when did you apply? I didn't know. I applied for it in the first half of this year. Dad wants you to get married soon. After all these years, you've been a girl in the capital, and Dad hasn't been able to rest easy. Now that Dad is working in the capital, it will be easier to take care of you. Su Yongyan, Su Ro's father, is the chief of surgery at Jiangcheng Hospital. Su Ro's mother died early, and Su Yongyan raised Su Ro alone. When surgeons are busy, they often don't come home for days or even weeks at a time, and for this reason, he has always felt a great sense of debt to Su Ro. When she heard that her father was coming, Su Ro's mood improved a lot. Good, Dad, then tell me in advance when you're coming, and you can stay with me. I'll pick you up when you get here. Su Ro is currently living in a rented apartment, and her savings have basically been spent on the wedding house she bought with Jin Su. It's okay, Ruru. The hospital has arranged an apartment for you. You're getting married soon, and it's not convenient for me to live there. Yes. Su Ro chatted with Su Youngyan for a while and then hung up. She sighed. She didn't know if the marriage would be successful. If it didn't, what would she do with the house she and Jin Su had bought together? Suddenly, she thought of something and shuddered. Dad is going to be transferred to the Department of Surgery at the Imperial Capital Hospital. Then, isn't the head of the Department of Surgery Luo Xiao?